Good evening. I'm Brett Baer, and this is a Fox News alert. No more speculating. No more conjecture. America is deciding today who should control Congress for the next 2 years and whether to continue the direction set by President Obama and his Democratic allies or change course. Voting places have just closed in most of the counties in Kentucky and Indiana. Let's get a rundown of what we're learning from the exit polls. Martha McCallum is handling that for us tonight. Good evening, Martha.
Good evening, Brett. Thank you very much. Well, today, Fox News has been asking voters across the country, some 13,000 of them, how they voted when they went to the polls today and why. So before the polls have closed in any state, we are starting to get a sense, at least, of what was on the voters' minds tonight. So first up, let's take a look at this question. Was your vote sending a message to President Obama? Here's how the question was worded. Has this election, in effect, been a referendum on President Obama's policies? Take a look at how this stacks up. 38% of the voters tonight said that their congressional vote showed opposition to what the president's doing in Washington. 24% say when they went in there and voted today, they were showing support for President Obama. 36% say that the president was not really a factor in their vote tonight. So what else is on our minds this evening? Of course, the Tea Party. How strong is it really? Take a look at how these numbers stack up. 23% say with their vote tonight, they were saying yes, they are supportive of the Tea Party. 18% in the middle say that they're against what the Tea Party stands for. And 55%, interestingly enough, say that it was not a factor when they stepped into the booth and pushed that lever or pushed that button or whatever the case may be this evening. But keeping that in mind, take a look at these very interesting set of numbers. Many Americans basically are saying that they've had it with the way the federal government is working. That, of course, is a strong sentiment of the Tea Party. So you can take a look at the dissatisfied number at 47%. You've got 26% who say they're angry. You put those two together, you're at 73% who are either dissatisfied or angry with the federal government. That's a very big number. 21% say they pretty much like what the federal government is doing, and only a lonely little 3% say they are indeed enthusiastic about how things are going in Washington. Put all that together, some of that anger and dissatisfaction clearly traced to the health care law that was passed by the new Congress. So let's take a look at how people feel about the health care law tonight when they step in there to vote. 48%, as you can see, the tallest column that we're dealing with this evening, say that they want to repeal the health care bill. 31% say it just didn't go far enough for them. They'd like to see it expanded. Only 16% of the voters tonight, and this is fascinating, say that they like the bill that was voted on and put into law. Only 16%. So that's a major issue on people's minds tonight too well. And what about the Bush tax cuts and whether or not they stay in place? Voters are saying 40% of them say that they want to keep the Bush tax cuts in place. 37%, the middle column here, say keep some of them, just for families who are earning less than $250,000. 15% say let the Bush tax cuts expire across the board. They're willing to pay the higher taxes that would kick in with that. So that is just the very beginning, Brett. And these are fascinating as we start to get a sense for what voters are feeling as they go into the booth and how they are voting based on those sentiments. We'll be back throughout the evening tonight as we get more of this information in. We'll also go to the states and get the Senate data, also governor's races in the individual states and see what's on people's minds. Brett, back to you.
Very interesting. More with the panel and Carl Cameron on this later as well. We have Fox News correspondents all over the country tonight. Anita Vogel is in Las Vegas covering the Senate contest that could make the biggest splash. Majority Leader Harry Reid against Tea Party favorite Sharon Angle. Mike Tobin is in Bowling Green, Kentucky, where another Tea Party hopeful, Rand Paul, faces Jack Conway for the Senate. Phil Keating reports from Coral Gables, Florida, on the Senate race and the governor's races there. But we begin with Shannon Bream following the West Virginia Senate race from Charleston tonight. Good evening, Shannon.
Hi, Brett. Well, the polls close here in about an hour and a half, and that could start giving Republicans and Democrats across the country some clues about how the rest of the night may go. The Democratic nominee here, Governor Joe Manchin, is exceptionally popular. He won his last re-election with 70% of the vote. And strangely, that popularity could work against him. We have encountered many West Virginians on the campaign trail who say he's doing such a great job here, we don't want him to go to D.C. But if he does, he's promised to be an independent voice in Washington and to break with President Obama when it comes comes to issues like cap and trade, which has been the hot topic here in coal mining country. Now, that hasn't stopped his Republican challenger, businessman John Racy, from repeatedly linking Manchin to the Democratic establishment. It's a smart strategy in a state where the president's approval rating hovers around 29%. Racy has had to fight claims he's just a millionaire who actually lives in Florida, who only comes to West Virginia when he's running for something. But Racy says he will put his record as a true native and a resident up against anyone. It would be a shock to the political system here in West Virginia if Racy pulled off a win. Just 28% of voters are registered as Republicans, and it's been more than 50 years since West Virginians had a Republican senator in Washington. Now to Florida and Phil Keating.
Voter turnout across the state of Florida today reported this afternoon as average, not high. That bodes well for Republicans. Meanwhile, one race promises a contentious Florida recount. But first to the historic three-way race for the U.S. Senate seat. Republican and Tea Party favorite Marco Rubio all smiles and confidence this morning as he voted to send himself to Washington. Republican turned independent Governor Charlie Crist cast his ballot early this morning as well in St. Petersburg, promising to thread the needle to victory. And Democratic Congressman Kendrick Meek voted early, not today, but he did bring in party star power last night in Orlando. Former President Bill Clinton rallied Democrats to reject apathy and get to the polls. Now to the neck-and-neck race, that for the governor's office. Democrat Alex Sink and Republican Rick Scott also began the day by voting for themselves in what is one of the nation's closest races. It's a dead heat, and the Secretary of State is prepared for a constitutionally required automatic recount. Both Sink and Scott have lawyered up, ready to send lawyers to Tallahassee just in case it's needed. But the Secretary promises long gone are the days of dimpled and pimpled chads. Any recount this time will be smooth. Now to Mike Tobin in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
And, you know, Phil, looking at the demeanor of the two candidates out here in Kentucky, it's as if they spent too much time reading their own press clippings. Rand Paul seems to have moved past this stage of the game, and he's already talking about joining a large class of brand new politicians on the Hill. Jack Conway, by contrast, seems down in the mouth, almost conciliatory. He pulled a quote from his father saying, "You can't drive the road of life looking in the rearview mirror."
Really, this is about us changing Washington, not Washington changing us. And there already has been talk of that. Will Washington change these new people, or will they change Washington? My goal from the very outset is to say Washington is broken and we have to do something to fix Washington.
I went out and we laid it all out there. We raised money. We worked hard. I traveled a lot. I wasn't going to be outworked. No, I don't have any regrets.
Now, there are two things driving what is expected to be a very high voter turnout in Kentucky, particularly for a midterm election. One of those is the Tea Party effect and all the attention paid to this race. The other is a bundle of local races, particularly in Louisville, where the longtime mayor Jerry Abramson is stepping down. That is expected to draw out voters in Jefferson County. Now on to Nevada and Anita Vogel.
Thanks, Mike. Senator Harry Reid is in the fight of his political career against Tea Party favorite Sharon Angle and a wave of anti-incumbent fever. Harry Reid spent his last few hours on the campaign trail today greeting voters and supporters, and he told us he is confident about his Get Out the Vote effort and his ground operation. He even said he believes he might be able to garner some Republican votes. Meanwhile, Sharon Angle cast her ballot in her hometown of Reno this morning. She says Reid has forgotten where he came from, and for a lot of people, she says he equals big government.
They do not want a Republican Party with her brand on it.
The public loves the Constitution, they love freedom, and they see me as one of them.
Voters hit the polls early this morning. There were some minor Election Day glitches reported with the touchscreens, but no substantial claims of voter fraud. Now, polls close here in Nevada at 7 p.m. We know this race is a dead heat, and it certainly could be a very long night. Brett, let's go back to you.
Indeed, Anita Vogel live in Las Vegas. Anita, thank you, and thank you to Mike, Phil, and Shannon as well. Joining us now, let's talk about the exit polls that Martha told us about at the top of the show. Chief political correspondent Carl Cameron is here to discuss what we know, and perhaps, Carl, the theme for the night that we're seeing early.
Well, there's obviously a lot of anger. A lot of it's directed towards President Obama and the agenda, but It's not going to be decided with the partisan votes of primaries. Now it's the general election night, and it's about independents. And all year long, we've been hearing that independents have been skewing away from the president, leaning more towards Republican candidates. That's really what to watch for. And in some of the key states with battlegrounds, the independent registration is quite high. In a state like Indiana, it's a third, a third, a third. In places like New Hampshire and in New England, it's as much as 40% of the independent vote. The other aspect of this is whether or not the Tea Party movement writ large can generate enough real enthusiasm at the margins to put some of those Republican candidates over the edge.
From the early exit polls, and we should warn everybody, these are early, youth vote is down, pretty low. African-American turnout lower than in, let's say, 1994. What else are we seeing from those early numbers? That
suggests a lack of energy from Organizing for America, the president's organizing wing that came over from the 2008 presidential campaign into the Democratic National Committee. On the Republican side, what they're looking for is a big, big turnout from folks who are worried about the Health Care Reform Act, worried about what will happen if a cap-and-trade climate bill will pass and that could affect their electricity bills, how that will impact jobs. And that's playing out across the country, and we're going to see in the next few hours the final wave of voters going to the polls as they begin to close. Those are the people who are working. Those are the folks who are most worried.
All right, Carl, we'll check in, obviously, throughout the night. Thanks, buddy. Still ahead, we'll do another whip around with 3 other reporters covering other races across the country. But up next, President Obama prepares to take a step forward by taking a step back. President Obama has scheduled a news conference for Wednesday afternoon to talk about the election and his plans to move forward. The president is already seeking to smooth things over with Republicans, starting with a walkback of something he said last week. White House correspondent Wendell Goler reports on the President's Day.
In keeping with tradition, the vice president and president lowered their political volume on Election Day and focused on encouraging people to vote. Though Mr. Obama made clear in a YouTube broadcast the change he promised 2 years ago is on the line.
Today you have a chance once again to defy the conventional wisdom that says we can't overcome the cynicism of our politics, that we can't overcome the special interests and the big money.
Hoping to defy conventional wisdom that Democrats are likely to lose control of the House, the president has been conducting radio interviews intended to rally elements of his base, including young people, African Americans, and Hispanics.
The Latino vote is crucial.
Though in the latter case, he's had to walk back a comment he made last week.
If Latinos sit out the election, instead of saying we're going to punish our enemies and we're going to reward our friends.
Enemies, he told radio host Michael Baisden, was a poor choice of words.
I probably should have used the word opponent instead of enemies. Now the Republicans are saying that I'm calling them enemies.
But Ohio Congressman John Boehner, with his eye on the Speaker's post, has a third term in mind.
And Mr. President, that word isn't enemies. They're patriots.
Current Speaker Nancy Pelosi still isn't convinced her job is in jeopardy.
With the early returns and the overwhelming number of Democrats who are coming out, we're on pace to maintain the majority in the House of Representatives. But the people have to speak.
But while Pelosi has scolded the president's aides for suggesting it's possible Democrats could lose control of the House, a spokesman says Mr. Obama has scheduled a news conference tomorrow to talk about what happens tonight.
Today we get a message from the American people. Tomorrow the president will respond to that.
Tomorrow at his news conference, reporters will ask the president where he's willing to compromise with Republicans, but it's a safe bet he won't be willing to negotiate through us. Instead, he's likely to say Republicans now have a responsibility to offer their own ideas on creating jobs and cutting the budget deficit, and a further responsibility to live with America's verdict on those ideas. Brett?
Wendell Goler live on the North Lawn. Wendell, thank you. The nation's home ownership rate remains at its lowest level in more than a decade. The Census Bureau says the percentage of households that owned their homes was unchanged from the previous quarter at 66.9. Stocks were up today. The Dow gained 64. The S&P 500 finished ahead 9. The Nasdaq picked up almost 29. At least one shot was fired overnight at a Coast Guard recruiting office in Northern Virginia, with no injuries reported. The FBI says it's too early to determine if this shooting is related to 4 others that have targeted military buildings in the D.C. area over the past month. We are learning more about the plot to send mail bombs to the U.S. last week. National correspondent Catherine Herridge tells us who may have been behind it and what's being done.
A Yemeni official says his government will prosecute the American cleric Anwar al-Awlaki in absentia on terrorism charges including the murder of foreign nationals. The cleric, who was born in New Mexico, is linked to the 9/11 hijackers and the attempted Christmas Day bombing.
We've been informed and we completely are supportive of Yemen's announcement today of the indictment of Mr. al-Awlaki.
As for the two printer bombs sent from Yemen to the U.S., the Homeland Security Secretary dropped the strongest possible hint that authorities believe al-Awlaki was behind this plot as well.
We certainly believe that it bears the hallmarks of al-Awlaki.
This video from a radical Islamic website shows would-be jihadists how to make a cell phone into a remote detonator. We have obscured it for security reasons. A senior U.S. official tells Fox there is growing evidence that both bombs included cell phone detonators that were linked to the alarm function. Sources tell Fox News that they believe al-Qaeda in Yemen did a dry run for the operation with a package of religious books just 2 months ago.
There's no doubt that dry runs are part of the modus operandi of al-Qaeda.
Gacious, who led the TSA intelligence unit, says investigators will scrutinize the dry run to see whether the plotters tracked the package through a shipper's website like this one. It shows the package's travels by date, time, and place. Investigative sources say the working theory is that the bombs picked up in England and Dubai were meant to blow up in the U.S.
Well, I would think they were timing this, and perhaps they were able, in fact, to, with some precision, track where the package was and consequently wait until it got into the U.S. airspace.
When asked if their companies were actively searching for other suspicious packages in the U.S., spokesman for UPS and FedEx would not comment directly. One shipper cited the potential to compromise an ongoing criminal investigation. Both shippers emphasized that they use a, quote, multi-layered approach to security and screening. Brett.
Catherine, thank you. Attacks in Baghdad killed at least 40 people and wounded hundreds more today. The bombings and mortar strikes appeared to target the city's majority Shiite population and came just 2 days after gunmen held a church congregation hostage in a siege that left 58 dead. Still ahead, we'll check in with our reporters covering races from Ohio to Alaska. And up next, Governor Sarah Palin on what to expect tonight. There are few people in politics who provoke stronger reaction, positively and negatively, than Governor Sarah Palin. The former Alaska governor and vice presidential candidate, current Fox News contributor, joins me to talk about what she expects to see tonight. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Brett.
We're seeing the exit polls that there's a strong message that voters, at least the ones who talk to the pollsters, leaving the polling places, they're dissatisfied. They want to send a message. If this holds, and a lot of Tea Party candidates head to Washington, how will those Tea Party candidates work with the GOP establishment? How do you think it'll work?
I think now is a time for a drive towards unity, and I think that it will work because there's a common mission here with Tea Party Americans and with the GOP establishment. The desire is for a smaller, smarter government. It is to rein in the federal government and allow our states more rights and our individuals more rights, ultimately resulting in the private sector being able to grow again. So you have that commonality to start with. Now it's a matter of coming together the different personalities. There will be essentially a few new sheriffs in town, so there could be some roughness around the edges when it comes to this team coming together, but it's a time for unity after tonight.
The president is going to hold a news conference tomorrow. If you were giving him advice, what would you tell him?
He is the one who is going to have to start coming more towards the center of America, towards some middle ground instead of staying on that extreme far left that has driven us to where we are today with the government overreach and the overregulation and talk of more taxes. Because tonight I think we're going to see that message sent to him that we don't like that Obama-Pelosi-Reid agenda that has grown government. We want to shrink that back.
You said with Bill O'Reilly last night that there isn't a too far right, or you don't think it's possible to be too far right. That raised some eyebrows, as you might imagine.
Well, I think he was asking me in the context of those who are winners of their primary elections, and the voters in primary elections have sent their chosen ones to face their opponent in the general, and none of the candidates whom I have met come across to me as being too far right. What is too far right or too extreme with any of the candidates' positions when basically what they're saying is we're taxed enough already and government is not the answer. It's going to be the private sector's allowance chance to grow and to thrive. That's the answer to get the economy roaring again. That's not extreme. That's not too far right.
Should Republican leadership reach across the aisle to the president if he extends a hand, as you say, moves toward the center a bit? The compromise, would you advise Republican leaders to do the same, to reach out?
I would absolutely advise Republicans to reach out to the president. However, he has a track record now. He has shown now over 22 months not having a desire to really work in a bipartisan or nonpartisan manner. He's extremely partisan. So Republican leaders have learned their lesson. They're probably thinking, well, once bitten, twice shy, maybe not being real enthused about the idea, but certainly for America to be united, to move forward. Yeah, we're going to have to be on a unified team here to get the economy roaring again.
Governor Palin, we'll see you later tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett.
When we come back, we'll whip around the country again, check in on key races in the Northwest and Midwest. Keep it here.
We've detected.
I'm Brett Baer, and this is a Fox News Alert. Voting in what is shaping up to be a momentous election winding down at many places at this hour. A handful of states will be closing their polls in a half an hour. We're going to check in now with some of the reporters in the field. Other reporters, William LaJeunesse is in Seattle for the Senate race between incumbent Patty Murray and challenger Dino Rossi. Molly Lyon reports from Columbus, Ohio, where there are two contests with national implications. But we start off with Dan Springer in Anchorage, where the three-way race for Senate features an incumbent write-in candidate. Good evening, Dan.
Yeah, good evening, Brett. The polls don't close here in Alaska for 5.5 hours, and we are expecting a very long night. And if it's as close as people are anticipating, we might not have a winner declared for 3 weeks. Talking to campaign staffers for all three of the campaigns privately, they tell me that they don't expect any of the candidates to get to 40% of the vote. They're all hoping to get in the mid to upper 30s. Incumbent Lisa Murkowski is trying to be the first Alaskan ever to win a statewide race as a write-in candidate, and the first in the U.S. since Strom Thurmond did it in 1954. Right after she voted today, Senator Murkowski was asked about the potential for a long legal battle over the voters' intent.
If we've done our job right and we get the number of Alaskans supporting us out to vote, voting correctly, filling in the oval, writing in my name correctly, then we don't need those lawyers.
Republican nominee and Tea Party-backed Joe Miller held his final get-out-the-vote rally last night. He voted today in Fairbanks and is counting on a wave of conservative voters to carry him to victory. Republicans have a nearly 2-to-1 registration advantage over Democrats here. But the largest single block of voters are classified as undeclared and nonpartisans. They tend to be fairly conservative independents, and they are the voters Democrat Scott McAdams has to have to pull off the inside straight. After tonight, there will be about 20,000 absentee votes left to be counted, and if it's like the primary, those votes will decide this race. Now we go to my colleague Molly Lyon in Columbus, Ohio. Molly.
Thank you, Dan. This is one of the closest and hardest fought races in the country for the governor's seat here in Ohio. The incumbent governor, Ted Strickland, is facing off against Republican challenger John Kasich, a former congressman who argues his experience as the chair of the House Budget Committee in the mid to late 90s proves he's the right man to tackle Ohio's budget crisis. The state is facing a $6 to $8 billion shortfall. Strickland says he's made progress solving the state's fiscal woes, shrinking the size of state government. But election officials report the turnout has been moderate today here in a state beleaguered by job losses and double-digit unemployment. President Obama has shown more devotion to Ohio than perhaps any other state in this election cycle, making a dozen trips to the Buckeye State to campaign for Strickland and other down-ticket Democrats. Strickland's Lieutenant Governor Lee Fisher is running for Senate, but Republican candidate Rob Portman is expected to hold the seat for the GOP. It's currently held by retiring Republican Senator George Voinovich. There are 18 congressional districts here in Ohio. 10 of those seats are held by Democrats, and the GOP is hoping for about a 5-seat pickup here. If GOP House victories hold up across the country, then it's very likely that Ohio Congressman John Boehner, he's also the House Republican leader, will become Speaker of the House. We now go to Seattle, Washington, and William LaJeunesse. William.
Well, Molly, the question here in Washington State is how high will the GOP tide go, and will it crack this Democratic stronghold where Democrats control the governor's office, the state house, a majority in Congress, including both Senate seats, beginning with incumbent Patty Murray. She came in 1992, the year of the woman. She entered politics as the mom in tennis shoes. She is now the Senate's fourth most powerful Democrat in the tightest race of her career against Republican Dino Rossi, a two-time failed candidate for governor with near universal name ID. In the money race, independent groups and the U.S. Chamber helped Rossi offset Murray's advantage in direct contributions from lawyers, lobbyists, and unions. Now today, this race is a dead heat that may depend on turnout, which experts say may favor Rossi because of 4 initiatives on the ballot that could attract conservative voters who are expected to support a repeal of a new candy, soda, and bottled water tax, a provision making it harder for lawmakers to raise taxes, a proposal to get the state out of the liquor business, and those same conservatives expected to oppose a new tax on high-wage earners. Polls show many fear that tax will eventually trickle down to them. So, Brett, this is a mail-in only ballot. States will have ballots coming in today and tonight. When they release the results around 11 o'clock, we'll have about 60% of those votes counted. In a tight race, it could be several days that we'll still be counting. Back to you.
William Lajeunesse, live in Seattle. William, thank you, and thank you to Dan, Molly as well. We will talk about what we've learned from the exit polls and also the big picture with our expanded all-star panel. That's right after the break. Let's take a look now at some of the exit polls we brought you earlier in the show and talk about it with the panel. First question, has this election been, in effect, a referendum on the president's policies? 38% of voters said their congressional vote today showed their opposition to Barack Obama. 24% said they were showing support. 36% said the president was not a factor. Another question, many Americans have had it with the federal government. 26% said they're angry. 47% dissatisfied. That's nearly 3/4 of Americans unhappy with the federal government. 21% satisfied. 3% said enthusiastic. And there's a lot of anger and dissatisfaction with the health care law passed by Democrats as well. What should the new Congress do? 48% said repeal it. 31% said expand it. 16% said leave it as is. What about all of this and what we're seeing early? Let's bring in our panel. Steve Hayes, senior writer for the Weekly Standard. Kirsten Powers, columnist for the New York Post. Fox News contributor Juan Williams. And Britt Hume, Fox News senior political analyst. Britt, let's start with you.
Well, in addition to those questions that you see the answers to in the exit polling, which are pretty consistent with what we've been seeing in the polling all through this fall, the big question tonight, it seems to me, has been whether you're going to have a solid Republican night, likely take over the House, less likely take over the Senate, and possibly an election that could be written off as just about the economy and not much else. Those results don't suggest that. But what we're beginning to see in the exit polling around the country suggests that this could amount, in the end, to a big washout for the Democrats. For example, 18% of the electorate 2 years ago that elected Barack Obama, young people. That's down to 9% in the exit polling so far. African-American vote, which was up 14% of the electorate, down around 10%. The broadly speaking, independents. They've been polling independents all day, and there's an enormous spread, double-digit spread, almost 20% spread nationwide in favor of the Republicans among independent voters. If that holds through the night, and we won't know this for some time, we could have the kind of great big Republican night that Mr. Gallup was forecasting yesterday and that Scott Rasmussen was forecasting as well.
Juan, it's an important caveat to tell everyone we're talking about exit polls here. We've been burned by exit polls in the past.
And they're not complete.
And they're not complete. There are different waves of exit polls as voting continues throughout the night. But as you look at these numbers, this first wave, what are you seeing?
Well, first and foremost, if you look at who's turning out to vote, it looks like a good
omen for Republicans. I will say this as just a caution to the viewers, that if you look at the black vote right now, Hispanic vote, it's on average with any midterm election. It's not specific to this one, so I wouldn't say
right. To compare against 2008 would be
correct.
Fair. Yeah.
Right. But with young people, however, it is fair, and there you do see a diminution in terms of the enthusiasm coming from younger voters. Now, when you look at the referendum issue on President Obama that you cited as your first poll, Brett, I think what's interesting here is you only get like 36% saying he was not a factor. And overwhelmingly 38% opposed, 24% support. And if you break that down, if you go inside the numbers, here's what you find, that people who strongly oppose President Obama have an even higher, strongly want a Republican takeover of the House, have an even stronger aversion to President Obama. It's not quite as strong as the aversion to President Bush back in '06 when Democrats gained control over the war issue, but it does take us back to the heart and soul of this election. It's becoming the hallmark, the economy, and jobs, and the sense that he wasn't doing enough there. If you look at the health care issue, if you look at the tax issue, it doesn't seem to be driving the voters in the way that jobs are driving the voters, and they're making this the referendum on Obama that the Democrats don't want.
Although, Kirsten, nearly 3 in 4 voters expressed dissatisfaction with Congress, 6 in 10 say they believe the country's headed in the wrong direction. That's beyond just the economy.
But I still think the economy is the main issue. And if you look at even look at the health care, 47% say expand or leave it as it is. I mean, so we've got an even split in the country on health care. When you look at the message for Obama, you got 60% saying support or not a factor. For the same thing with Bush tax cuts, 52% want to let them expire for top earners. I mean, it's not really showing that it's what I've heard a lot of Republicans saying, frankly, of where Americans are. I think it is a lot of dissatisfaction, and if what we're seeing on independence is accurate, then the White House has a major problem. And because if independents are swinging away in a really major way, they tend to care a lot about the economy. They care a lot about deficits. Something's going to have to be done about that, and they're going to have to address it. And I think probably the White House is waiting to see before they determine what they're going to do tomorrow.
Steve,
I don't think anybody would dispute the idea that the economy is the important backdrop here, but it only tells part of the story. It's not, I think, the single most important issue, and you can see that. I think that's borne out in the numbers of independents who have expressed opposition to the president. You've seen that in the polling on health care. I mean, I think health care, the fact that nearly half of the country wants to repeal health care at this point, as indicated in these exit polls, is tremendously significant. Now, whether that alone drove them to the polls, I don't think so. I think it's a much bigger question about the big issues that people deal with in politics, the size and scope of government, what's the responsibility of the federal government.
Britt, since we're dealing with so many candidates across the spectrum of the country, each individual race is different. You see national trends, but when it comes down to the local races, there could be big differences and a lot of surprises out there tonight.
Well, yeah, you bet there could be. And we've got, more than the usual number of Senate races, 37, which is higher than the normal, off-year election, and all 435 House seats. And of course, we're talking about there being 100 House seats in play, give or take, right? That's less than a fourth of the whole place. So, it's as big a number as it is. We're only talking about a subset of that, and even so, there's a vast diversion in all those races across the country. Having said that, I got to say, however, that if you get a massive swing in double digits for one party over the other in an election like this, it will filter down into every race in some way, and it will result in a very big number for the party that's favored.
And if Republicans are able to pick up a lot of House seats, does it translate to some of those competitive Senate races?
Not necessarily. People, from what we're seeing in the exit polls so far, seem to be taking a different posture with regard to their local races and their national Senate races, or statewide Senate races. We don't know exactly how it's played out yet, but it seems to indicate that you could have a different result there. But let me just quickly add that where you will see in local races good results for Democrats is where Democrats, picking up on what Britt Hume was saying, are able to separate themselves out from the national trend and able to say that, you know what, I've done a good job for you, this is a local race, and here's the evidence, and my opposition, the Republican, is too extreme. So that, in terms of where Democrats are able to gain traction, is the whole ball of wax right now if they have any hope in many of these races, given that independents are swinging so strongly to Republicans.
Okay, panel, stand by. You can vote one more time today. Log on to our homepage at foxnews.com/special report. Tell us what most motivated your vote. Up next, the president prepares to move forward and walks back a controversial comment.
If Latinos sit out the election, instead of saying we're going to punish our enemies and we're going to reward our friends who stand with us on issues that are important to us, if they don't see that kind of upsurge in voting in this election, then I think it's going to be harder.
I have a word to describe those people who have the audacity to speak up against the big government. And Mr. President, that word isn't enemies, they're patriots.
I did also say, if you're going to punish somebody, punish your enemies, and I probably should have used the word opponent instead of enemies.
Well, the president walking back that punish your enemies phrase used in a radio interview. Now he is going to hold a news conference on Wednesday. What will he say? What does he need to say? We're back with our panel. Steve, obviously we don't know the results yet, but he is going to talk tomorrow to reporters.
If the results come in the way that most of us expect them to come in, the question is, how does the White House spin the unspinnable? I mean, there's no way to put a happy face on losing the House and losing the House with tremendous numbers and making the Senate even close. I think the real question is, will President Obama eat some crow? Will he accept responsibility for some of these election results? You saw this when Bill Clinton gave his post-election news conference in 1994. He said, I accept the responsibility for these elections. I don't expect President Obama will do the same.
Kirsten, you were shaking your head. You don't think so?
Well, at this point, based on what I've heard, the White House does not see this in any way as a rejection of the president. Now, maybe if it ends up being one of these spectacular 70-seat things, they might reconsider that. But at this point, what I've at least heard is that Obama will come out and say something along the lines of, okay, we all need to work together now. Here are the things we need to work on. But, nothing about like what you described or maybe the way Bush was in 06.
Juan, if the polls are accurate and if people are not grabbing on to Republicans, saying we are in favor of Republicans, and yet they are sending a dissatisfaction message to the Obama administration, isn't it more of a repudiation, and wouldn't the president be more inclined to say, I get it?
Well, I just don't think he gets it. Right now, what his aides are saying today is that the president feels that you don't play poker by showing your hand, that you don't say to the opponent, oh yeah, whatever you guys want, it's okay with me. What you say is, here's what we stand for, and that's a reminder to your base that you're still president, you still have the veto pen, they're not going to repeal health care, there's going to be no extension of any tax cuts unless you want to go along, and I think you show strength in order to then begin the bargaining process. But he's got to, I think, pick up on the walking back that you mentioned earlier. He's got to say, this is not about enemies, because that hurts him with most of those swing voters who value bipartisanship.
Britt, with the swing and independence, that would be an interesting take.
Tomorrow's a new day. The president should have, and I'll be astonished if he doesn't have, a very different tone and quite possibly a substantively quite different message. Even if he doesn't get it, as Juan suggests he doesn't, he needs to act as if he does. And he needs in some way to say that the electorate has spoken, it has said something quite distinct, and I know what it is, and I understand it, and I plan to be responsive to it. And then if he's wise, he'll say, and I think there are ways in which I can work with the new Congress, both Democrats and Republicans alike, to get the people's business done. We have major challenges that have to do with spending and the deficit and the national debt that we need to attack. These are things he was planning to do anyway, apparently, and say we ought to go in this together. The public will applaud that. The public will think, well, that's good. The president has made a good first step away from where he's been, and that would be the smart way to play this tomorrow. And I suspect that's what he will probably do.
And emboldened, will Republican leaders go?
Well,
they agree?
I was interesting to hear what Sarah Palin said to you earlier tonight. If there's anybody that we might have expected to say, no compromising with this guy, not after this election, it would have been she. She didn't say that, however. She said something quite different. She said, no, I would encourage the new members of Congress to work with the president to try to get things done for this country. That's what everybody normally says anyway, and the reason they normally say it is that it makes political sense to say that, and I suspect that's what everybody will be saying. And then after a while, we'll get down to cases and see what actually can be done, and and things are likely to get quite a bit rougher.
A little different and more power to the right wing, which is what she was saying earlier. And I think John Boehner is a compromise, deal-making kind of leader if he, in fact, becomes Speaker of the House. So I think you're going to see that attitude play out. It's just a matter of some of the new people coming in who may be insistent that change be very evident in terms of Republican attitudes. And there you're going to see some fracture among Republicans. But I think Boehner is willing to play ball.
All right, that is it for the panel. But stay tuned for some final thoughts from Charles Krauthammer. Begins at 7:50 Eastern, less than an hour from now. Shepard Smith, of course, is up next. Until then, thanks for inviting us into your home tonight. That's it for this special report on election night. Fair, balanced, and unafraid.
There is breaking news now on Fox News Channel. The polls are now closed in the state of Indiana, and Fox News can now project there has been a turnover in that state. This is the seat formerly held by the Democrat Evan Bayh, and now Fox News projects Dan Coates, the Republican in this race, will be the next senator from the state of Indiana. Again, the polls have just closed and only about 4% in, but we're confident with this poll with our Fox News decision team. Dan Coates was in the House for 8 years and in the U.S. Senate for 9 years. He's an establishment candidate if there ever was one. Brad Ellsworth, the Democrat, was running. He was pro-gun. He was anti-gay rights. He was everything you could be down a basically conservative or Republican straight line. Ran against an establishment candidate, and this goes against the narrative of the entire night. All of that said, it's a gain or a turnover for the Republicans as the Republicans pick up a Senate seat in the state of Indiana. Also, Fox News can now project in the state of Kentucky, the polls are closed. This is the former Senator Jim Bunning's seat, which he vacated, and we now project Rand Paul has won the U.S. Senate seat from the state of Kentucky. That's a hold for the Republicans in that state. Many years he had bucked the trend Jim Bunning had, and now Rand Paul, the Tea Party candidate, has defeated Jack Conway, the Kentucky Attorney General, in his second run for Congress. Rand Paul, a Tea Partier, and the first Tea Party win of the night. At Fox News, we're just getting started. I'm Shepard Smith. The news starts now. President Obama asking voters not to put Republicans back in charge.
These are the folks who ran up the deficit. These are the folks that allowed Wall Street to run wild. These are the folks that nearly destroyed our economy.
But House Republicans already planning for their takeover.
We can cut government. We can create jobs in America. We can repeal Obamacare, and we can fix the United States Congress.
Tonight, new details of the top items on the GOP agenda. Plus, a crucial test for the Tea Parties.
The message is that Americans really are waking up to this fundamental transformation of America. We don't like the way things are going.
We're about to find out just how powerful those Americans are. But first from Fox this election night, signs now that this vote is, in part, about President Obama. The trends are only starting to emerge, but from what we can tell at this hour, many Americans are clearly dissatisfied with the president's policies. While some voters say his policies will help the country down the road, more voters say in exit polling that his policies will hurt the nation. And so far, more people are saying their votes were meant to oppose the president than to support him. We're also seeing an older and less diverse crowd voting. The bottom line here, at this moment, 3 minutes after 7 o'clock Eastern Time, Republicans do seem headed to take over the House of Representatives, while Democrats seem to be on track to retain the U.S. Senate. Of course, the night is very young, and if there's one thing past elections have taught us, it's that we should expect surprises. Perhaps nobody in America has more to win or lose tonight than the president himself. After all, a Republican aide confirmed today that GOP leaders have already figured out their top 3 priorities if, in the end, they do control the House. According to that aide, leaders would first hold a vote on rolling back discretionary spending to the levels of 2008. Then they would plan a vote to permanently extend the Bush-era tax cuts. And third, the leadership aide says the Republicans would vote on repealing President Obama's health care law. Now, that's easier said than done. Major parts of the president's agenda and this nation's future hang in the balance this election night. We have Team Fox coverage of the midterms. Anita Vogel on the Nevada Senate showdown between Harry Reid and Sharon Angle. Martha McCallum on signs from the exit polls, which we found fascinating. Mike Tobin on the Kentucky Senate race between Rand Paul and Jack Conway, that Rand Paul is now projected by Fox News to have won. First, let's get to Wendell Goler live at the White House tonight. Wendell, what's the president doing this evening?
Well, Shep, aides say the president is receiving updates on the races across the country, but he won't be glued to a bank of television monitors. Instead, he'll be listening for a message from American voters, and he will respond to that message in his news conference tomorrow. Now, today, in a YouTube broadcast, the president said that the change he promised voters 2 years ago is on the line, given the Republicans promised to try and roll back the budget to 2008 levels and repeal elements of health care reform. Shepard?
Wendell, what are we likely to hear specifically from the president tomorrow? Do we know?
Well, reporters will certainly ask the president where he is willing to compromise with Republicans, and he's certainly unlikely to negotiate through us to tell us exactly where he's willing to compromise. What instead we'll probably hear is that the Republicans' newfound power in Congress gives them a responsibility to offer ideas to create jobs and cut the deficit, and a responsibility as well to live with America's verdict on those ideas. Shepard?
The exit polling and everything we've been able to discern suggests that the Republicans will take over the House tonight. What's the White House saying about that?
Well, the folks here have been burned, scolded, if you will, for suggesting that's a possibility, so they won't go there. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, whose job is on the line tonight, seemed to think a couple of hours ago that the early signs were favorable for Democrats. Here's a bit of what she had to say.
With the early returns and the overwhelming number of Democrats who are coming out, we're on pace to maintain the majority in the House of Representatives. But the people have to speak.
And in an attempt to get more Democrats to speak, the president planned calls to 2 more predominantly African-American radio stations this evening. Shepard?
Wendell Goler, live at the White House. Wendell, thanks very much. The Kentucky Senate race has now been projected by Fox News to be that won by Rand Paul. That said, it's been a very contentious race with Jack Conway, who released an ad that questioned the Republican Rand Paul's religious faith. And Rand Paul threatened to pull out of a debate at one point. The Democrat, Conway, has described himself as a Clinton Democrat in the mold of the former president, and he supported President Obama's health care overhaul. Rand Paul, a Tea Party favorite, has said he'd fight to repeal that health care overhaul because he said that requiring people to carry insurance is unconstitutional. Mike Tobin has been covering the drama in Kentucky, and he's live at Rand Paul's headquarters in Bowling Green tonight. A projection that he's won this thing. I'm sure that's going over well.
A great cheer just went through the Rand Paul headquarters here, Shepard, where victory was really a foregone conclusion throughout the day, to such an extent that Rand Paul had his kids on stage doing sound checks with their guitar, planning to play at a victory celebration. You can hear the crowd cheering right now. Throughout the day, Rand Paul did not talk about if he gets to Capitol Hill. He talked about when he gets to Capitol Hill. He plans to join a large class of political newcomers there. He also plans on balancing the budget as a priority, Shep.
Really, this is about us changing Washington, not Washington changing us. And there already has been talk of that. Will Washington change these new people, or will they change Washington? My goal from the very outset is to say Washington is broken and we have to do something to fix Washington.
And, you know, there was a very different mood from the Conway campaign throughout the day. He came out of his polling place looking very down in the mouth, talking about his campaign as if he had no regrets, talking about it in the past. His campaign was buoyed for a short time throughout the day when voter turnout numbers looked like they were going to be very high, unusually high for a midterm election, particularly in the urban areas, Shepard. The Conway campaign thought that would work well for them. We know now, at least according to the projections, it did not. Back to you.
Mike Tobin live for us tonight in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Mike, thanks very much. Breaking news now on Fox News Channel. We're now able to make projection in the South Carolina Senate race, and Fox News projects this is a Republican hold. As expected, the Tea Party leader Jim DeMint wins re-election, defeating the Democrat Alvin Green. Also, we can project in the state of Vermont, the Democratic Senator Patrick Leahy holds on to his seat, defeating the Republican Lynn Britton. And also in South Carolina on the governor's race, which has been a very close one throughout, we can now say that this race between Vincent Shaheen and Nikki Haley is at this moment, after the polls closed just 9 minutes ago, still too close to call. We expect to have more on the South Carolina governor's race shortly. So 4 calls are in and many, many to go. Let's get to Nevada, one of the most exciting races of the night to watch, and it could tell us a lot about the larger picture. The Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid has been running neck and neck with Tea Party-backed Republican Sharon Angle. We're getting some very early information from Nevada, and this is important. One trend we're seeing is Leader Reid is doing very well in early voting. Those are the ballots before this election night. Again, it's early information. Anything can surprise us, but it's very clear to our folks that Senator Reid is doing very well in Nevada. And it's also clear to us that the Reid campaign or the Democrats at least, put a lot of eggs in the Nevada basket. It appeared to some of our analysts that in the late going today that so many people had been pulled, Democrats from other states, to shore up Harry Reid, obviously the most symbolic race of them all, and certainly with the leader in the Senate at stake, they put a lot of effort in there. The Nevada polls don't close until 10 o'clock Eastern time. We'll be updating this race all night. It's really been a bitter contest with a lot at stake, pitting a close ally of the president against a political outsider turned Tea Party favorite. Anita Vogel has the latest live in Las Vegas. And Anita, I'm guessing that this information from the Harry Reid camp, that they were doing very well in the early voting, must have brought some smiles.
Oh, I'm sure it did, Shepard. And with respect to that message, both candidates had messages for their supporters today. Harry Reid telling his supporters to take nothing for granted. Even though 60% of the vote has already been cast here in Las Vegas during that early vote, he urged others to get out to the polls. He said this was a tough election because it is a tough economy. And in a series of interviews today, Sharon Angle said voters love the Constitution, and that's why they would vote for her. She also blamed the media for her decision to shut it out, slamming the press as unprofessional and adding that she thinks candidates should teach the media a lesson whenever possible. Shep, back to you.
Anita, this race, it has been widely said by analysts on both sides, could be a crucial test for the Tea Party movement.
Well, that's right. It could be the biggest test for the Tea Party movement in all of the country. Remember, Sharon Angle rose to victory in the primaries because she received backing from so many Tea Party groups. And Senator Reid, with his high unfavorable ratings, became the top target for Republicans and other outside groups that poured money into this race. Now, if Senator Reid loses tonight, he would be the first sitting Senate Majority Leader to lose his seat in more than 50 years. Shepard.
Anita Vogel live for us in Las Vegas tonight. Anita, thanks very much. You know, the economy has been a huge issue in the run-up to this election. That and the other elements having an effect next. And 2 races that we've called tonight as the polls closed at 7 o'clock. Fox News projects the winner of the Indiana Senate seat is Dan Coates. That's a gain for the Republicans, a pickup for the Republican Party. Dan Coates, the new senator from Indiana, and Rand Paul in the state of Kentucky, the Tea Party favorite, widely thought to win this thing running away, and Fox News projects he has and he will. 100 races on the line on one side, governors by the dozens, a night that could change the political landscape for years to come. Tonight, from the journalists of Fox News, this is Election Night on the Fox Report. It's 15 minutes past the hour. 15 minutes ago, polls closed in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. Many more to go in the next batch in just 14 minutes. And as they continue to close, we will get a much clearer idea of tonight's big themes, as well as the real issues that are on the minds of voters across this nation. Martha McCallum joins us now with our first group of exit polls of the night, and what a fascinating series of them they've been.
They really are. And as the polls close in South Carolina, that race is still too close to call, as Shepard has told you. But let's get some idea here of what the voters are thinking there in the governor's race. This is the seat, you may remember, vacated by the scandal-ridden Governor Mark Sanford. Now up for grabs. Nikki Haley, of course, is the high-profile Tea Party favorite, backed by Sarah Palin. She's one of the women who was called one of her mama grizzlies. So how did that go over in South Carolina? Let's take a look. 41% of South Carolina voters say they support the Tea Party movement, and they are solidly behind Nikki Haley tonight, 8 out of 10 of them. But here's the other side of the coin. With 11% unemployment in the state of South Carolina, more than half of the voters who say that somebody in their family has been laid off, hit hard by this economy, those people are for Democrat Vincent Shaheen in this race. So that one is too close to call for South Carolina. Let's take a look at some of the dynamics in the race in West Virginia tonight. Polls closing at 7:30 there, just a few minutes from now. Democrat Governor Joe Manchin has shot holes through the cap-and-trade bill, literally, in his advertisements, and tried every which way to distance himself from President Obama. But take a look at how Mr. Obama is playing in this race with voters. Nearly half said that they were showing their opposition to the president with their vote tonight. Only 14% of voters in West Virginia, according to these polls, are saying that their vote shows support for President Obama. A third of them say that he really didn't weigh into their decision tonight. Now, Mr. Manchin supported the health care bill as governor and then turned his back on it really over the course of the race. He said he wouldn't have signed it if he had known everything that was in it. 57% of the voters there, take a look at this number, want to repeal the health care bill. A fourth of them say it should be expanded. It didn't go far enough. 14%, only 14 lonely percent say they like the bill just as it is, the way it was passed. That's an interesting number. But John Racy is still more popular with the folks in West Virginia who are against health care reform. 6 out of 10 of those voters are leaning toward John Racy tonight. We don't know the outcome in this race yet. And as we can see reflected in these numbers and nationwide to a certain extent, anger, dissatisfaction, all those things that have been bubbling up that we've been talking so much about with the federal government and to a certain extent with the policies of the Obama administration are reflected in a lot of the numbers that we're seeing tonight. We're keeping a close eye on all of this, Shep.
And more information on exit polls just a few minutes away.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to have more for you.
Martha, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. The Republicans need 10 Senate seats to regain control of the U.S. Senate. So far tonight, one turnover. They've picked up one. And we're watching and keeping a very close eye on the crucial race for President Obama's former Senate seat in Illinois. It's a symbolic contest, no doubt, that could also determine which party gets control of the Senate in the end. But the president and the first lady have campaigned very hard for the Democrat there, Alexi Giannoulias. He's been locked in a contentious battle with the Republican Mark Kirk. A down and dirty campaign, even by the standards of the state of Illinois. The Fox Report's chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt is covering this race live tonight in Wheeling, Illinois. And Jonathan, clearly would be, no doubt, an embarrassing loss for the Democrats should that happen.
Well, publicly, Shep, the Democratic Party officials here will tell you that this Senate race is just like any other, one of dozens that they really want to win tonight, purely because they want to hold on to power in the Senate. Privately, they know and they will admit that this is very different. It would be a symbolic and damaging embarrassment for the party to lose President Obama's Senate seat. That is why you have seen the president himself and First Lady Michelle Obama here so often campaigning on behalf of Alexi Giannoulias. They simply do not want and cannot afford to lose this seat, Shep.
Jonathan Hunt live for us, Wheeling, Illinois, and we'll check back with him often in that crucial Senate seat. We are but 10 minutes away from the next set of poll closings, and we're getting a better idea every few minutes of how the night will go. Almost every analyst agree, should the Republicans want a shot at taking control of the Senate, they must win Pennsylvania. And Democrats have brought in some of their biggest guns in the final days to try to keep that from happening. A live update next. One pickup so far for the Republicans in the U.S. Senate. And this is Fox News. We are just getting started. Polls close in just 6 minutes in 3 more states, and I've just been informed we believe we'll be able to call races just 6 minutes from now. Fox News will make more projections The ones on your screen we've already made tonight as election night 2010 rolls on, and lots of eyes on one race in the state of Pennsylvania this evening, one that the experts say could make or break the Republican Party's hopes of taking control of the U.S. Senate. The Democrat Joe Sestak up against the Republican Pat Toomey. Sestak pushing very hard to hold Republican-turned-Democrat Arlen Specter's seat. Toomey, the rare Republican with backing from both the Tea Party and the GOP establishment. Our David Lee Miller is live tonight in Pennsylvania. David Lee, you were with candidate Toomey as he voted this morning. How did he spend the election day?
Well, he spent Election Day, Shepard, like he has spent pretty much every day over the last few weeks and months campaigning. He did a statewide swing. One of the things he wanted to do, he said, was to thank his volunteers. And the day began very early. A few minutes after 7 o'clock, he voted. He took his wife and kids with him. He even showed how the voting machine worked to his kids. And he told reporters that he is cautiously optimistic. He says not because of the polls, but because of the level of enthusiasm he has seen throughout the state. Shepard?
And what about the opponent there, Joe Sestak?
Well, Joe Sestak started the day voting as well. He is focusing his campaigning primarily in the Philadelphia area that is overwhelmingly Democratic. He said that he is not a good politician. He described himself as a poor politician. He says he only wants to be a public servant. And we should remember that Joe Sestak beat Arlen Specter in the primary. And this is a historic day for Pennsylvania, Shepard. It is the first time now in 30 years that Arlen Specter is not on the ballot here running for the U.S. Senate. Shepard.
David Lee Miller live for us tonight. David Lee, thanks a lot. Continuing coverage as the election results are coming into Fox News. Chris Wallace will join us with a look at some of the potential game changers. We are 4 minutes away to polls closing in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia, and we will project another race after this commercial break on election night coverage on the Fox Report. Fast approaching 7:30 on the East Coast and more poll closings. As you know, the Republicans need 10 pickups to win over control of the U.S. Senate. So far tonight, they've picked up one. Just 6 seconds, the polls close in North Carolina, West Virginia, and in the state of Ohio. And now, Fox News projects the Ohio Senate race has been won. Former Bush official Rob Portman with a decisive victory, according to Fox News decision team, over the Democrat Lee Fisher. The current Senator, George Voinovich, who is a Republican, is retiring. So, in the state of Ohio, a hold for the Republicans. As expected, Rob Portman, a former U.S. representative from the U.S. House from 1993 to 2005, widely favored to win, voted against health care, and had a lot of money to spend here, and did. Rob Portman, the new senator, Fox News projects, from the state of Ohio. There's also an important governor's race underway in Ohio. Too close to call now. The Republican John Kasich, former congressman, former Fox News contributor as well, battling the current governor, the Democrat Ted Strickland. This has been a very close and contentious race, and here in the early going, just 54 seconds after the polls have closed, it's too close to call. So far, one pickup for the Republicans in the United States Senate, with many more races to be called in the moments ahead. First, the woman hoping to become only the second write-in candidate ever to win a Senate seat, casting her ballot earlier today in Anchorage, Alaska. The first write-in candidate to win that was the late Strom Thurmond back in 1954. Today we're talking about the incumbent Lisa Murkowski. She's seen a very big resurgence of support since she lost Alaska's Republican primary to the Tea Party favorite Joe Miller. But now she faces another challenge. Since her name will not appear on the ballot at all, folks have to write in her name and spell Murkowski, try it, reasonably correctly for their votes to count. Team Fox coverage of all of tonight's big hottest races. Bill Hemmer is at the Fox touchscreen tonight with a breakdown of what Republicans need to do to win the House or the Senate. Shannon Bream is live in West Virginia with the latest on a key Senate battle there. First, more on the Alaska Senate race. Dan Springer live this afternoon in Anchorage. Any sign that publicity around this race helped with turnout, Dan?
Well, yeah, the poll shop are still open for 4.5 more hours here in Alaska, so it's going to be a very long night here. But the early voting was strong. In fact, double what they had in 2006. A typical midterm election is about 51% in Alaska. They're expecting more than that here. You mentioned Murkowski. We got video of her voting today. fill in the oval, write in the name. That's been her campaign strategy and her theme throughout as she's been educating people. We asked her if she anticipates a legal challenge after this is all over about voter intent. And she said, if we've done our job educating the voters, then the lawyers won't be necessary. Shep?
You know, there was a time not so long ago, Dan, that this race in Alaska appeared to the analysts to be Joe Miller's race to lose. What's the sentiment there this afternoon?
Well, that's right, and he certainly came down to the pack because of some mistakes he's made. He admits that he's made some mistakes. He had that big issue with him being caught in the lie 2008 when he was working in Fairbanks. But we are expecting that it's going to be very close. In fact, we're not anticipating this will be decided until the absentee ballots are all counted. That will be next week or beyond. 20,000 of those ballots are out, and they will not be added to the total tonight. So it could be a week before we have those. And if the write-in candidate, which we assume is going to be Lisa Murkowski, is within 0.5 of 1%, then it goes to a hand count in Juneau in 3 weeks. Shep?
Dan Springer live for us in Anchorage this afternoon. Dan, thanks. Well, the balance of power in the Capitol Hill will be changing by the minute as we call more races throughout the night. Remember the two magic numbers here. Republicans need a net gain of 39 seats to win control of the House and 10 to take over the Senate. Already tonight, they've taken over 1, according to Fox News projections. Let's get to Bill Hemmer, who's monitoring the map for all of us. Bill, how's it looking over there?
Shep, good evening to you. The touchscreen is back, and it's a really great way for us to show viewers what's happening across the country with so many names and so many places. On the screen, the balance of power, you mentioned it. Watch the following numbers tonight. The House is to the left, the Senate to the right. In the House right now, you need 218 votes to get a majority. It is very early on. We've called one race for the Democrats, and so far, Republicans at 13, so this number will change rapidly throughout the night. On the Senate side, it's a much different picture because the majority is 51. Simple majority. As it stands right now, with your 51 majority, Democrats are at 39, Republicans are over here at 27. Throughout the night, they need a grand total pickup of 10 votes in order to take the majority in the Senate. I can also push over here on the map of the U.S., and we can watch the poll closings, the House races, the Senate races, and also the governor's races. You just mentioned a few in the Senate races now. This is what is critical. You just called Ohio. Rob Portman now wins that race over Lee Fisher. Based on some of the exit polling we got, Rob Portman did not have much of a challenge in that race tonight. The governor's race appears to be a different matter. Also at 7 o'clock, 35 minutes ago, Fox News calling this the Tea Party candidate, Rand Paul, in what appears to be a rather easy victory over the Democrat Jack Conway. The board has numbers the following way, 54% to 46%. They could change throughout the night somewhat, but Rand Paul again with that victory. 7:30 in the East Coast. Shepard, just want to point out this Senate race in West Virginia. This is a great one. Joe Manchin, the Democratic governor, very popular in a tight race against the Republican John Racy. If Democrats, they have thought all night long that they can hold on to that Democratic seat, it will certainly portend good news for them holding on to the Senate, and certainly if Republicans can take in Racy's victor in West Virginia, it will be a good night for the GOP. The screen will be with us throughout the night, and we'll show you a few more gadgets throughout the evening here, Shepard.
Terrific, Bill. Thanks very much. As the map updates for us, and he mentioned the race that's going on right now in the state of West Virginia, that could be a bellwether for the night. We could learn a lot about how the whole evening is going to play out based on what happens in the Mountaineer State. Let's get to Shannon Bream, who's live in Charleston, West Virginia for us, and the governor's popularity could actually work against him there, it would appear.
Shep, it's possible. You know, one polling company puts him as the most popular political candidate this campaign season anywhere in the country. Our Fox polls show us that he rates a 69% approval rating. I got to tell you, the last few days being here in West Virginia, hearing from folks on both sides of the aisle that they love him and what he's done as a governor here since 2004. They're actually worried they don't want him to go to D.C. That could be a negative for him. He promises even if he does, he'll still have West Virginia as his #1 priority, Shep.
You know, West Virginia, no doubt, coal country, and the president's energy policy has been a huge issue there.
It's something the Republican in this race, John Racy, a businessman, has been hammering on incessantly, talking about the fact that cap and trade legislation would be devastating to West Virginia. He's tried to link the governor with the president, although the governor's repeatedly said, I don't like the current bill in Washington, and I'll break with the president if I think it is bad for West Virginia. As you mentioned, this could be a bellwether for other states tonight because it could give us a look at whether linking a very popular Democrat to a very unpopular president, he has just a 29% approval rating here, will pay off for for Republicans. We should know not too long from now. The polls closed just a few minutes ago, Shep.
All right, Shannon Bream live for us. Charleston, West Virginia. We'll be watching that closely. So what does all of this mean so far? One pickup for the Republicans in the U.S. Senate. What does it all mean for later? Let's get to Fox News Sunday anchor Chris Wallace, who's live with us here in the Fox Report studio. What does it mean?
Well, here's my trusty Karl Rove, Tim Russert whiteboard.
Very nice.
And this is going to be an easy way to conceptualize the race for the Senate coming up this night. I've divided it into 4 tiers. These are the certain Republican pickups. These are the likely Republican pickups, the possible Republican pickups, and then the firewall. These are the ones that are going to be very, very hard for the Republicans to get. These are the ones that the Democrats have built a firewall about. We've got 2 that we can talk about here. One, Indiana. That is a pickup for the Republicans. So this is one of the certain races, one of the races they were counting on. Indiana, they have picked up the Senate race there. There's another one that's important here because there were 3 races the GOP was concerned about losing: Kentucky, Louisiana, and Alaska. The one they were most concerned about losing was Kentucky. Rand Paul. I talked to a top Republican strategist just on Friday who said that the numbers for Rand Paul seemed awfully soft. Of course, we were able to project it right at 7 o'clock. So Kentucky goes off the map as a possible GOP
That
loss.
may not seem like a big deal to folks, but it's a very big deal.
It's a very big deal because it means they need a net gain of 10. Now, if they lost 1, if the Republicans lost 1, then they need to have a gain of 11 to make net 10. They don't have to worry about Kentucky anymore. They picked up one of their 3 certains. This will be the thing. They're 9 to get to here, and then the firewall of California, Washington, and Connecticut that will decide what happens tonight in terms of the battle for the Senate. I also want to talk about the House races because when we talked at Studio B this afternoon, I mentioned that there were 3 early decisions. Indiana 2, Indiana 8, Indiana 9. Those are all Democratic seats currently held by the Democrats. Republicans were hoping to pick up. We haven't called any of the races, but at this point, Republicans are leading with about a quarter of the vote in, 25% of precincts having reported in by more than 10 points, double-digit leads in all of those. Joe Donnelly, you can see, he's an incumbent against Jackie Walorski. Walorski is leading there. Wow, boy.
Very early.
And that is incidentally probably the toughest seat for Republicans to gain. If we can look at Indiana 8, do we have that one?
There's
yeah, there you can see Larry Bouchon, a thoracic surgeon. He's leading by almost, 55-40. And then Indiana 9. And that's a seat. Barron Hill is the incumbent. Todd Young is the challenger, and he's leading 54-41. Again, we haven't called any of those races, but if all 3 of those Democratic-held seats currently go to the Republicans, this could be the indication of a blowout. I've talked to some people who are looking at the numbers now, Shep, and they're saying this could be north of 60-seat Republican pickup, which would be the biggest pickup early in the evening, and we're just projecting, but this could be the biggest pickup since 1948 for either party.
One thing we'll be watching, especially on the Senate side, is what happens in the state of Nevada. And we're going to talk about that in just a few minutes. But one thing we do know is, in the early going, it appears that the Democrat, the Senate leader, Harry Reid, has done very well in the early going. Now, polls aren't even closed there yet, but that's from the early projections, and we'll find out through the night. That could be important. Looking forward to talking to you here and on the Fox Broadcast
Network. And the trusty whiteboard.
And the trusty whiteboard. Your penmanship?
Exactly.
Analysis gets an A. Chris, you're the man. Thank you. Much more election coverage coming up, including the latest winners and projections. You can also follow the races we're watching at foxnews.com. There you'll find information on every contest. It updates automatically. Interactive maps, just like the one you saw from Bill Hemmer. All kinds of special features to keep you in touch with the balance of power. It's all at foxnews.com. We are just minutes away from a whole slew of closings, and we'll know much more with races to call. It's election night on Fox News. I'm Shepard Smith. It's great to have you in. 15 minutes, 16 till the hour, and you are looking live on Capitol Hill. The Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee holding a sort of a get-together at the Liaison Hotel where they're watching all of the results come in. The House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, and the DCCC Chairman, Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, expected to attend this election night watch reception. According to a copy of the invitation, the doors are opening officially in 15 minutes, and we'll have coverage from the right and the left, from the Dems and the Republicans throughout the night. The polls just closed about 15 minutes ago in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. We know that right now in the U.S. Senate, the Republicans have a net pickup of 1. They need 10 to take over. We're waiting for more results and more closing 15 minutes from now. But first, some context on those projected GOP pickups in Indiana and Kentucky. Our chief political correspondent, Carl Cameron, is with us. And, Carl, a pickup is a big deal.
A pickup is a very big deal. And both of these races in West Virginia and Kentucky show us something. First of all, in West Virginia, this is a race where, obviously, it's incredibly close. And one of the things that we've got to be watching for are the 2 congressional districts. In the northern part of the state, the first House member to be defeated was Congressman Mollahan. In the southern part of the state, there's a very, very close race with Nikki Rahal. That's something to be particularly concerned about for the Democrats. Now, the other thing to watch here is what's happened in Kentucky. In Kentucky, you have a situation where, excuse me just a second here. In Kentucky, you have a situation where we have the epitome of the Tea Party candidate. Rand Paul is the son of Ron Paul. And in that context, you have a huge victory for the Tea Party. And in the next couple of hours, what we'll be watching, the next half an hour, we'll be watching for Marco Rubio, one of the original Tea Party candidates this year. Very early in the process, his Tea Party status helped chase Charlie Crist out of the Republican Party. Also, Pennsylvania, one of the closest races in the country. And they go on from there, Shep. This early break with Indiana and Kentucky showing that the Republicans have in Dan Coates a strong establishment candidate and in Rand Paul a huge Tea Party victory.
Carl Cameron, very good of you. Thank you, sir. Well, we're gearing up for some major poll closings, as Carl mentioned, including Delaware, where the Tea Party favorite Christine O'Donnell is facing off against the Democratic challenger Chris Coons for the Senate seat once held by the Vice President Joe Biden. In the state of Connecticut, watching the Senate race between the Republican/former WWE executive Linda McMahon and the Democrat Richard Blumenthal. In the state of Florida, polls are about to close in the 3-way Senate battle between the Democrat Kendrick Meat and the sitting governor, Charlie Crist, a former Republican running now as an independent, and the Tea Party-backed Republican, Marco Rubio. Another 3-way race, this one in Illinois, to fill President Obama's one-time Senate seat. It pits the Democrat, Alexi Giannoulias, the candidate there, against the Green Party's Lealyn Jones and the Republican Congressman, Mark Kirk. We're also watching results in Pennsylvania, an important state tonight where control over the Senate could come down to the race between the Democrat Joe Sestak and the Republican Pat Toomey. Updating some of Fox top stories tonight, Fox News now projects the Republican Rand Paul has won the Kentucky Senate race and that the Republican Dan Coates has won in the state of Indiana. The White House has announced President Obama will hold a news conference tomorrow at 1 o'clock White House time to discuss tonight's election results. And the government of Yemen today put the U.S.-born radical cleric Anwar al-Awlaki on trial in absentia since he is wanted on terror suspect charges and is still on the run. And on this day in 1948, President Harry Truman defeated the New York Governor Thomas Dewey in one of the biggest election upsets in American history. The Democratic president trailed far behind in the polls as the election day approached, and many assumed, don't do that Dewey, a Republican, would skate right into a very easy victory. So Truman embarked on a last-ditch whistle-stop campaign across the nation. Well, it worked. And on Election Day, President Truman won by 2 million votes. But the upset perhaps best remembered by the now famous picture of the president holding up a copy of the Chicago Tribune. Dewey defeats Truman. Of course, that was a mistake. The headline was wrong. And an incumbent surprised the nation 62 years ago today. And now you know the news. For this Tuesday, November the 2nd, 2010. Wait, Shepard, you're finishing early tonight. We are indeed. It's election night. My friends Megyn Kelly and Britt Hume. Britt Hume will be among the bunch, but Brett Baer now in the big chair. We'll be over on the Fox Broadcast Network tonight for continuing coverage there. and will go throughout the night here on Fox News Channel. The pickup count right now, the turnover total, it's +1 for the Democrats in the United States, for the Republicans in the United States Senate. They need 9 more pickups to take control. Fair and balanced election night coverage throughout the evening. I'm Shepard Smith. For all of us on the Fox Report, have a great night.
Healthcare,
unemployment,
taxes,
rent. It's too damn high.
The auto industry,
foreclosures,
the issues erupting in an epic turf war in Washington.
Tonight, a clash for control of our nation's capital.
Democrats defending their majority.
Democrats are fighting for fairness and justice.
Republicans fighting for control.
Do we want another 2 years of job-killing policies coming out of Washington?
The economy.
Immigration.
National security.
A year of protests and partisan politics.
The Tea Party movement has had tremendous success.
We're going to punish our enemies.
Mr. President, that word isn't enemies. They're patriots.
An election that may be more of a referendum on who's in the White House than who's on the ballot.
They figured they could ride people's anger and frustration all the way to the ballot box.
The polls are closing as America casts a crucial vote.
The 2010 midterms start right now.
Live from Fox News World Headquarters in New York, this is America's Election Headquarters with Brett Baer and Megyn Kelly.
We are just minutes away from the top of the hour and from the next set of poll closings for the 2010 midterms. Welcome to America's Election Headquarters. I'm Brett Baer.
And I'm Megyn Kelly. Our Fox News team of reporters, political analysts, and contributors covering all the angles.
Our panel analyzing what each race means for you. The decision team crunching the votes.
Martha McCallum with the latest exit polls, why people are voting the way they are. But we begin tonight with Bill Hemmer at the interactive touchscreen, drilling down the races, state by state, as all the information flows in. Bill?
Megyn and Brett, good evening to you. A lot of buttons on the screen behind me, and throughout the night we'll introduce you to more of the features we have on the touchscreen here. Balance of power will tell us what's happening in the House in real time, also in the Senate. In real time throughout the evening. You click on the map over here. We can follow all the poll closings, all the House races, the Senate races, and the governor races in real time across the country. Speaking of which, in the Senate races, you're about to get poll closings in a couple critical states, one of which is Florida. What is the strength of the Tea Party movement and the Republican Marco Rubio? We may find out in about 5 minutes up against the Democrat Kendrick Meek and also the independent Charlie Crist. With regard also to the Tea Party, Christine O'Donnell, polls about the close in the state of Delaware. She's been trailing in all the polling so far up against the Democrat Chris Coons. Will there be a Republican wave that sweeps across the country? We will get indications throughout the night, including in Pennsylvania. Just 2 years ago when overwhelmingly Democratic. It was largely a blue state. Will Republicans be able to make inroads there? And also watch the state of Illinois. Polls closing at 8 o'clock. This is the seat from Barack Obama, the former senator, now president. Mark Kirk, the Republican, trying to take that seat from the Democrats, and Alexei Janulius in that. A lot more buttons on the screen as we go throughout the night. Brett, back to you.
All right, Bill, thank you. We are tracking the results that come in all night long. Just to explain some things to you, at the bottom of the screen here, you'll see all the updated results for the Senate and the House races, as well as the races for governor. As soon as the numbers come in, you'll see a check mark for the winner. We'll also note when the seat is a gain for the party. At the top of the screen, you can see the balance of power throughout the night. This will rotate between the House and Senate, showing the current standings in the race for majority control. You won't see it all the time. We'll bring it in as necessary. And this is your scorecard for the night. For the House right now, the Democrats have 2 seats and need 216 for a majority. The Republicans have 13 seats and need 205 seats for a majority. Plus, you'll see which seats now held by Democrats are going to Republicans and the other way around. That's what we call the net gain or turnover, and that will be at the top of the screen. The same thing for the Senate. The Democrats have 39 seats, need 12 seats for a majority. The Republicans have 27 seats, need 24 seats for a majority. Again, The seats going from one side of the aisle to the other will be the net gain or turnover in the top of your screen. And as the results come in, we'll check back and see which way the momentum is going.
Well, polls in the first set of states closed in the 7 p.m. hour, and Fox News is projecting the first Republican Senate victory of the night. Republican Rand Paul, backed by the Tea Party, will win the battle for Kentucky's Senate seat and defeat Democrat Jack Conway. This is a big, big win for the Tea Party and Republican reformers who fueled Paul's first-time candidacy. Fox News can also project tonight's first Republican pickup in the Senate. Republican Dan Coats will win the open Senate seat in Indiana, defeating Congressman Brad Ellsworth. This is a return to the Senate for Coats, who retired in 1998 and was replaced by Senator Evan Bayh, who dropped out earlier this year. We can also project that Republican Senator Jim DeMint of South Carolina will be elected to another term. This conservative favorite and potential 2012 presidential contender faced Democrat Alvin Green, an unemployed unknown who won his party's primary without campaigning. Fox News can also now project that Senator Pat Leahy of Vermont will be elected to an unprecedented 6th term, representing the Green Mountain State. His opponent, Republican Len Britton, never posed much of a threat. In Ohio, Fox News projects that Republican Senate candidate Rob Portman will win decisively in his contest with Lieutenant Governor Lee Fisher. Portman, a former congressman from the Cincinnati area and the budget director for President George W. Bush, dominated this contest to replace retiring Republican George Voinovich. The race for Ohio governor, a lot of eyes on this one, is still too close to call. Republican John Kasich and Democratic incumbent governor Ted Strickland remain locked in one of the most hotly contested gubernatorial races in this nation. President Obama has made multiple visits to try to shore up the one-term Strickland against Kasich. This race has indications into the presidential election and beyond. Kasich, of course, a former congressman from the Columbus area. The race for South Carolina governor, also too close to call at this hour. Republican Nikki Haley and Democrat Vince Shaheen are locked in a tight battle right now. Haley, the daughter of Indian immigrants, was one of Sarah Palin's first mama grizzlies, and she faced a series of attacks in her primary and general runs, including accusations of marital infidelity, which she denied, and some tax problems. That'll do it for now. Brett, back to you.
Okay, Megan, let's get a first thought from our panelists tonight who will be with us through the night. Former George W. Bush Deputy Chief of Staff Karl Rove, Fox News political analyst Juan Williams, former Howard Dean campaign manager Joe Trippi, and Fox News senior political analyst Britt Hume. A bit of a lightning round here, gentlemen. Britt, thoughts on the night?
Well, so far from the exit polling and the results we have, it looks like a very good night for the Republicans, but not the kind of stupendous blowout earthquake of a night in which they would be able to not only win, House seats up into the 90s and win all the close Senate races. It looks like a very good night, but not yet a stupendous night.
Joe.
I think it's too early to tell. I think there are a couple of House seats already. Rick Boucher in Virginia is one where you look at those results and it's starting to look like that could be a problem for Democrats. I will say that some of the Senate seats look a lot closer at this point, so we'll wait through the night and see how that goes.
Juan?
Well, independents clearly right now are swinging to the Republican side, and so that does signal that you're going to see a good result, especially in the House. We'll see how that translates into the Senate in terms of turnout, which everyone said was key, your ground game. What we're seeing is that there are more older, white people turning out to vote. Again, good sign for the Republicans.
Okay, Carl, 30 seconds.
I'm slightly more bullish on the House. There are 14 seats that a significant number of votes in which Republicans are leading in Democrat seats, and the swing is pretty big. In 2 seats, which there's a lot of votes in Indiana, the Democrats are 7 to 8% below what Obama did. The Republicans are 4% above what McCain did, and that portends a good night for the Republicans.
Okay, stand by, panel. We have some races to call, but first, this.
America is not a nation of wallflowers. Americans are not afraid to act, to fight, to do. In this country, we don't stand still. We don't lean. We move forward.
You are looking live, Times Square, Midtown Manhattan, the crossroads of the world, as we wait for the next poll closings at the top of the hour.
The clock is ticking down to 8 p.m. Eastern, and we should soon have some results from the millions of Americans who cast votes around the nation. This is it. We'll get new results in 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
And here we go. It is now 8 p.m. in the East, and polls are now closed in 15 states. Fox News projects that Republican Marco Rubio will win the three-way Senate race in Florida. This is a major win for Rubio, beating Democrat Kendrick Meek and independent Charlie Crist. Crist fled the Republican Party after Rubio's grassroots surge put the nomination out of reach for the incumbent governor, who had supported the Obama stimulus. Meek's performance in this race was so weak that national Democrats, including former President Bill Clinton and reportedly the Obama White House, tried to convince him to drop out of the race in favor of Crist.
Fox News can now project that Democrat Richard Blumenthal will emerge victorious in Connecticut's rough Senate battle between he and Republican Linda McMahon in this brutal and expensive contest in deep blue Connecticut. Blumenthal's exaggerations about his military service, McMahon's wealth from her family's pro wrestling business might have helped turn the seat to Republicans, but Democrats turned the WWE into a weapon against her. This seat currently was held by retiring Democrat Chris Dodd.
And Fox News also now projecting that Democrats will hold the Senate seat in Delaware, where Democrat Chris Coons is defeating Republican Christine O'Donnell. This seat was considered an easy win for Republicans. I say easy win for Republicans until O'Donnell, a perennial candidate and TV commentator, defeated Congressman Mike Castle in the GOP primary by attacking Castle's more liberal stances. Many believed that Castle was a lock to win this seat over any Democratic challenger. It was not to be. This was the seat formerly held by Vice President Joe Biden. Fox News also projecting now that Kelly Ayotte will win the Senate race in New Hampshire, retaining that seat for the GOP. She is the state's former appointed attorney general. She faced Democratic Congressman Paul Hodes, and she led steadily throughout this contest. This is not a huge surprise. She will be replacing retiring Republican Senator Judd Gregg.
A projection now in Missouri's Senate race. Republican Roy Blunt will win handily in this contest against Democrat Robin Carnahan. Polls were once close in this battle between the heirs of two powerful Missouri political families, but the deep unpopularity of the Obama agenda in the Show Me state pushed 8-term Congressman Blunt over the top. And Fox News can now project that Maryland Senator Barbara Mikulski will win re-election handily over Republican Eric Wargoats in this very Democratic state. This will be Mikulski's 5th term. Another non-surprise in Alabama's Senate race. Fox News can project that Republican Richard Shelby will cruise to re-election over Democrat William Barnes, an attorney, political newcomer. This will be 5th term for Shelby.
And finally, Fox News is projecting that New Hampshire Governor John Lynch will win re-election in his bid for a 4th two-year term, defeating Republican John Stephen. Republicans tried hard in this race, but moderate Lynch's popularity in the end, too much to overcome. Already a lot to go over tonight. We are now counting down to the next poll closings at 8:30. And welcome back, everyone, to America's election headquarters. The night is just getting started. I'm Megyn Kelly.
And I'm Brett Baer. Good evening. We're going to go back to the panel, take a look at some of the races that we just called and some of the races that are too close to call. Carl, what about what we just heard? Some big wins, obviously, by Marco Rubio in Florida.
Yeah, Marco Rubio, exceptional performance tonight. He's getting 50% of the vote in a three-way race, which is a hard thing to do, particularly if you've got the incumbent governor of the state and the Democratic nominee running against you, and a strong performance. One thing that we are starting to see here tonight is a pattern where the Republican candidates are doing significantly better than McCain, and in some instances Bush, and the Democratic candidates are doing considerably worse than Obama did. This is bad territory for Democrats to be in.
Carl, you got a lot of heat for talking about Christine O'Donnell as a candidate early on. Tonight she loses. We called it early in Delaware.
Well, look, it gave me no pleasure to say that she was unlikely to win, but this again proves a lesson. This is a candidate who was right on the issues, but had mishandled a series of questions raised by the press early on in the race about her background and previous statements. And she said things to the newspapers and local stations that were not credible. She started to clean it up late in the campaign, but too late, apparently.
Brett,
go ahead.
Sorry, Brett, what do you make of it? With the Christine O'Donnell thing, she never really had much of a chance, and yet it was a pretty decisive win by the Democrat.
Well, that was what was expected. We haven't really seen anything very unexpected yet. I mean, it's a net one for the Republicans in the Senate races we've called so far, that being Coates in Indiana taking the Evan Bayh seat. I think the most significant result, as I agree with Brett and Carl about this, is Marco Rubio. This really is a rising star with, I think, almost unlimited potential in the future. And I think, there's a good reason why the Democrats tried so hard, as you pointed out, even tried to get Kendrick Meek out of the race to throw it to the former Republican Charlie Crist. I would say this about Charlie Crist. This may be the single most flexible politician I have ever seen.
He said he always planned on moving out of the Republican Party, even if he had won that primary.
Yeah, but this is in the same year in which he declared himself a staunch Reagan Republican.
Yeah. But he always planned on leaving it because it got too extreme. That's what he said.
Joe, what about Connecticut? It got close there for a while, but Dick Blumenthal, the Attorney General there, pulling it out over Linda McMahon.
Well, I think this points out one of the things that's going on tonight, or that could be going on tonight, where it's not just Obama and the national frame of the bad economy that's making the choice here for people. Where candidates have been able to separate, O'Donnell's another place where once a candidate can make it about their opponent, question them, make it a localized race about two personalities, you can get past all the national stuff that's going on. O'Donnell, Blumenthal, all these are places where this could happen. And that's the way the Democrats hold the Senate, if they can do that in Nevada and Wisconsin and Washington State and some of these other places. That's how we hold on to it.
Juan, I want to pick up on this theme about Marco Rubio. Is it true? Does the left fear this guy? He's the son of I think, a bartender and a maid, self-made guy, rising star by all accounts in the Republican Party. Now he's heading off to the U.S. Senate. Is he somebody feared as a potential, at some point, presidential candidate?
I think he is. And we got to remember here that when, this son of, Cuban immigrants, when he rises up, he is bringing with him potentially the Hispanic vote. And he could be attracting the Hispanic vote into the Republican ranks, which is a long desired effort by people like Carl and others. And that has been thwarted recently by immigration stances by Republicans. But looking early, I think for people who've been holding their fingers up and saying, is this going to be a Republican wave night? Is the tsunami coming for Republicans? And will it extend to the Senate? When you look at what happened, predictably in Delaware, but then also in Connecticut, it would indicate that maybe we're seeing something a little different take place in terms of the Senate dynamic as opposed to what we may be seeing going on with the House races.
Quickly, Britt.
I will be able to tell my grandchildren that I was here in this studio the night that Megyn Kelly appeared on the Jumbotron in Times Square.
Wait.
I just want people to remember that adds about 25 pounds.
I was on there. Hey, we have a lot of stuff on the screen. We want to explain it. These are all the races, but up above us is the tracker. And you can see it switches over from the House and Senate. These are the raw numbers. In the middle is what they need to get to. In the Senate, 51, obviously. In the House, 218. You're going to see this throughout the night. We just want to explain it throughout the night so you know what's going on your screen.
And now we're going to head over to our chief political correspondent, Campaign Carl Cameron. We plucked him off the campaign trail. We've put him in the studio tonight to keep track of all the races coming in. So Campaign Carl, tonight you are studio Carl, and take it away.
Well, we're beginning to see what the class of 2010 in the U.S. Senate is going to look like. We now know that at least the polls and punditry to this point seems to be somewhat accurate. So you talk about Marco Rubio down there in Florida. It's important to point out that he is not entirely a Tea Party-driven candidate. He had a very close relationship with him in the primary and to some extent has cast himself more as an establishment candidate. Nowhere is there a better example of an establishment Republican actually winning tonight than in Indiana. Dan Coates is a former congressman and former U.S. senator, and we see him winning big tonight. So to the extent that Republicans have been saying insiders are a no-no, Indiana seems to be an exception to that. Now, take a look at Kentucky. The Rand Paul victory is the biggest Tea Party victory thus far. For one reason, his father, Ron Paul, was the candidate for whom the Tea Party first emerged back in 2009. Now, let's just take a quick look as we begin to go forward at the House. We're just beginning to get the results in, but look for significant Republican gains in New Hampshire, in New England particularly, where Republicans were knocked out in 2006 and 2008. We're watching closely the possibility of pickups in New York, a state where Republicans have had a lot of problems. In suburban New York particularly, there's a possibility for Republican pickups where in a non-wave year, they'd be considered unlikely. And finally, there's the governors. Very, very important, not only because of what they represent in terms of your taxes and your spending, congressional redistricting, a huge issue, and then 2012 politics and the Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio governors' races all very much in play tonight. It would be a big blow to the Obama administration to see them all in Republican hands by the end of the evening.
Okay, Carl, thank you. We've got an election alert right now. We're going to call some races. We have a call in the Georgia Senate race. Republican Johnny Isakson beating Mike Thurmond. Not a surprise there. Also, we have a number of races too close to call. In the Pennsylvania race, the race between former Congressman Pat Toomey and Democrat Joe Sestak is too close to call at this hour. Democrats have poured money into this bluish state, and President Obama made multiple visits there. The seat's held currently by Democrat Arlen Specter, who was defeated by Sestak in May's Democratic primary. Now, the race for President Obama's former Senate seat in Illinois, also too close to call at this hour. Republican Mark Kirk and Democrat Alexi Giannoulias are still locked in that tight battle, and you can see right there, too close to call. The race between Republican Bill Bradley and Democrat incumbent Governor Pat Quinn in Illinois, also too close to call right now. In Florida, the gubernatorial race, and this is a hot one, between Republican Rick Scott and Democrat Alex Sink, too close to call. We're watching it. This is an important race also for 2012 and the prospects for President Obama there. The race for Pennsylvania governor between Republican Tom Corbett and Democrat Dan Honorado, also too close to call at this hour.
Joining us now for his take on the night, the man who usually brings the news to you at this hour, and that, of course, is Mr. Bill O'Reilly. Perhaps you've heard of him. Bill?
Hey, how are you?
What do you think so far? Any surprises? Well, put it into big perspective for us.
The one thing I want to point out to everybody watching tonight that we should all celebrate is that pinhead, Alan Grayson, that congressman in Orlando. You know that guy?
You love him.
He's going to lose.
Is that so? You're
calling
calling
it? I don't care whether they projected it or not.
Really?
He's done.
We'll talk to the decision team about that.
And that's really good news because that guy lied in his campaign. You know, he took that ad. I guess this guy Dan Webster was running against him.
he called him.
And then he took all that out of context and was unrepentant. So I expect Arianna Huffington to hire this clown or something, but he's done out, and that's good.
But he was criticized by both the left and the right for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be honest if you want to serve at that level or any level in America, and that guy's not honest, and I'm glad he's out of there. Otherwise, it's an interesting dynamic, but I think that the main thing that I'm picking up from the exit polling is that Americans basically said, this is about President Obama tonight. Mm-hmm. That's what it's, to me. It's about President Obama. It basically said, look, we gave you a chance, but you're not cutting it. Now, that doesn't mean you're not going to cut it next year or the year after, but right now, you're not cutting it.
You know, the president comes out tomorrow, Bill, with this news conference. I mean, what do you think he has to say, judging by what you're looking at earlier?
The big lifeline is Harry Reid. You know, I'm talking to the Wall Street Journal guys downstairs. They're in the same building as we are, and they're all convinced that Sharon Engel's going to win. But the exit polls show could go either way right now. All right, that's what they show, because the early voting favors Reid. However, if Reid wins, Obama's got a lifeline. If he loses, then he's adrift. So that's the biggest race of the evening. There's no bigger race tonight than the Nevada race.
But what do you think, Bill? Because we've seen the president govern based on what he says are his principles. I mean, he knew that the public was against the health care law, and yet, you know, he pushed it through. He knew that the public didn't want him to go after Arizona's immigration law, and yet he believed it was the right thing to do. And he thinks that that is a matter of principle and that he's done the right thing. In fact, even late tonight, he came out and said, I knew the health care thing was going to cause trouble.
And I admire that. I mean, he's not a phoney.
So what's going to happen tomorrow now? So if a message is sent tonight.
I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but basically the president made a huge mistake in miscalculating that Americans want results. They don't want, hey, could happen, give me. They want results because the country is in a bad economic cycle. It's just like a sports team. You know, they'll give you a new regime a little amount of time to win, except if you live in New York. But if you don't win, they want somebody else. And he's not winning.
Although Democrats would say he passed health care, he passed financial regulation, he passed all this stuff.
But it doesn't translate. You know what? And I'm just going to be personal here. You know what passing health care meant to me? A $2,100 bump in my insurance premium. That's what it meant to me. All right? And a lot of Americans who are self-insured, everyone who's self-insured, got a big bump. That's what health care means so far. Higher premiums so far. Maybe 4 years down the road, it might be different. But the election's tonight. He's being judged on what he did the first 2 years, and he isn't cutting it right now. I'd love to get oversimplified about this, but that's what it's all about.
As he always likes to say, he's a simple man.
I am a simple man. But you don't have to keep pointing that out.
Well, you usually do that yourself because you're that kind of self-deprecating guy.
Well,
All right,
Bill,
have
thanks
more
for
with
the
Bill.
time.
All right, Bear, but you owe me big.
We'll be back to Bill in a little bit, but possibly, folks, as important as how people voted is why they voted that way. And Martha McCallum is crunching all that information. She's got that critical data for us coming from our Fox exit polls. Hey, Martha.
Hey there, Megan. Thanks a lot. Well, you know, tonight we have asked 13,000 voters across the country how they voted today and why they voted that way. And, of course, one of the biggest questions of tonight, really, is how strong is the Tea Party when all is said and done? So let's take a look at how this is playing out in some of the races across the country tonight, okay? Take a look at Florida, first of all. Here's the show of Tea Party strength. You've got 38% of the voters supporting the Tea Party movement there. In Delaware, also 38% say, yes, I am a Tea Party supporter in the state of Delaware. In Kentucky, it's at 43%. So how is all of this playing out in these races tonight? Take a look. Florida Tea Party supporters went 84% for the winner, Republican Marco Rubio. In Delaware, they went 90% for Republican Christine O'Donnell, but you'll see how that ended up shaking out. And in Kentucky, take a look at Kentucky, 89% say that they voted for the Tea Party candidate in that state. But let's take a look at this. What if we are finding that even though some people don't identify themselves as Tea Party supporters, in some cases they are voting like them? But in the end, nobody wins, and this is what we're learning tonight, without the independent voter. In Florida, take a look at how the independents shook out here. 48% of those who say they're independent went for Marco Rubio, okay? Now, the actual independent candidate, who turned out to be Charlie Crist in the end, who's the governor, and of course he's a former Republican, a little hard to follow that one. Charlie Crist got 37% of the independent vote in the end, and Democrat Kendrick Meek got 12%. You have to wonder what would have happened if Meek had actually been pushed out of that race. He dug in his heels and stayed in. Take a look at Kentucky in terms of the independent vote here tonight, okay? Nearly 6 in 10 of the independents in Kentucky ended up going for Rand Paul, who's very closely associated with the Tea Party. Now, take a look at the Delaware situation. This is a different story. So let's pull up the numbers for Delaware here. 46% of independent voters in Delaware went for Chris Coons, slightly fewer than the 49% who voted for O'Donnell. But here's how it shook out in Delaware, interestingly enough. It was Republicans that Christine O'Donnell did not carry enough of. She only got 82% of the Republican vote out there to overcome Coons' 9 in 10 Democrats in that blue state. So you're seeing where we're getting the merger here between interest in the Tea Party, support for the Tea Party, and the independents and how they're shaking out in these different races. Lots of good stuff to look at in these exit polls tonight. We'll have more for you coming up later. Brett and Megan, back to you.
All right, Martha, thanks so much.
This is an election alert. You're looking live in Kentucky. Rand Paul, the senator-elect down there, getting ready to take the stage as the band warms up. A big win for Rand Paul in the state of Kentucky over Jack Conway, the Democrat. You'll remember this race was focused on a lot after the Aqua Buddha ad, the ad questioning Rand Paul's religion. Run by Jack Conway. Well, now...
Can you really just short form it to the Aqua Buddha ad?
I mean, don't people know by now?
Do they? I don't know.
I think they do. We're going to trust our viewers that they know what that ad was all about. But
it's all irrelevant now.
As we go to break, you can listen to the band down in Kentucky, or maybe not. We're just getting started.
Or you can listen to what Brett has dubbed the Fox News rave music. We are just getting warmed up for the rave tonight. Polls are set to close in Colorado, in Texas, Michigan, Minnesota, and New York, and 10 other states.
We'll hear from the smartest names in politics from across the country, plus...
There is nothing wrong in America that a good old-fashioned election can't fix.
She's been a driving force behind a political movement.
You fire Pelosi, retire Reid, and their whole band of merry followers.
She's helped fuel the grassroots campaign against big government.
Only the second woman in American history on a presidential ticket.
Minutes away, Sarah Palin, live inside America's election headquarters.
And Fox News is live on all your screens. Go to foxnews.com, check out all the race results across the country and in your backyard.
Welcome back to America's election headquarters. That's a live look. Fox News World headquarters in New York City. We have two House races to call for you right now. First, in Delaware, the 1st District, John Carney, the Democrat. This is a win over Glenn Earhart. This is a flip of this race. In Florida 24, we have the Republican Sandra Adams. This also is a win over Suzanne Cosmas. Now, this was a race people were focused on down there in Florida. Suzanne Cosmas, moderate Democrat. This is a flip for the Republicans, a pickup. Also, in the Indiana 8th race, this is a flip. Larry Bouchon taking this, the Republican over Democrat Trent Van Haften. This is Brad Ellsworth's old seat. He's running for Senate, of course. This is the House tracker. As you take a look at it, 37 Republicans pick up right now. You see the 2. The flip in the 2, that's the yellow number right there, a flip of 1 on the Democratic side, just so you know what you're looking at. They're trying to get to 218 in the middle. That's majority in the House. Now we have the Senate seat in North Carolina. That goes to Richard Burr. Fox News can project, and that is not a surprise with this Senate race for incumbent Richard Burr, the Republican. Megan.
All right, Brett, thanks. Well, joining us now with more is Fox News Sunday anchor Chris Wallace. Chris, what do you make of what we're seeing so far?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, on the House side, and just listening to what Brett said, I think that we're headed, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I think we're headed for a real big Republican victory tonight. And I feel like we're underselling what it is that the Republicans may be accomplishing here. If they get 55 seats, and I think that's very possible, that would be the biggest gain by either party since the Democrats picked up 75 seats in 1948. That would be the biggest gain in 52 years. So I think we're talking about a gigantic, not a wave election, but a tidal wave election. A couple of interesting things in the exit polls that really struck me. Women, plus 13 for Obama in 2008. Even tonight, there is no gender gap, no favoring Democrats over Republicans. Independents, plus 8 for Obama in 2008. At this point in the exit polls, plus 17 for the Republicans. So the independents by about 25% have swung from the Democrats to the Republicans. Let me just quickly give you...
Wait a second. Are you Karl Rove?
I'm not Karl Rove. I'm not Tim Russert. I don't even pretend to be either on TV. But I'm going old school for all of your things here. This is the way I am looking at the Senate races. And pardon my penmanship. I'm sorry, Megan, the nuns did not teach me. But here I've got the certain Republican pickups, the likely Republican pickups, the possible Republican pickups, and then the Democratic firewall. These are the ones that they're least likely to get. Let me do it that way. It's a little harder, I know, for people to see. I called my wife up. She said it's hard to see on TV. The Republicans have picked up one of their certain already in Indiana. So that's the net pickup of 1. They have failed to pick up one of the firewall Democratic seats, Connecticut. So they have to run the table, get all these 9, and now they're down to either California or Washington to get to their net gain of 10. Then there were 3 seats that the GOP could conceivably lose. Kentucky, which I think was the one they were most concerned about losing, Louisiana or Alaska. Kentucky comes off the board. So they've picked up 1, they got to pick up these other 8, and then somehow squeeze out either California or Washington. It's like drawing to an inside straight. It's really hard.
You know we have a graphics department, right? I just wanted to make sure. You knew.
Are they going to file a grievance against me?
Very quickly on the House races, Suzanne Cosmas, she switched her vote on health care to vote against it. It didn't save her. How big a deal is the health care vote for some of these Democrats in some of these perhaps moderate districts?
Absolutely. I think it's a big deal. And, you know, particularly for the blue dogs. I mean, that's the irony of this thing. You could have a lot of the most moderate Democrats losing so that the Democratic caucus, in fact, will be more liberal because all the moderates, somebody like Heath Schuler in North Carolina, we could see some of those moderate Democrats losing and the caucus moving further to the left. And health care reform, although Heath Schuler didn't vote for it, is really a death knell for an awful lot of these candidates.
49 Democrats are incumbent House members from districts that went to John McCain in 2008. And they're looking over their shoulder tonight.
They're an endangered species tonight.
All right. Chris, thank you.
Yeah, well, coming up moments away, we're going to be able to make our 8:30 race calls and more with Mr. Bill O'Reilly as well.
And coming up, Charles Krauthammer, Newt Gingrich, and more with our panel as we watch the results come in from America's election headquarters, live from New York City.
Welcome back, everyone, to America's election headquarters. I'm Megyn Kelly.
And I'm Brett Baer.
It is 8:30 now in the East, and the polls are now closed in Arkansas. And Fox News can now project the second Republican pickup of the evening. Senator Blanche Lincoln will be defeated in her bid for a third term from Arkansas. The winner, Congressman John Boozman, has led consistently in this conservative state. Lincoln's vote for President Obama's national health insurance law is considered by many to have been her downfall in this race. In the race for Arkansas governor, Democrat Mike Huckabee is now projected to win Mike Beebe is now projected to win re-election here. His opponent, Jim Keat, a businessman and former state lawmaker, could not overcome the popularity of the conservative Democrat, Beebe.
Okay, now we're going to make a governor's call. Fox News can project in the state of Tennessee. Republican Bill Haslam has won this race against Democrat Mike McWhorter. This race had been leaning the Republicans' way all along. Not a surprise, and you can see 71%. It's a big win for Haslam in Tennessee. Polls closed in West Virginia about an hour ago, where there's a battle for the former seat of Senator Robert Byrd, Democratic Governor Joe Manchin against Republican John Racy in that state. Well, let's get an update now from Shannon Bream. She's live in Charleston, West Virginia. Hi, Shannon.
Hi, Brett. Well, you know what? On paper, it would look like this would be nothing but a cakewalk for Democrats. Only 28% of voters here are registered as Republicans. 54% are registered as Democrats. But this is not a completely blue state. This state is one that the president lost in 2008. He lost by 13 points. That's something Republicans have tried to capitalize on here. They've repeatedly tried to tie the very popular Democratic governor, Joe Manchin, to President Obama, especially on the issue of cap and trade here in coal mining country. That is a very, very sensitive topic. Again and again, the Republican challenger, John Racy, has talked about President Obama, his push for cap and trade, and how he alleges that Joe Manchin would be just another vote in the pocket of the president and Democratic leaders. The governor has fought back and said, I'm not going to do anything that's bad for West Virginia. I think the current cap and trade bill is bad for West Virginia. There's been a seesaw here in the polls. At one point, the governor led by double digits, and then John Racy was up several points. So it comes down to today, which the voters actually believe here in the Mountain State. This governor is exceptionally popular at 69% in his latest approval rating, but the president, again, on the other end of that, with just 29% approval rating here. As the votes come in, we'll find out whether the Republican attempts to link the two will be successful. Brett?
Okay, Shannon Bream, we'll check back in later. Shannon, thank you.
And now we have a major result coming in out of the 5th District in Virginia. Fox News is now projecting that Tom Perriello has lost. The Democrat Tom Perriello has lost to his Republican challenger, Robert Hurt. Tom Perriello is the incumbent. He's a one-term congressman. He won by just 700 votes 2 years ago, and this name may sound familiar to you because he was in the national news just this week. Why? Because he was the one House member that President Obama campaigned for. He paid a special visit to Virginia on Friday. Why did he do that? Because Perriello has voted for President Obama down the line. Even though he's from a moderate district, he voted for health care. He voted for the stimulus. He voted for cap and trade. And there was a lot of pushback in the district about him doing that. Nancy Pelosi was a supporter of his, the president a supporter of his. Many people believe the only reason he got elected the first time, and it was so close with those 700 votes, is because the University of Virginia is in his district, and the young voters were so motivated by President Obama, they came out in droves and helped candidates like Tom Perriello win. Not so tonight, Brett.
Yeah, a lot of Democrats looked at this race as a big race to see if the Obama coalition could pull this out. With the president's visit this week, this was seen really as a bellwether for liberals. If they could pull this out in this race in Virginia, then perhaps they could have a better night across the board. It's not happening, and Republican Robert Hurt is now the congressman-elect in Virginia.
It's not a huge surprise because Perriello was polling behind for the last few weeks.
He's the most vulnerable Democrat across the board.
He was, which raised a lot of eyebrows as to why President Obama would put his face on that race and go down there, the Friday before Election Day. But it's because, many believe, this man has been so loyal to the Obama agenda, but it may have cost him in Virginia tonight. Joining us again with his thoughts, Bill O'Reilly, host of the O'Reilly Factor. And, Bill, a lot of people were looking at that race. It's one small House race, but as Brett said, it could be a bellwether for what's going to happen to some of the other Democrats who are more moderate.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. You guys are much smarter than I am.
But you do know votes for stimulus, cap and trade, and health care are costing Democrats.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. In Virginia, all of the House seats are going to go Republican. The whole state's going to go Republican. Now, that's vital for President Obama the next time around in 12. Because if Virginia goes back into the red category, and obviously if you have the Republican structure all across the state, it's much easier to do that, then the Democrats are basically going to get shut out of the South unless there's a huge resurgence in the economy. So if you look at the map, North Carolina, Virginia, Florida, all of these states now are going back to the GOP. So it's basically a matter of numbers. Barack Obama is losing his power base except on each coast. He holds it in the Northeast and he holds it on the West Coast. But the rest of the country is trending toward the Republicans. So that's the big headline now. Virginia is going to go solidly Republican tonight and probably will stay that way for 2 years unless there is an economic resurgence.
What do you make, though, Bill, about the mood of the country? Because the initial exit polls are full of some interesting information, including they say that it's 26% of those polled thus far say that they're angry, that was motivating their vote in part. They're angry, and that 47% say they're dissatisfied. So you've got, 3/4 of the electorate who are either angry or dissatisfied.
Out of that poll, what I took out was 3% of the American people are enthusiastic about the federal government. 3%. And they're all members of the Obama family. All right, because that's how they do that. All right, so that's all. Then there was no one else outside of the Obama family enthusiastic about the federal government. I have to correct. There were some members of the Pelosi family in it. All right, so 3% of the country, thinks I really like the way
but to what
America's
extent?
being run.
You've been very fair to President Obama.
Thank you.
To what extent do you think he's being unfairly blamed for an economy that he says
He's not being unfairly blamed for anything. It's a performance business. Okay, you got to perform. If you're going to take the economy from 7.5% unemployment to 10, that's not a good performance when you spend trillions of dollars. So even the people at MSNBC could figure it out, but they can't. Okay? Even liberal press, all right, has got to know he's not performing well. Now, maybe that'll turn around. He keeps pointing to Ronald Reagan, had difficulty in his first term, difficulty in a midterm election. But right now, there's no performance there.
All right, Bill, stand by because you're going to hear these races that we're about to call. Mr. Bill O'Reilly, thank you. We've got a couple of big races that are just coming in. First of all, the Senate race in West Virginia. Fox News is now projecting that the West Virginia Democratic Governor Joe Manchin has prevailed in that race over his Republican challenger, John Racy. Manchin is the governor. He wanted to be the senator, and Fox News is projecting that he will be. This is
a big deal.
This is a very big deal, and they've been neck and neck. Racy had a lead a couple of weeks ago. Manchin had been dominating, and he has a 70% approval rating in the state of West Virginia. But Barack Obama has an approval rating in the state of West Virginia of around 29%. That was dragging Manchin down in this race. And John Racy was doing an effective job of tying the two together, Manchin and President Obama. Then Manchin fought back once his poll numbers really started to fall, put out an ad showing him literally shooting a rifle at President Obama's cap and trade bill, and made the point repeatedly in debates and otherwise that he is no President Obama and that he will vote in the interests of the West Virginians when he goes to Washington. Apparently that message resonated with those who were leaning Racy, because Fox News is now projecting that this race will not go over to the GOP column tonight.
And this means a lot, because this means that the race to get to 10 seats in the Senate, as you take a look at the Senate tracker there, the balance of power, for Republicans to get 10, to take over the majority, to get to that 51 number, it just got really, really hard. With the loss of Connecticut, now West Virginia, they essentially have to run the table, and that seems highly unlikely. There you see the gain, +2. They need to get to +10 to get the majority, and this is a big deal. I do want to do this next House race since we have Bill O'Reilly here. The House is going to have a flip in Florida District 8 to Daniel Webster beating Alan Grayson. There you see the percentages. It's a big win for Daniel Webster.
Predicted that?
And Bill O'Reilly predicted it.
Karma, the karma party right there. That guy, I'll tell you what, I've seen lowlifes never lower than him, except for the criminals. But, you know, on the West Virginia thing, the only hope now the Republicans have of controlling the Senate is if Fiorina upsets Boxer in California. Okay, because you got to
win Washington State as well.
You're going to pick off Washington State or something like that. Democrats are going to get either Colorado or Washington, but they'd have to get the Boxer seat. And so it'll probably, 48, 52, that kind of thing in the Senate. A couple of independents. Lieberman, is going more conservative.
You surprised about the Boxer-Fiorina race, Bill? Because Boxer is one candidate who's up for re-election who has not tried to distance herself from President Obama's agenda in any way, nor could she.
The Democratic machine in New York State, where we are, and in California, is tremendous. It's a tremendous union-driven machine. This is union-driven. The money behind the Democratic Party in New York State and California is unlimited. So that's what you say. You have almost two separate countries. You've got the coasts, and then you've got the interior. But for a presidential election, which is really, again, what this is all about, this is all about 12 right now. President Obama is looking at the middle and the South slipping away. He'll hold California and probably New York. But the Republicans won't win the Senate tonight.
All right, Bill O'Reilly, thank you.
You getting rid of me now, Bear?
Well, I wanted to keep you around for Florida 8.
No, you didn't.
When we come back, we're waiting for more polls to close.
Plus, Sean Hannity, Greta Van Susteren, and Minnesota Governor Tim Pawlenty. And, of course, we'll go back to our all-star panel straight ahead on America's election headquarters. Stay with us.
There's an election alert just in, a call to make. Fox News projects that Republican Todd Young will win in Indiana's 9th district. This is a big race for the House in Indiana. Barron Hill, a 5-term congressman who lost in 2004, came back in 2006. He was fighting hard to hold on to this. This is seen by many as a bellwether. A lot of political watchers said this is a race to watch to see how good a Republican night it will be. Barron Hill is going down to defeat pretty significantly at this point, 54-40 in that race. Now let's go over to the Senate. A call in the Senate. This is not a surprise at all. Republican Senator Tom Coburn keeping his seat, beating Democrat Jim Rogers.
We're going to check in with Campaign Carl, who's been tracking all of this over at our touchscreen.
So we got to do the balance of power.
We're going to do the balance of power first. That's right.
You got to follow the rules here. This is the House tracker. This is what so far, Republicans have picked up 55. Of course, all 435 seats are on the table in the House. There you see the net gain, +6 for Republicans, +1 for Democrats. They're trying to get to the middle there, 218 to take the majority. That's how that graphic stands up. And Megan, back to you.
Yes, and you may be surprised to learn we're going to go over to Campaign Carl Cameron now, who's been tracking all of this for us. Carl.
Surprise, surprise, Megan. You talk about Indiana in these House races. These really were the bellwethers, and it's not just the 9th district where Barron Hill has just been defeated. That particular race has been going back and forth for a tremendous amount of time, but also right next door to it was what they call the bloody 8th district, and there we saw the Republican win, and in that particular seat it had been vacated by Brad Ellsworth, who ran for the Senate and lost tonight against Evan Bayh. Now, what we do want to look at is the significance of this West Virginia race. The win by Governor Manchin is important for a number of reasons. Republicans today began to point out that Governor Manchin calls himself a social and fiscal conservative. When he gets to Washington, Republicans are pointing out that it's only a 2-year period that he'll be in the U.S. Senate because he's filling out the term of the late Senator Robert Byrd. He'll be up again in 2012. Republicans now saying that in this race, when Joe Manchin gets to Washington, he'll be voting with Republicans anyway, against healthcare or for healthcare reform repeal, against cap and trade should it ever get to the Senate, and much of the rest of the Obama agenda so that Joe Manchin can protect himself for a 2012 reelection. Brett, Megan.
Hey, Carl, in West Virginia, does this big win for Manchin bode well for other House races in West Virginia?
It does, as a matter of fact. There's a couple of races in West Virginia that we're watching very closely, and let's take a look at those now. You've got the Mollahan seat up here. This was a seat, the very first congressman to get defeated earlier in the year, and it's very much up for grabs. And then down in the 3rd district of the southern part of West Virginia, also very much in play, an open question now whether or not Joe Manchin may have some coattails to help Democrats and prevent Republicans from those pickups. They are races to watch very closely, and Republicans have had edges.
Okay, Carl.
All right, when we come back, we're going to go live to Florida, Kentucky, and the key battleground state of Ohio.
Plus, former vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin live right here. That's next on America's election headquarters.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Fox News World Election Headquarters right here tonight on Election Night. I want to get back now to our panel. Former George W. Bush Deputy Chief of Staff Karl Rove, Fox News political analyst Juan Williams, former Howard Dean campaign manager Joe Trippi, and Fox News senior political analyst Britt Hume. All right, Carl, I want to start with you. What are your thoughts on the trends we've been seeing so far?
You know, look, a lot of freshmen and sophomore Democrats in the House of Representatives that are in trouble are gone. Perillo, Nye of Virginia, Cosmos Grayson of Florida, Dryhouse, Kilroy, Wilson Bucieri of Ohio, all in difficulty, Ciro Rodriguez of Texas. But what gets me is the number of senior Democrats who are tonight trailing their Republican challengers at this point in the evening. Alan Boyd, one of the ranking members of the House Ways and Means Committee, Sanford Bishop, longtime African-American member of the Congress from Southwest Georgia, Klein of Florida, Chet Edwards, one of Texas Lieutenant to Nancy Pelosi, Barron Hill, gone, Indiana 9, Earl Pomeroy, the longtime member from North Dakota, Chandler of Kentucky, who earlier in the evening had a lead and is now tied in a 50-50 tie in a seat in Kentucky that if the Republicans were to take it would be indicative of a blowout evening. So, you know, it's odd so many of those senior members are up there. We're also seeing big differences in turnout. A report this afternoon at 5 o'clock that there was not a single precinct in the city of Philadelphia with more than 30% turnout. On the other hand, Lee County, Mississippi, a Republican stronghold, ran out of ballots, and they printed the number of ballots that they had for the 2008 presidential election.
Hey, Juan, on West Virginia Senate, we talked about how big a deal this is for Joe Manchin to win. Already the AFL-CIO is out with saying the unions provided the victory for this race for Joe Manchin. I mean, he's a guy who ran a commercial taking a shot against the cap and trade
famous
bill.
Boom, you know, and what you see here is Manchin, as you just heard Carl Cameron say, as he comes in, the idea is he's going to be a moderate Democrat, a moderate voice, because he's got to worry about his fortunes going towards 2012. The one that struck me earlier, Brett, was the Perriello race. Because when you look at Perriello, you are looking at someone who stood by President Obama, someone who voted for health care reform, someone who was saying, you know what, here is a Democrat defending the president's record. And there are a lot of Democrats around the country tonight who say Democrats made a mistake by not saying, here's the legislative accomplishments that we were able to make in this 18-month period. Perriello did, and he lost. And I think if you look at his voting record and his positions, you would have said, oh, you know, it's possible because he was hardworking and he had ads. He had wonderful ads about getting out, spilling coffee on himself. He's getting dirt on himself on the construction site about jobs. That did not transcend the problems that electorate had with Barack Obama. And similarly, with the other race in Virginia that we're watching, Boucher. Boucher, again, a moderate voting record, you know, but can't handle it. Right now, the trend is strongly pro-Republican.
But Boucher voted for cap and trade and stimulus.
Not only voted for it, but helped write the cap and trade.
That's right. And because he was on the energy committee, he probably had to cast the vote he cast to keep his committee chairmanship. But go ahead, Joe.
But this thing's across the board. I mean, you look at the early races in Indiana, Virginia, Florida. And if you're a Democrat, I hate to say it, but Chris Wallace may be right about how big this is likely to get through the evening. And the only hope, I think, is to how many of the Senate seats we can hold on to, because this is looking very, very tough tough at this point.
And I would have to say that I think that the Manchin win in West Virginia is a good sign for Democrats on a night of very bad signs, because after all, John Racy was ahead in polls running up into the last week. Yeah. And on a night when it appeared Republicans are winning bigger than I might have imagined in the House, that would have been a race you might have accepted.
Problem for the Democrats is they don't have a lot of popular incumbent governors running for their parties.
Look, the guy was wildly popular.
Who can shoot well,
no,
as Juan pointed out.
I think the one hope here is that I think the House Democrats had a tough time dealing with the nationalization of the race. It does appear, if you look at Manchin, that there may be a shot for Senate Democrats to escape that and be able to make it a local fight against.
So, Joe, if you're President Obama, how do you deal with that message tomorrow?
I think if we lose the House as badly as it looks like we're going to lose it, he's got to put his hand out and say we got to work together with the new majority in the House.
Yeah, but here's the thing: it's going to be very difficult, Megan, because what we're seeing is a lot of these districts, remember, were districts that were won by John McCain in 2008, right? Okay, so now you go back and you say to these independents who are swinging Republican, please stick with President Obama. They don't do it. You are taking away the middle in terms of conservative Democrats right now. So you're getting liberal Democrats left in, and of course conservative Republicans. Less room for negotiation. It's going to be a tough thing to say, here's area for compromise.
Okay, panel, we'll be back often throughout the night.
And we are counting down right now to the 9 p.m. hour here in the East. The polls are set to close in 11 states. We'll have that for you. Plus, Governor Sarah Palin is up next.
All that coming your way in America's election headquarters.
What's in a brushstroke? Look closely, and you will see the dynamic power and craftsmanship present in every vehicle we build. What's in a brushstroke? Everything you'll feel when you drive the new Infiniti G25, the latest in the legendary G-Line. This is inspired performance. This is the way of Infiniti. Now lease an Infiniti G25 for $319 a month.
Even with an overactive bladder, I don't always let the worry my pipes might leak compromise what I like to do. I take care with Vesicare, because I have better places to visit than just the bathroom.
Once daily Vesicare can help control your bladder muscle and is proven to treat overactive bladder with symptoms of frequent urges and leaks day and night. If you have certain stomach or glaucoma problems or trouble emptying your bladder, do not take Vesicare. Vesicare may cause allergic reactions that may be serious. If you experience swelling of the face, lips, throat, or tongue, stop taking Vesicare and get emergency help. Tell your doctor right away if you have severe abdominal pain or become constipated for 3 or more days. Vesicare may cause blurred vision, so use caution while driving or doing unsafe tasks. Common side effects are dry mouth, constipation, and indigestion.
You have better things to join than always a line for the bathroom. So pipe up and ask your doctor today about taking care with Vesicare.
Joining us now in America's election headquarters, former vice presidential candidate and Fox News contributor, Sarah Palin. Governor, thanks for being here.
Thanks so much.
Your thoughts of the night so far?
Well, I think a message is being sent, despite one of the upsets, if you will, because a lot of real conservatives had thought that one of these Senate seats would flip over to our side, but that didn't happen. West Virginia. Manchin, though, look how he won, though. He had to essentially oppose his party's leadership, his party's leader, Barack Obama. He had to basically campaign against the policies, especially cap and tax, that Obama was pushing forward. So still a message being sent that, the train's leaving the station and the president and his advisors and his colleagues and supporters can jump on board that train, but it's heading in a different direction, and the direction is going to be one of a more conservative bent.
What do you make, Governor, of what you're seeing so far in terms of the Tea Party? We've seen Rand Paul win now in Kentucky. And by the way, we are awaiting his victory speech, which we expect to happen moments away. We'll bring that to you. But of course, Christine O'Donnell has been defeated in Delaware, but Marco Rubio has won in Florida.
Right. So Christine's defeat, of course, in a deep blue state. It's not really a surprise. Disappointing for those who really wanted to shake it up in that state, though. But Rand Paul is basically a representative of the Tea Party movement. Those who are saying smaller, smarter government, kind of a libertarian bent even with Rand Paul and what he represents. it's a good indication, too, of that message being sent and being received by the electorate.
What do you think I'm sorry, Brett, because Karl Rove, as you know, predicted that Christine O'Donnell would not win this race as soon as she won the Republican primary. And some people looked at your endorsement of her as helping her win the primary in a state in which they did not feel she could win the general. They thought Mike Castle, who was more moderate of a Republican, would win, and that perhaps Christine O'Donnell winning that has cost the Republicans.
Well, I look forward to Karl Rove and others looking at what CNN is reporting and other networks reporting that exit polling is showing that Mike Castle even would have lost to Chris Coons. So it'll be interesting to see what their take is on that, but there was never any guarantee that a hardcore conservative would win in a deep blue state like Delaware.
Okay, Governor, if you would, please stick around here for some more reaction. And coming up next, Sarah Palin and Geraldine Ferraro, the only two women to ever be part of a presidential ticket, together for the first time ever, right here, live on set. And we are awaiting the 9 p.m. calls that are just closing. Polls are closing across the country now at 9 p.m. in a number of different states.
And we're going to go back out now to Times Square for our next calls of the night.
Fox News can now project 3 big wins for Democrats in New York. The Fox News Decision Desk projects that Democrat Andrew Cuomo will win the governorship of New York, post once held, of course, by his father Mario. Cuomo's Republican opponent Carl Palladino showed early promise but collapsed under the weight of his own gaffes, according to some.
And in the special Senate race in New York, Fox News is projecting that incumbent Kirsten Gillibrand will be elected to serve the remaining 2 years of the term begun by Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. Gillibrand is defeating former Republican Congressman Joe DeGuardi. Not a huge surprise there, but he had made a run of it for a while there. For the full term in the Senate from New York, Fox News can also project that Democrat Chuck Schumer will defeat novice candidate Republican Jay Townsend. This will be Schumer's 3rd term.
It's also interesting, Schumer could be in line to be Senate Majority Leader if Harry Reid loses in Nevada later tonight.
Exactly.
Fox News now projects that Republican John Hoeven will win the Senate race in North Dakota. This is not a surprise, defeating Democrat Tracy Potter. This is a gain for Republicans, as Hoeven, the popular governor of the state, will replace retiring Senator Byron Dorgan. Fox News also projecting that Republican Sam Brownback will win the race for governor in Kansas against Democrat Tom Holland. Brownback gave up his Senate seat to make this run. He'll replace Democrat Mark Parkinson, who had been lieutenant governor to Kathleen Sebelius. And also Fox News is now projecting that Jerry Moran, Republican, will win the Senate race in Kansas against Democrat Lisa Johnson. He will replace Senator Brownback.
In South Dakota, Fox News can project that John Thune will be reelected. No surprise there. Democrats did not field a candidate against this potential 2012 presidential candidate, so it's really not much of an alert.
I like how we have a check mark.
Well, I'm sure that Senator Thune appreciates that as well. Fox News also projecting that Republican Rick Snyder, a former computer executive and first-time candidate, will win the governorship of recession-ravaged Michigan. He will defeat Democrat Verge Bernero, the mayor of Lansing, and one of the prime advocates of the auto bailout.
Now, this is a big race for Michigan. Remember that Snyder ran on a campaign saying he was one tough nerd, a businessman who could turn Michigan around, and you can see that Michiganders believed him in big numbers.
They love the nerds.
Yeah, they do.
Over in Texas, Governor Rick Perry will survive a tough challenge from Democrat Bill White, the mayor of Houston. Perry, the former lieutenant governor, has been governor since George W. Bush stepped down from the post to become president. And in Wisconsin, the Senate race between first-time candidate Republican Ron Johnson and 4-term Democratic incumbent Senator Russ Feingold is too close to call. Still too close to call in Wisconsin's race out there. That's an interesting update.
Also too close to call in the governor's race in Wisconsin between the Republican Scott Walker and Democrat Tom Barrett. Still too close to call. A lot of those races will be following all throughout the night.
Indeed. And now we're going to check in on the tracker just to see what the balance of power is. This is in the House. You can see the Democrats have 32 so far. The Republicans have 79, each one hoping to get to the 218 mark, so they have a majority. You can see the number needed on the bottom of your screen. There's been a net gain of 1 for the Democrats and 7 for the Republicans. Obviously, the GOP hoping to add to that number significantly tonight. They need 39 net gain to take control of the House.
Now, the Senate balance of power, you see the majority, of course, at 51. There you see Republicans at 38, Democrats at 45, 13 needed to take control of the Senate. Just got a lot tougher with West Virginia and Connecticut. Now in the Democratic column, that's a net gain so far of 3. Again, they need 10 to take the majority in the Senate. That seems like a long way away right now.
Indeed. We're going to head out to Kentucky right now, where Rand Paul is about to begin his victory celebration from the look of things. We just saw his father, Congressman Ron Paul, out singing his son's praises. And I believe this is Rand Paul's son playing a mean guitar there. Unless I'm mistaken, I think his 2 sons were playing before his victory party. Rand Paul is an ophthalmologist, folks. This will be his first win to elected office. And he is heading, with the support of the Tea Party, to a state that he was not guaranteed to win. It is quite a night for him. Let's listen in to hear what the newly elected senator has to say.
And the base.
Nice.
Thank you. Thank you. What a crowd. I'd like to thank my wife, Kelly. I couldn't have done it without her. And my boys, William and Duncan and Robert, and for the great music. Thank you, guys. I have a message. A message from the people of Kentucky. A message that is loud and clear and does not mince words. We've come to take our government back. They say that the U.S. Senate is the world's most deliberative body. Well, I'm going to ask them to deliberate upon this. The American people are unhappy with what's going on in Washington. 11% of the people approve of what's going on in Congress. But tonight, there's a Tea Party tidal wave, and we're sending a message to them. It's a message that I will carry with me on day one. It's a message of fiscal sanity. It's a message of limited constitutional government and balanced budgets. When I arrive in Washington, I will ask them respectfully to deliberate upon this. We are in the midst of a debt crisis, and the American people want to know why we have to balance our budget and they don't. I will ask them respectfully to deliberate upon this. Government does not create jobs. Individual entrepreneurs, businessmen and women create jobs, but not the government. I will ask them respectfully to deliberate upon this. Why is America great? Why are we the greatest, richest, and freest country ever known to man? America is exceptional, but it is not inherently so. America is exceptional because we embraced freedom, because we enshrined it in our documents, and because we have lived and fought for the principles of freedom. America will remain great if we remain proud of America, if we remain proud of the American system, the system that is enshrined in our founding documents, the system that protects and promotes the free exchange of goods, the system that protects capitalism that has made this country great. America will remain great if and when we understand that government cannot create prosperity. We have to understand that it comes from ourselves. It does not come from government. We are the creators of that prosperity. Until we understand that, we cannot truly protect and defend our liberties. I have great confidence in the American system. We must believe in ourselves and not believe that somehow some benevolent leader in a distant capital will take care of us, will save us from ourselves. We must once again believe in ourselves. I will ask the Senate respectfully to deliberate upon this. Do we wish to live free or be enslaved by debt? Do we believe in the individual or do we believe in the state? Thomas Jefferson wrote that government is best that governs least. Likewise, freedom is best when enjoyed by the most. America can rise up and surmount these problems if we just get government out of our way. I am humbled by the honor bestowed upon me by the voters of Kentucky. I will do everything within my power to live up to that trust. America's best days lie ahead of her. If we can once again unleash the creative genius, the entrepreneurial spirit, the faith in ourselves that is the American dream. Thank you and God bless America.
Rand Paul in Kentucky, as we have a major America's election headquarters alert. Fox News is now projecting that Republicans will win control of the U.S. House of Representatives with a net gain of about 60 seats. Obviously still continuing, the voting is continuing, but based on the numbers we're seeing so far on the East Coast with what we've called and the projections and the modeling, the Republicans will take control of the U.S. House of Representatives with probably a net gain of 60 seats. The balance of power is projected to be in the range of 239 seats for the Republicans, 196 seats for the Democrats. Before we get to the end of the night, there you see the House tracker where it stands now, but we are now projecting, based on modeling, that the U.S. House of Representatives will be Republican, and it will be Speaker to be John Boehner.
And rejoining us now is a former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin and former vice presidential candidate. And your reaction, Governor, to the news now that Fox News projecting it will be by a likely margin of 60 net gains in the House.
60 is huge. It really isn't a surprise, though, I think, to so many who've been tracking closely kind of the mood, the sentiment of the American public, where people have been saying over and over for the last 21 months, a fundamental transformation of America that's going to lead to a bigger, overreaching government is not what people had in mind, even in 2008 in the presidential election.
Are we at 60? Are we at tsunami?
To me, That's an earthquake. It is. It's a huge message sent. It is a shakeup. And then we're going to see some of the shakeup there in the Senate, too. We heard Rand Paul talk now as a voice of the people in the Senate, talking about American exceptionalism and the American dream, knowing that that dream is snuffed out when government is too large and overreaching. He doing what he can in the Senate now to shake things up and turn it around. The House will be much easier to
Governor,
work in.
we saw in the exit polls that this is not really a vote for Republicans, emboldening Republicans per se, but more a vote against the Obama administration agenda. Do you fear perhaps Republicans being too emboldened by the results of this, what looks like a huge win tonight?
No, I think a lot of lessons are being learned tonight. The GOP establishment is learning a lesson, that they have strayed too far from the time-tested truths, the principles, and the planks in the platform, so a lesson is there. I think there's going to be a lot of humbleness that will be made manifest on both sides of the aisle after tonight. Certainly the American public hopes that we see that. So, no, I don't think that,
What do you expect, though, in terms of cooperation now? If the Republicans, if at least the Democrats do not have a mandate in the House and Republicans have a provisional grant of power and perhaps obviously some gains in the Senate, but they're not expected to win the majority, at least not at this point in the evening. What would you advise those new Republicans heading off to Congress in terms of cooperating with the other side?
With the other side, it is a time for unity, and what the Republicans need to do is reach out to the Democrats, reach out to the White House and say, hey, the train is leaving the station. Come on board. We invite you to come on board, but we're heading in a different direction. So yes, that gesture of reaching out, and may it be sincere, because the American public expects that. We don't expect people to be petty and wasting our time and wasting our resources. We want our government to be working for us. The only way to do that is with unity. But if the Democrats, as they've proven over the last 21 months, refuse to work in a bipartisan or nonpartisan manner, then the train will leave them behind.
And it's important to put it in perspective. Just a few months ago, House Minority Leader John Boehner talked about Republicans taking control of the House, and he was dismissed largely for saying that they could get to 39. And then it changed, and there started to be this momentum building. In perspective, how big a deal is this that Republicans in just 2 short years have been able to turn the entire thing around?
It is a big darn deal. There is a lot of disenchantment and some disenfranchisement that the American public feels when we're trying to relate to what government is doing to our country right now. So it's a big deal to see this shakeup, to see this turnaround, and in an effort to cooperate, I think, again, it's extremely important that the Republicans reach out to the Democrats and remind them that the voice of the people now, especially with the House of Representatives having such a mandate now for change, for more positive, leading towards conservative policy change, that cooperation is going to be very necessary. But Republicans cannot afford to compromise on principles, or 2 years from now, you're going to see a reversal of all this. We're going to give the Republican Party another shot, and we're going to make sure that they are held accountable too, in addition to the Democrats.
What issues could there be compromise on? Because, President Obama has talked of comprehensive immigration reform, which he has not been able to get through thus far, cap and trade, which passed in the House but failed in the Senate. Obviously, jobs needs to be the #1 priority, but some Democrats are pushing for a second stimulus, something Republicans have rejected. What areas could there be compromise on, as you see it?
Well, we know that there can't be compromise on kind of willing and dealing with Obama on any kind of tax increase. It's nonsense to think of increasing anybody's taxes at a time of economic woe that we're facing right now. So that's off the table. Cap and tax, that's a tax on energy, that's off the table. Where there should be some cooperation is when we talk about the regulatory agencies that basically do control everything that touches our daily lives. And the compromise there, again, though, needs to be that the Obama administration needs to know that overregulation of our industries is just going to thwart the opportunities for Americans. But there can be discussion and compromise and some reasonableness when we talk about the regulatory agencies that are so much in control, like the EPA, when we talk about what will be deemed necessary to control and not control with our energy developments. But no compromise on principle, and the American public would be extremely disappointed in Republicans, especially those newly elected, who would cave.
Governor Palin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just into Fox News, 4 governor's races we have to call right now. In Oklahoma, Fox is projecting that Republican Mary Fallin has beaten Jerry Askins, the Democrat. This is a flip. This was the race in which Mary Fallon played the so-called mom card during the debate, mentioning that one of the things that qualified her for this position was that she's the mother of 6 children. Her opponent had no children. That led to a debate on whether that was appropriate. The voters of Oklahoma apparently not having any problem with it. In Maryland, Governor Democrat Martin O'Malley, this is the Maryland governor's race. Martin O'Malley keeping his seat, beating Republican Bob Ehrlich. He took the seat from Ehrlich. He will retain it tonight. Off to South Dakota we go, where Republican Dennis Daugaard beating Democrat Scott Heideprim there. You can see the margin pretty significant for the Republican, 64% to 36% based on what we're getting so far. In Alabama, Fox News projecting that the Republicans will take control of the governor's house. There you see it. Robert Bentley, the Republican, prevailing over Democrat Ron Sparks. And again, so far it looks like it's a considerable margin.
And now to the House in Virginia, a flip in the congressional district, the 2nd district. Scott Rigel, auto dealer, beating incumbent Glenn Nye. Nye tried to distance himself from the Obama administration, but it is a Republican gain now in the House for this race. And we are seeing, of course, we just made the projection that Republicans will, according to Fox News, take control of the House of Representatives. This is one of the reasons, because some of those moderate Democrats basically were not able to hold in districts that John McCain won in 2008. Now let's go live to West Virginia, where the governor, now Senator-elect Joe Manchin, takes the stage. Let's listen in.
It's such an honor and a privilege for Gail and I both to be able to serve you for 6 years as governor and first lady. I can't. We made tremendous strides as a state, and the reason we did that is because we trusted one another. Yes. We worked together. We put our state first, and it works so well for us. And we're going to continue to fight for West Virginia every day of our life. I can only say that I want to thank all the people of West Virginia for believing in me. I really, truly appreciate every one of them. You know, we never thought we would ever lose our beloved Senator Byrd, but the good Lord had other plans. And leaving the governor's office was one of the toughest decisions I had to make. And we achieved so much as a state working together. But I can tell you, I'm proud of what we've been able to do. I am proud of every one of our accomplishments. But when I look at what challenges we have ahead of us in Washington, I know it's time to take that fight there. Amen. Tonight, I want all of you to celebrate this victory, because it's all of you that made it happen. Every one of you. I want to thank my senior senator for being here, Senator Jay Rockefeller. I thank him so much. Because tomorrow starts the rebuilding, the road of rebuilding America. We must start tomorrow. And I really believe that Washington could learn a few things and a few lessons from West Virginia. Yes! A little common sense goes a long way, I can tell you that. You know, we acknowledge that Washington is broken. And when you look, and I said this on the campaign trail so much, when you look and you see putting the party first, or putting your personal agenda or political agenda second and the country last, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not how we do things in West Virginia. It's not how we've repaired things and made them better. We put West Virginia first, and it's time to put America first. Yeah. We've got to be very careful when the political parties start putting the next election ahead of the next generation. That's serious. And we can't let that happen. There's no way we can let that happen. It is all about the generation that's coming behind us. And you can see in our family, we do have. We've replenished the generations very well. I didn't, when we look at all, and I look at all of my colleagues and everybody who works so close, I didn't make all these changes in West Virginia by myself. No one person can do that. And I can't make all the changes in Washington myself. I'll need my leadership from my dear Senator Rockefeller, my senior senator, and all of the senators on both sides of the aisle, Democrat and Republicans working together. Now, I want you to know, I'm going there, and I intend to work with everyone who's willing to put their country first. If you put the country first, I don't care whether you're a Democrat.
And there you have it, a very enthusiastic Governor Joe Manchin, now Senator-elect Joe Manchin from the state of West Virginia, using some interesting language there, saying that he is going to, quote, take the fight to Washington, picking up perhaps on what Carl Cameron was forecasting a bit ago, saying he will be a Democrat going to West Virginia, to the Senate for West Virginia, but perhaps not your typical Democrat, that he's now got a different sort of mandate from the West Virginia voters. So we'll talk with him and our panel momentarily about what that means.
One of the biggest issues shaping tonight's results, the economy, of course. Bill Hemmer has more on that from the Fox Big Board. Hey, Bill.
Brett and Megan, good evening to you. One of the amazing things about that victory in West Virginia, frankly, is what's happened with the economy in West Virginia. And we're going to canvass the country back on our touchscreen here device to show you what's happened in some of these key races and also these key states. Foreclosure rates and the unemployment rate. In West Virginia alone, if you go back over the past 22 months, the unemployment rate has been a major issue between Joe Manchin and John Racy. And look what it's done in West Virginia since January of 2009. It's up 3.4%. That's just a tick below the national average at 9.6%. And Joe Manchin was able to overcome that, which is an extraordinary thing for him to do, especially given the way he turned around his campaign in the final month of that race in West Virginia. One of the other highest unemployment rates that we have found is down here in the state of Florida. Marco Rubio ran away with this election. Foreclosures, unemployment, retirement money. It's been a big issue in Florida, and so too has the jobs picture down there. Look where Florida is. Florida's up 3.2%. in the last 22 months, well above the national average. The big one, though, I mean, the Mac Daddy of all economic pictures is out in Nevada. And this may be the reason as to why we cannot yet call the race in Nevada between the Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid and a first-timer by the name of Sharon Angle, a strong Tea Party favorite and a Republican. In Nevada, it leads all the other states, all 49 other states, up 4.8% in the past 22 months. National average is at 9.6. Nevada's unemployment rate at 14.4%. Before this race even happened today, before this election even started, we knew the economy was a big deal. We went out 2 weeks ago to find out what voters were concerned about. What was the one thing that was on their minds that was most important to them in their vote? And this is what we found. The economy. 57% was extremely important to their vote. It was ahead of the candidate's honesty that was back at 53%. In other words, they were saying, you can lie to me, just make sure I get a job. And then the government spending in health care came in tied at 51%. But the economy is a big deal, and it's playing out in races all across the country, especially in the House races and the balance of power that we can now call in favor of Republicans. And the House side here with the balance of power, at this moment, you've got to get 218 to majority. Safely say 47 in the Democratic margin over here and 90 for the Republicans. But we can safely say, based on the returns we're getting across the country, the economy was a big deal in these House races. And the American people came out and voted just that tonight. Okay. Brett and Megan, back to you.
Bill Hemmer, thank you.
Sure.
And Fox News can now make a couple more House calls for you. And we begin with this one. Out of Massachusetts' 4th District, Fox News is projecting that Barney Frank, the incumbent, has prevailed over his challenger, Sean Beelat. Barney Frank hasn't faced a serious challenge for this seat since 1982. Sean Beelat gave him a run for his money. This guy's an Iraq War veteran who went to Wharton and has spent his life post-grad and post-service in the military working for a company that designs ways to fight IEDs for our soldiers on the ground. He gave Barney Frank a run for his money, but alas, it was not to be for Sean Beelat. Barney Frank winning his 16th term in Congress. Moving down to Florida, Fox News is now projecting that Democrat Alan Boyd has lost, that the Republican Steve Sutherland has won in this race. Alan Boyd, the Democrat, has been in Congress since 1996. In this race, the key issue was health care. It is a bill that Boyd voted against in November, but then he flipped his vote and voted for it when it was brought back to the House floor this spring. So he flipped on the vote. This was a bill that was not popular in that particular district, and Steve Sutherland reaping the rewards tonight. So far, it looks like by a considerable margin. Another big House race out of New Hampshire we want to bring you an update on now. Fox News projecting that the Democratic incumbent, Carol Shea Porter, has lost to her Republican challenger, Frank Ginta. Again, Carol Shea Porter is a hero to some on the left. She has unabashed liberalism, essentially. She enjoyed a 3-to-1 cash advantage in this race, at least at the end of August. But she voted for health care, which again was not popular in this particular district. She rode Democratic waves to victory in 2006 and 2008 in a district that has long leaned right. And she took that risky vote, and in part, it could be what cost her seat tonight. Nonetheless, the Republican taking that seat, Frank Ginta.
Now, a Senate call for you. We have incumbent David Vitter holding on to his seat in Louisiana, beating Democrat Charles Mélenchon in Louisiana. Now, this was a race that Democrats thought they could have when Vitter got his name showed up in a D.C. Madam's address book. He had a solid opponent, but Vitter holding on with big numbers early in Louisiana,
there was a win.
And we're going to head down to Florida now, where Senator-elect Marco Rubio is offering his victory speech. Let's take a listen.
Collected their allowance, which was largely quarters and single-dollar bills, and handed it to me. I didn't tell them that. They overheard me. And it was in that moment that I was reminded of what this race and election was really all about. It was not about any of our individual ambitions, but it was about the future, as represented by them and their generation. And that lesson is profound. It's one that I will not soon forget. Tomorrow, or even now, the stories are being written about what this election is about. What does it mean? And we still don't know all the results from around this country. But we know that tonight, the power in the United States House of Representatives will change hands. We know tonight that a growing number of Republicans will now serve in the Senate as well. And we make a grave mistake if we believe that tonight these results are somehow an embrace of the Republican Party. What they are is a second chance. A second chance for Republicans to be what they said they were going to be not so long ago. You see, I learned early on in this campaign, in fact, it's what propelled me to enter it, that what this race was about the great future that lies ahead for our country, a future that Americans know is there for the taking. But it requires actions on our part. Americans believe with all their heart, the vast majority of them, and the vast majority of Floridians, that the United States of America is simply the single greatest nation in all of human history. A place without equal in the history of all mankind. But we also know that something doesn't seem right. Our nation is headed in the wrong direction, and both parties are to blame. And what Americans are looking for desperately are people that will go to Washington, D.C. and stand up to this agenda that is taking us in the wrong direction and offer a clear and genuine alternative. And that's what this race was about early on for me. And that's what it's about tonight. It is about the future of this country and what it will look like when our children are our age. Now let me tell you, there are those out there who doubt about the greatness of America. Sometimes when I say it, I hear the snickers from some in different parts. They think it's simplistic. But see, I know America is great not because I read about it in a book, because I've seen it with my eyes. I've been raised in a community of exiles, of people who lost their country, of people who know what it's like to live somewhere else. By the way, a community that I am proud to be a part of. A community of men and women that were once my age. And when they were, they had dreams like we have now. And yet they lost all those things through an accident of history. And so they came here to try to rebuild their lives. And some did, but many others could not. And instead it became the purpose of their life to leave their children with the opportunities they themselves did not have. This is the story of the Cuban exile community, and it defines what so many of us who are a product of it are. And I know this: no matter where I go or what title I may achieve, I will always be the son of exiles. And we will always be the heirs to 2 generations of unfulfilled dreams. The other way that I know about America's greatness is the story of a man that I knew well, of someone who wasn't born in this country. When he was 6 years old, he lost his mother. When he was 12, he lost his father. He grew up largely in a society where what you were going to be when you grow up was decided for you. This is like almost every other place in the world. Think about what that means. That means that before you are even born, how far you are going to get to go in life is decided for you by who your parents are or are not. And that's how it is almost everywhere in the world. And now this is how it was for that man. He was fortunate enough to make it here to America, where he was never able to capture his own dreams of his own youth. Instead, he made it the mission of his life to ensure that his children would have every opportunity he did not. That every door that was closed for him would be open for them. That the day would never come for them that came for him. The day when he realized that
Marco Rubio, now the senator-elect in Florida, a rising star in the Republican Party. We will likely see a lot of him in coming years. Live from Coral Gables tonight.
Well, normally at this hour right here on Fox News Channel, you are watching a man named Sean Hannity. He's the host of the aptly named Hannity here on Fox News Channel. And we didn't want to disappoint you. You know, Brett and I are here sort of holding down the fort for now. But joining us now, Mr. Sean Hannity.
Should we have a football?
Yeah, we should have a football, by the way. And thanks, Megan and Brett. And tonight, joining me on our panel, we have the one and only, I know Bob's having a bad night, Bob Beckel is with us, Democratic strategist, and Dana Perino, Fox News contributor, and Democratic pollster Doug Schoen. Guys, welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thanks.
We're trying to shore up Bob before he falls over.
No, it's believe me, I feel like the blind guy who says a guide dog and the dog died. But I'll tell you, it could have been a lot worse. I could have died with the dog. I mean, this was an interesting race so far. I mean,
but it's pretty darn bad, Bob.
No, listen, I give all the credit to the Republicans on this. They've won a big race. But the thing that I found interesting, a lot of these Senate races that were supposed to be Republican races, in the end, it broke towards the Democrats and made these races close.
All right, let's look at the one that did break that we were watching very closely. Now, by the way, I have not seen, in the final days leading up with the polls, I've not seen one shift from what the polls were. Manchin caught up to Racy and was in the lead by about 4 points. Now, for Manchin to get there, Dana, he had to fire a bullet through the cap and tax bill and run as far away from Barack Obama as any Democrat in the country.
Right. They call Republicans in name only. He might be a Democrat in name only.
Good way to put it.
Dino or Dino, I don't know how to pronounce it. But if you're going to have a Democrat in the United States Senate, from my perspective, he's the kind of Democrat you want.
Well, it'll be interesting to see whether or not he stands by that. Look, Doug.
He'll have to.
He will have to. I agree.
Yeah, he will.
He will.
He said he will tonight.
Doug, it's been fascinating to watch you. You have been warning your party.
Right.
This day is coming.
Right.
Fox News is projecting, I've been listening to Brett and Megan and watching all night, 60 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. Now, we call it the Republican Revolution of 1994. Right. 53 seats.
Right.
60 or more seats tonight, we expect.
Two things, Sean. First, this is a complete repudiation of the Democratic Party, and particularly in the South, notwithstanding, Bob, North Carolina. There isn't a Democratic Party in the South. Second thing, Sean, with the Republican Party not being able to apparently close the deal the way some of the polls suggested, it suggests the absence of a positive Republican narrative has probably held down what are historic gains. I don't minimize them for a second, but let's face facts. The Republicans haven't been able to do what they...
But with the Pledge of America, I mean, to go back to constitutional principles, maybe I'm hearing a different message. They're saying they want to repeal Obamacare.
Right.
They're saying they want to live within their means. We just heard Rand Paul. I thought he gave a great speech, and Marco Rubio. Yeah, but are you saying that 60 could have been 90?
No, yes, and I'll tell you why. I think Doug's exactly right. That deal you just talked about, you didn't hear about it after they announced it.
This is a spin that I didn't expect.
No, wait a second. No, here's the thing that's interesting to me is that the conservative Democrats in North Carolina all survive. Heath Schuler and two other races. We get wiped out in Florida. We get wiped out in Indiana. Pennsylvania looks like where the Republicans figured they were going to pick up 5 or 6 seats. It looks the one person who's down right now is an incumbent Republican. That race should have been a race on the Senate side. That's going to be a close race. So it's holding the pattern. The South is essentially, you're right, dead for the Democrats. But Pennsylvania and even Illinois and Ohio, the fact that Ohio's close is surprising.
But listen to what you're saying here. You're saying that if Pat Toomey is in a close race but wins, if Kirk wins in Illinois, in Barack Obama's old Senate seat, that somehow that it was a lot closer than we thought. I'm trying to understand that.
You're the one who for weeks said to the Republicans, do not overestimate, do not set your standard too high.
What did I tell you Monday? I told you 60 seats in the House, and I told you 8 to 9 seats in the Senate.
Here's the problem. You got on a lot of Republicans who shot their mouths off and said 100.
I was not one of them.
I know. But I'm just saying,
I was on record at 60. But
if you want me to go on my sword and say, was it a bad night? It was a horrible night.
That's what I was hoping. I was waiting.
But
Please dive on it.
The difference between horrible and death is a long way. You know, we're around to survive. Let me put it that way.
Dana.
Well, it certainly feels a lot different than 2006, but I will say that midterm elections are always about the president. That was true for the president I worked for, President George W. Bush. In 2002,
he lost 26 seats in 2000.
Well, in 2002, he picked up seats. Okay, that rarely happens in a presidency. In 2006, it was about him as well. One thing I found interesting is that some commentary suggesting that health care didn't have anything to do with this election. That's like suggesting that the Iraq War didn't have anything to do with President Bush losing seats in 2006. It was a policy problem from the beginning. If it wasn't just, and the Republicans, I think you're right in terms of turning that message around from just a negative to a positive. So we'll repeal Obamacare and do what? And that is what happens tomorrow.
So this is an interesting question. What happens tomorrow?
Right.
Because look with the new energy of the Tea Party,
right.
And you heard what Rand Paul said tonight.
I did.
I think any Republican that doesn't vote to repeal health care is going to be.
But they're not going to repeal health care. The question about Obama tomorrow.
They will vote to do it.
That's right. But Obama tomorrow has got a big decision to make, and he better learn from this, and that is he needs to have some contrition and talk about right out of the gate. And you ought to talk about trying to find compromise.
Now, this raises does he have any Bill Clinton in him? Will we hear the era of big government is over?
We're going to learn a little bit of it tomorrow.
As Marco Rubio said tonight, and Sarah Palin said tonight, is about cooperation between two parties that have been at war. And Sean, we want jobs. We need jobs because you have to. Because we're at risk overseas. You saw it in what happened in Yemen.
From my perspective, that has to come from the president. The president has to lead. He can't expect that 535 people then reach out to him. He's the president of the United States, and he should reach out, swallow a big dose of humble pie, and come out and get us to laugh with.
Does he extend the Bush tax cuts?
Yes.
I would, and I would say he should do it for 3 years.
That deal is over. It's done. It's passed. You're going to have permanent under 250, and you're going to have a 2-year extension on the 250 and over.
And we need a clear strategy on jobs in the economy. The Republicans didn't offer it. The Democrats have nothing. And unless we do that, we're not going to get out of the mess.
But remember, what part of this election was about stop. Put on the brakes. We're worried about what is happening, and the people like checks and balances in this country.
All right, so if we were going to use one word as we are about to throw it back and get some more news on some of the other races, one word to describe tonight.
Rejection of Obama.
That's 4 words.
That was one word.
Obama policies. Need for cooperation.
All right,
I'm
Dana.
done.
I say fantastic.
Life support from flat lining.
All right, I have one word.
That's 3.
As we throw it back to Brett and Megan, historic.
Okay.
Such a fiery panel. They told me there'd be no math.
I think the line of the night, maybe, Bob's, there's a difference between horrible and death.
Yeah, tell Beckel that.
Believe me, I know the difference, and I'm still living and breathing.
Oh,
thanks, Sean. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming up, races that are still too close to call.
Also, Karl Rove, Brit Hume, and the best or second best political panel on television. They're all good, too. We'll see you in 2.
Beckel's out of here. He's had enough. Look at him. He's making it. Welcome back, everyone, to America's election headquarters. We're going to take a look now at some races that are still too close to call. In Illinois, the race for President Obama's former Senate seat, Republican Mark Kirk against Democrat Alexei Giannoulias, still too close to call. This has been a tough-fought battle between these two gentlemen. Mark Kirk exaggerated his military service and took some hits in the polls for that. Alexei Giannoulias had his family bank closed for mob ties, so the Illinoisans had a tough choice in this race. So far, we're not able to project the winner. Over now to Pennsylvania, where Democrat Joe Sestak is running against Pat Toomey, the Republican. This is to fill the seat once held by Arlen Specter. First time in 30 years Specter hasn't been on this ballot. Joe Sestak, of course, beat Arlen Specter in the primary, and now that race is still too close to call. Toomey had been ahead, but Sestak surged in the end. Normally, this would probably, they say, have gone Democratic, although in this year, anything's possible, and going into this race, Toomey was slightly ahead, so we'll wait to see what's happening in Pennsylvania. Can't call it yet. Now we head to Wisconsin, where the Democrat incumbent, Russ Feingold, is in the fight of his political life to keep his seat against Republican Ron Johnson. Johnson had been exceeding Russ Feingold's numbers in the polls, but again, right now, it is still too close to call there. He was expected, at least according to the polls, to do rather well tonight. That was a bit of a shock because for a long time there it was presumed that Russ Feingold would hold this seat, obviously very closely tied to the White House and has been campaigned for by not only President Obama, but by Mrs. Obama as well. So we'll see. Still too close to call right now in Wisconsin. Those are just 3 of the races we are watching very closely for you tonight. Brett?
Okay, Megan, now a look at the Senate tracker quickly. You can take a look at how it's all adding up in the U.S. Senate so far. There are a lot of races, as Megan mentioned, too close to call. But right now, Democrats at 45, Republicans at 39, 12 needed to take the majority. And you'll see the gain throughout the night in the yellow numbers. Right now, Republicans have picked up 3, Democrats 0. Republicans need 10, of course, to take over the majority. We'll be following that all night. And, of course, on the bottom of your screen, all of the races throughout the night as they're called, the checks, and they also say whether they're a gain or not. And coming up, Greta Van Susteren at the top of the hour.
And more from the smartest names in politics throughout the night. Plus this.
"221 years since George Washington was elected.
Only 2 women have ever been part of a presidential ticket.
That, to me, is indicative of where the party is going.
You get the mama grizzly bear in you sometimes. You want to rear up on hind legs and say, wait a minute."
Republican Sarah Palin, Democrat Geraldine Ferraro.
America's first 2 female candidates for vice president.
They come face to face for the first time ever.
Minutes away on America's election headquarters.
Okay, a Fox News alert. Now we have a couple of calls. Tennessee 8, the House district goes to the Republican, Stephen Fincher. There you see with 59% over Roy Herron, the Democrat. That is a Republican gain. Now to Texas 17. This is a big race. Chet Edwards, longtime congressman, is losing. He will lose. Fox News projecting that the Republican Bill Flores will pick up this win. Chet Edwards, longtime congressman, senior appropriator. He was actually briefly touted by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as President Obama's running mate potential. But Chet Edwards will not be heading back to Washington. This is a Republican gain tonight. Quickly to the House tracker as you look at all of the numbers. Let's go to the governor's race.
Yeah, we'll get to the House tracker in a second, but just no surprise here in the Nebraska's governor's race. Dave Heineman, the incumbent, will hold on. He was trailing, leading by about 40 points in the polls. So not a huge surprise there, but the Republicans retain control of the Nebraska's governor's race at the House.
Okay. And throughout the night, you can obviously look on the top of the screen and see the tracker as we put it up throughout the evening in the Senate and the House.
There it is.
Doesn't that look?
TV magic.
Yeah.
Nice.
Brady Bunch.
I thought we agreed we weren't going to do that.
We weren't going to do that, sorry.
What we agreed we would do is go back to our panel, and that includes former George W. Bush Deputy Chief of Staff Karl Rove, Fox News political analyst Juan Williams, former Howard Dean campaign manager Joe Trippi, and Fox News senior political analyst Britt Hume. Britt, some perspective on what we've seen.
Well, you see Republicans on the House races winning everywhere, particularly in the West and Southwest so far, winning everywhere. And yet the Senate picture isn't conforming to that. And it looks as if we're having in a lot of these congressional districts where Republicans are winning a lot of ticket splitting. West Virginia went a way that the Republicans didn't hope. You look at the race in Illinois, still too close to call, but very close indeed, with Jim Lewis, the Democrat, ahead. Similarly in Pennsylvania, the Toomey race, we might have thought that by this time tonight we would know how that would come out. It looked like Toomey was going to win. Well, he may yet win, but it's very close indeed. And it looks to me like it's going to be very hard for the Republicans to gain control of the Senate tonight, if not impossible.
Joe, does that suggest to you that the Democrats' attempt to not nationalize at least those Senate races is working?
But I think two things. One, the Democratic strategy to make it about them and the opponent. And the second thing, I think there was a failure on the Republicans to have a national narrative in those Senate races. I just think that they let it get to each Republican against the Democrat, in a way that we're looking at O'Donnell's the best example of this. When O'Donnell happened, the national picture went out the window. She became somebody with flaws. You see this with Racy. The Racy campaign was just blundered its way through in the last days, I think, in West Virginia. That's handed Manchin, a very popular governor, but it handed him a win there. And now we don't know yet what's going to happen in some of these other states.
Republicans are going to win the election. I mean, they're going to win the Senate election. They're going to gain seats.
They're going to gain seats, but I think they're going to let 3 or 4 of these seats go that they could have gotten, I think. And I don't know, one of them may have been Nevada. We won't know yet. But
hey, Juan, in big picture on these House races, the Republican National Campaign Committee, the Congressional Campaign Committee, just sent out an email saying, for perspective, 2 years ago, Time magazine had the front cover, Endangered Species, with a big elephant. How the Republicans lost their way. That was 2 years ago.
Right.
It's a big change.
Well, it's a huge change. I mean, you stop and think about it. 2006, Democrats come in and take House and Senate. Then you go to 2008 and you have Barack Obama take over, and there's a seismic change there in terms of our political landscape. And now this year, and Republicans look like they're going to take the House again. And what you're seeing here, I think, is politics that is volatile, is unpredictable, and representative of something we saw in the exit polls, which is the majority of the American people say they're angry, they're upset with what's going on, which leads me to the Tea Party. I mean, what is the Tea Party role here? You have Marco Rubio as a winner tonight. You have Rand Paul as a winner tonight. You have Christine O'Donnell as a loser. I think it's something close like, 55% of the voters when the exit poll said the Tea Party was not a factor. 23% though said their vote was about voting for the Tea Party. I think that group that's voting for the Tea Party are the people who get involved locally. I think they're the ones that you're feeling their power in the House races. But once you get into the broader state level, I don't think you're feeling it. But what you are seeing, and I think this is what the Tea Party is representative of, is this discontent among the American people. This sense that, they don't like what the federal government's doing. They think it's too big. They feel as if people are out of touch with them. They feel alienated or alone. The Tea Party has picked up that sentiment. So the volatility overall that we're seeing cycle to cycle at the moment is captured by the Tea Party, and it's what has driven Republican turnout that has benefited Republicans in these House races and turn the House again tonight.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I was going to say one of the things, this is now would likely be the third wave election in a row. Right. 2006, 2008, 2010. So what Juan's saying is, I think the question is 2012 is another wave election. In other words, we thought in 2008 it was about how great we were. No, it turned out, it was we just rejecting what Republicans have been doing in 2008.
You can't really argue that there's a similarity there, it seems to me, because there really was a very highly positive element to the Obama victory. He inspired a great many voters, many of whom have turned against him tonight or sat home. This is, and the Republicans certainly haven't done to win this election what Obama did to win his. That is to say, they haven't really inspired anybody. They've qualified themselves to win this election by steadfastly opposing much of the Obama agenda, which has turned out to be, in the public's eyes, both unsuccessful and obviously unpopular as well. So they've qualified themselves for a shot. This is a striking vote against the very man who won so convincingly 2 years ago and his party.
I agree with you.
And that's really what it's about.
And what I'm saying, though, is if Republicans think that it's more than that, we could end up looking at the same thing in 2012.
Let's put this in a little perspective. We are partway through the night, and the Republicans have a net gain of 3 in the Senate. Sure. We're likely to pick up out of Colorado, Illinois, Wisconsin, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Washington additional gains. The average number of seats won by the out-of-power party in a midterm election since World War II is 3.5. So we're going to end up with more Republicans. We're going to have 7 or 8 Republican victories tonight in the Senate. That is a big deal.
But you're not saying that this amounts to a huge endorsement of the Republican Party.
No. But this, you cannot be for something, be only against something. You got to be partly for something before you can bring yourself to vote for them.
At all, yeah.
At all. So, I mean, there's some element of, yes, we're against the Obama agenda. But if you do not have a conviction that that person is up to the job or that they share your conviction, you're not going to vote for them. Otherwise, we'd have more.
So you're saying Republicans need an agenda?
But no, Republicans.
Hold that thought, because we will definitely be back to you
winning
guys.
more seats than historically is average.
We've got some more
considerably,
races
twice
to
as
call.
much. That's right.
You can get into it.
And I just want to know for the record, Brett, it's been 2 hours before Britt issued his first shh.
Yeah.
Just so for those of you
help you here.
Keeping track at home.
But he saw you on Times Square. So
and the reason we had to wrap the panel is because we are now just moments away from poll closings in 5 races. We're going to have those results for you next. Don't go away.
you are looking live. Times Square, Midtown Manhattan, the crossroads of the world.
Polls just closing, and Fox News can now project that Republican Senator John McCain will win his 5th, and he says final term in Arizona. McCain, 74 years old, survived a grueling primary challenge, but will cruise to victory tonight over attorney Rodney Glassman.
Another longtime Republican, Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa, also projected to win tonight. Not a surprise. Democrats once touted the chances of former State Attorney General Roxanne Conlon, but this one no contest. Grassley cruising to victory.
Also in Iowa, Republican Terry Branstad is heading back to the governor's mansion. Fox News now projects that incumbent Democrat Chet Culver will be defeated in the Hawkeye state. Also, Fox News making a projection in Pennsylvania. Projecting that governor's race will be won by Tom Corbett. This is a pickup for the Republicans. Corbett prevailing over the Democrat Dan Honorato.
Now, this is an interesting race and a big one. This is a big win for the Republicans. It was expected. They had opened up a gain in recent weeks. However, the interesting thing is whether this will translate to that Senate race, which is too close to call. This is, of course, the Sestak-Toomey race.
And these are the 3 governor's races we've really been watching are Pennsylvania, Florida, and Ohio, none of which we've been able to call, except for this is the first one out of those 3.
That's right. Another flip for you. Republicans picking up the Wyoming governor's race. I'm sorry, let's go to Massachusetts first. This is Deval Patrick, another big win for the Democrats tonight, holding off the challenge from Charlie Baker. Deval Patrick, obviously a friend of President Obama's. This is a stiff challenge in that race in Massachusetts, but we're able to call it early now for the Democrats.
And you mentioned the Wyoming governor's race. Matt Mead, the Republican there, Fox News now projecting that he has won over the Democrat Leslie Peterson. This is not a huge surprise. He was polling over her by about 30 points, so not a huge surprise there. But Republicans have only managed to win 3 governor's races here in the last 40 years. So a victory for Matt Mead tonight in Wyoming.
Welcome back to America's Election Headquarters. I'm Brett Baer.
Hi, everybody, and I'm Megyn Kelly. As the polls are closing, we are getting you the latest race calls and the analysis from the best team in the business. And joining us now for more of that is the Republican governor of Minnesota, Tim Pawlenty. Governor, your thoughts on what we've seen so far tonight?
Well, good evening, Megyn and Brett. I think it's basically the economy is in the doldrums. People want to get that fixed. They don't believe President Obama, the Congress are doing it in the right way. They want to put an end to that kind of leadership, or at least put him in a headlock so he'd stop flailing around. And then also, if you look at it, they want government to live within its means like everybody else, and they feel that the government spending's out of control. That, I think, explains a lot of the reason people are coming back to Republicans.
You know, according to our initial exit polls, 38% of voters said that their congressional vote today showed their opposition to President Obama's policies. 36% said he wasn't a factor at all, and 24% said they wanted to show their support. How do you think the president has factored into what we've seen tonight?
Well, I think in these off-year elections, it is partly a referendum on the incumbent president. I think history has shown that. So it may not be the total explanation, but I think it's a significant part of it. And I do think they're trying to send the message they don't like the direction the country's headed under President Obama and Nancy Pelosi. They see it as excessive. They see it as misguided. And they're frustrated by the economy, and they're worried. And they want to take a different direction. And you're seeing that message being sent across the country loudly.
Governor, in certain races, Democrats are holding on, even in Minnesota, where we haven't been able to call that race for the governor's seat. What about the situation in your own state and how it translates to the rest of the country? Do you see anything there?
Well, I'm hopeful in Minnesota that the Republicans will do well here. I think you'll see that in our congressional races and hopefully the governor's race. But there are certain states that are pretty blue. You look at Hawaii, California, Minnesota, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, states like that. It's it's a steeper hill to climb for Republicans. Doesn't mean it's impossible. It just makes it more difficult.
Governor Tim Pawlenty, live from Minnesota tonight. Governor, thank you very much.
Well, you've seen her over the past couple of hours, folks.
That's it.
It's a good goodbye to the governor, and thank you to him. We have trotted out our biggest stars. In the 8 p.m. hour, we had Bill O'Reilly. In the 9 p.m. hour, we had Sean Hannity. And now in the 10 p.m. hour, the woman who normally anchors this hour, Greta Van Susteren, anchor and host of On the Record, is here. Greta?
Thank you, Megan. And joining me, Senator Rick Santorum and Kirsten Powers. Let me go first to you, Senator Santorum. We have the short view, what's happening right now, tonight, and we have the long view, 2012, Pennsylvania, short view and long view.
Well, the short view is a big win, big governor's race win. They just called it. They called it, for me, that was an early call. I mean, for Tom Corbett in a very tightly contested race, they called it. He's running about 3 points ahead of Pat Toomey, and that's really the big open, big Senate race. And if there's any chance for the Republicans to get to the long term, get to the 51 votes they need, they got to run the table, which means they have to win Pennsylvania. He's running 3 points behind. My prediction is, looking at the trends, the Toomey's going to pull this thing out, but it's going to be very, very close. If he doesn't, that probably means they're going to fall relatively short, and this will not be as big a night for Republicans in the Senate, which will have obviously consequences for them to be able to get anything done to push Obama toward the middle.
And Kirsten, in terms of 2012, I mean, there's a lot of eye on Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Florida, the governor's races, isn't there?
Right. Well, there's two things that are going on. One thing is redistricting. I think, people are looking at the governors, and in a lot of these states, it really matters for redistricting. And then if you look at 2012, the states you just mentioned are very important in the presidential election. You are in a much better place if you have your governor in place there running, pretty much everything. And so it's a real loss. I mean, this is a real loss. And we have to wait and see what's going to happen in the other states that have very, very tight races.
You mentioned the other states. 7 minutes ago, the polls closed in Nevada, where that fascinating race, Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid and Sharon Angle. I imagine Senator Chuck Schumer of New York is watching this one closely. You laugh.
Well, yeah, he'll be watching.
Why is he watching it? Tell us why.
He's watching very closely because if Harry Reid loses, he'll be the next majority leader, which I'm sure the Democrats, there are a lot of Democrats across this country are not particularly excited about having, someone who's very tied to Wall Street, very tied to the big, to the big cities, the big metropolitan areas. That's going to be trouble for John Tester in Montana and for folks in and across America who are running in more blue, more red states. I think, look, Harry Reid closed very, very well in this race. This is going to be a very, very close race, too. It's too close to call. Obviously, the polls just closed. I want to pick up on something that Kirsten said. Winning the governor's race in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, good chance of winning in Illinois, although he's trailing right now. John Kasich just went ahead in Ohio, Michigan. Those are all states that are big states, losing congressional districts. Big opportunity for Republicans to shift the map in Congress for the long term. You want to talk about the long term? We're going to probably win 5 congressional races in Pennsylvania, pick up 5 seats. It looks like Ohio, they're going to pick up 3 to 5 seats. Then they're going to have a governor and a legislature. Pennsylvania, we're going to pick up the state legislature tonight. They're going to have the opportunity to draw those maps to solidify those seats going over the next 10 years. So not only is this going to be a big win for Republicans to pick up the House and maybe win a big majority, but because of these governorships and the state legislatures, they're going to be able to redistrict some of these big states into, I won't say permanent majorities, but give a big thumb on the scale.
And Kirsten Sinner's smiling.
No, everything he said is actually extremely accurate, which is why the governor's races are so important, and we haven't really talked about them that much. I mean, it's really shifting. It's a major shift in the balance of power. I mean, right now,
in D.C.
26 seats are Democratic and 24 are Republican. It's going to shift radically. I mean, we could see 30 seats on the governor's side for Republicans. So I don't think people completely appreciate, and you really just did a very good job of summarizing why it's so important.
All right, well, we'll be back in about a half hour. We'll toss it back to Meg and Brett because the polls are closing and races are being counted.
All right, Greta, thanks so much. And Fox News has an election alert for you now. We can now project that Larry Kissel has won in the North Carolina Congressional District 8. Larry Kissel, the incumbent, has won. He was a top target. This is a politically competitive district. It has hemorrhaged thousands of textile and manufacturing jobs, but Larry Kissel, the Democratic incumbent, holding on tonight. Want to head over to Pennsylvania 3, where we have a significant call to make. There, the Republican challenger, Mike Kelly, prevailing over Kathy Dahlkemper. Kathy Dahlkemper is one of the ones in the House who had initially who had held out on health care. She was one of the pro-life Democrats who wound up supporting President Obama's health care reform law, despite a loophole that might subsidize abortions, according to the critics. She rode a Democratic surge to win her first congressional election back in 2008. She only did so by 2 points, so she was very much in jeopardy, and we are projecting that the Republican has won that race tonight. Staying in Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania 11, another turnover here. The Republican, Lou Barletta, will win over Paul Kanjorski, the incumbent. Kanjorski is serving his 13th term in Congress. He has been there for 26 years. This is a substantially Democratic district. But Kanjorski defended the 2008 bank and business bailouts and the economic stimulus package, and the Republican, Barletta, has prevailed there tonight.
That is a big win there.
That's a big one. And now you can see the House balance of power as we are showing it now. The Republicans with 129, the Democrats with 74, and the Republicans need another 89, Democrats with 144 as we watch the ticker. The net gain, again, for the Democrats so far, just 1. For the Republicans, 15. That puts it in some perspective for you as they race towards the middle at 218.
And of course, Fox News is already projecting that Republicans will take control in the House. Now to a governor's race we are calling in Wisconsin for the Republicans. Scott Walker over Democrat Tom Barrett. This is a race flip. This race had been close at times. It was believed that Scott Walker could pull this out. As you see, we're calling it early, so there is a big gain here now for Republicans in the governor's race in Wisconsin. Time now to bring in talk show host and Fox News contributor Laura Ingraham from Washington. Laura, your thoughts on the night so far?
Hey, Brett, the Lou Barletta race in Pennsylvania is actually really significant. He was a kind of a hero in talk radio land for his stance on illegal immigration. And he took it right to Kanjorski, the incumbent, who was very popular at a time. And Barletta really took that message home and pulls out the win there. Now, you couple that with Sestak perhaps defeating, we don't know yet, Pat Toomey in a race that a lot of people think were decided perhaps on a 30-second ad that put Toomey on the side of China in the trade war with the United States. Watch for the free trade issue vis-a-vis the United States' relationship with China to be a major issue in 2012. The Democrats see that was a big winner perhaps in this Pennsylvania race with Sestak and Toomey, with the nationalist kind of pro-America, skeptical of free trade stance, winning for Sestak if he ends up pulling out that victory. Pennsylvania is fascinating tonight. Both possible Democratic victory and Republican victories there. It's incredible race.
You know, it's interesting, Laura, how the House, we're now projecting that Republicans will take control. But in the Senate, a lot of these races still close to call. You mentioned Pennsylvania, Illinois. Yep. We have Wisconsin right now. That's expected to open up, but still too close to call at this hour. What do you see of the difference in the House races and the Senate races?
Well, I think in these Senate races where the candidates were really able to distance themselves enough from President Obama, they were able to eke out victories. And I think that's where you see the difference. In the House races, it was much more hard fought, and the lines were much more distinctly drawn. In these Senate races, much tougher for Republicans to say, look, this is our stance, and he's much more with President Obama on health care and stimulus, where the Democrats were able to come in and say, well, really, this is not about Obama. This is about our state. This is about how I represent the state. They had a much better chance of surviving those challenges. I think you're seeing that in places like Colorado tonight, and I think Republicans better be writing down some lessons from tonight, because this is what we're going to be seeing in 2012. The Democrats are not taking these challenges lying down, and I think you're going to see President Obama and the Democrats taking notes big time tonight. They're learning a lot of lessons, and I hope Republicans are as well.
Laura, tomorrow at 1 p.m., President Obama is going to hold a news conference and presumably comment on this election. The early word we have so far is that he will call for an end to partisanship. What do you make of it?
Well, it's always an end to partisanship when Republicans make significant advances, which they obviously have done tonight. If you pick up 50-plus seats in the House of Representatives and you pick up all these governor's races and governor seats, that's a major victory. You know, we lost some big races in the Senate, but you still major gains. So it's kind of predictable that you say, oh, well, now we all have to work together. Well, you know, a lot of us are saying, well, we wanted to work together on health care, Mr. President, and on the stimulus, Mr. President, and on cap and trade, but Republicans were basically told to go to the back of the bus or the back of the room. And so I hope that Republicans don't fall for the Lucy and the football kind of, you got to be bipartisan now. Kind of thing, because the country has spoken. I think they've spoken on a number of issues, clearly on health care reform, clearly on restoring a government that's responsive to the people. It doesn't matter about party affiliation. Are you responsive to the needs of the people? President Obama, on a number of issues, I think, rates very poorly on that with the American people tonight, and I think he has to speak to that. If he does speak to those issues, I think he's going to acquit himself well tomorrow, but he's got to resist that kind of, you know, that typical, oh, now Republicans have to work with me. I mean, everybody's got to work together.
I think Hannity took the football. All right, Laura,
exactly.
Thanks so much. We'll see you.
Thanks, guys.
Well, results are still coming in, folks, and our team of reporters and contributors are crunching all of the numbers.
Coming up next, Sarah Palin and Geraldine Ferraro together for the first time ever.
Would you buy a ticket to that?
I would. 16 years ago, a fiery congressman from Georgia led America's Republican Revolution.
If the choice is radicalism or conservatism, let's go ahead and defeat the radicals and put the country back on the right track.
The man behind the so-called Contract with America.
Former House Speaker Newt Gingrich.
On the GOP's new quest for control of Congress. Next.
And Fox News is live on all your screens. Go to foxnews.com. Check out all the race results across the country and in your backyard. Live from America's election headquarters, a couple of calls for you. The Fox Decision Desk now can project that in Colorado, John Hickenlooper, the Denver mayor, will win that race. This was an interesting race. The Republican Dan Mays getting 9%. But the big issue here is Tom Tancredo. He was a third party under the American Constitution Party. He's not listed on this graphic. However, it was close for some time, but Hickenlooper will pick it up there. In the House, Georgia 8th District, Republican Austin Scott beating incumbent Democrat Jim Marshall. This is also a big race because a moderate Jim Marshall going down. It's a Republican gain. We have another screen to show you. You'll be seeing throughout the night going forward. Excuse me. The district vote tracker. As votes are recorded and reported in all congressional districts for the candidates running for the House, the vote tracker will display the colors related to those votes. As you can see there, darker blue indicates Democratic candidate has a 5% margin or greater. Lighter blue is for a margin of 3 to 5%. Dark red indicates the Republican candidate has a 5% margin or greater. Lighter red, the margin, as you can guess, 3 to 5%. The purple indicates a margin of less than 3% between the candidates. We take this, I know. Follow along at home. They told me there'd be no math. We take this snapshot every 30 seconds.
Are we trying to confuse them?
To show the voting trends. These are different things.
That was helpful, wasn't it?
It's like my time.
Let's put that back up there. That was a helpful tool. Let's take another look at that thing.
No?
Can we just tell them what the net gains are?
It's big picture. It's big picture.
Oh, it's a big picture, all right.
All right.
All right, sorry, graphics.
It just turned again while you weren't watching.
All right, getting on to this one. We are joined now. This has never happened before. We are about to make television history. Joining me now, two women who know a thing or two about politics. Fox News contributor Sarah Palin, John McCain's vice presidential candidate in 2008, and longtime Fox News contributor Geraldine Ferraro. Walter Mondale's running mate back in 1984. They are the only two women who have been named vice presidential nominees. They are sharing the screen for the first time ever. All right, have at it. Do you feel
Not
nervous?
At all. We're perfectly comfortable here.
All right, Jerry, let me start with you because we heard a little bit from the governor before, but I want to start by just getting your perspective on what we've seen so far tonight.
Well, I think two things. One is that it is not the political earthquake that people had predicted or the tsunami that everybody was looking for.
No tsunami. Not even in the House with projections of 60 neck gains.
I don't think anybody expected that it would not go to a majority of the Republican majority. But it's not even going to be the big numbers. The other piece of it is, which is a truism that I've found every time there are congressional races, is that when push comes to shove, people go into the polls and they vote for their member. And it's only when they're really mad at their member. They could be furious at the rest of the world. They could be furious at both parties. But when they go in, they take a look at what their members are going to do or have done for them in most instances. I was disappointed to see some of the races that came down where people tended to forget where a lot of those people who were in the Congress had done really good things for their district. And I'm sitting here thinking still about Wisconsin, though that still is not decided yet.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
But certainly, Feingold has been incredible for the state of Wisconsin.
We've seen, Governor, a little bit of a pattern emerging here with some of these more moderate Democrats getting voted out of the House, and in particular Democrats who voted for the health care reform law now, and some who initially voted against it, but then were pressured by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to voting for it, and they were held to account for that by the voters today from the look of it.
Yeah, I think that Obamacare was instrumental in causing some of the shift that we saw tonight. Pretty much it was a given that if you had voted for Obamacare, despite perhaps not even having read the bill, as a lot of legislators had admitted to, and not knowing exactly what was in there, and then the ramifications of the adoption of that bill, the revelation showing what actually is in it, there's been a lot of frustration across the country because of that. So that frustration then is, I guess, the victim of that frustration has been these candidates who had voted for it.
Well, and the other piece of that on the health care bill was I think that the administration and the members in many instances did a poor job of talking about what actually was in the bill. I mean, there's really good stuff. Yeah, I said to my husband...
They talked about it a lot.
They talked about it a lot, but it was not all the positive things. I did, but...
Oh, the president did.
And he did, too.
You did all you could.
Yes.
I did everything I could. But, if you take a close look at some of the stuff that was in there, you know how many elderly people have said to me from Florida, I don't understand how they voted for Rubio. They turned around and they said to me, do you know that there is this donut hole in there, in this Medicare coverage? This was a couple of years ago. And they said, why don't you do something? I said, well, I'm not in office. I can't do anything about it. But, that's what the bill was. This health care bill closed that donut hole. This is $2,500 to these members, to these people who are participants in Medicare. But that's not the only thing. It's the pre-existing conditions. It's coverage.
But people around America clearly didn't buy it in the exit polls.
Because I don't think they really understand.
You think
well, who should have perhaps talked about it was the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Remember, she said, though, well, we don't, basically she was suggesting we don't know what's in it. You got to pass it, and then we find out what's in it. That was a bad message right there.
Well, perhaps, but I think and I would agree, I'm sure that she knew what was in it, because I've known Nancy a long time, and she is smart as hell, and she knew what was in that bill. She knew that the benefits that were in there on pre-existing conditions and so many other things were there. I think when you get the people who are going down now, Sarah, who are saying things like, we're going to go down there and repeal it, they have not a clue on how the Congress works.
Geraldine, I do want to ask you a question about Governor Palin. She has endorsed a lot of female candidates around the country. She calls them Mama Grizzlies. Kelly Ayotte, a big winner in up north, and Nikki Haley we haven't called in the governor's race in South Carolina. What about the GOP outreach to women and powerful Republican women as you see it from your point of view?
It was interesting because after the '84 campaign, one thing that Republicans did, they outdid us, was that they ran ahead of time in picking out women candidates to run for the state Senate and for the state Assembly and put them in the pipeline. Democrats didn't do that for a while, until 1992. But what ended up happening in this race was that a lot of the Tea Party candidates, lost. Look what happened in Delaware. Look what's going to happen in California with Barbara Boxer. Look what's going to happen in Nevada. I mean, these are women who are out there. I look I'm torn sometimes because I've always said, well, women don't have any representation in the corporate world. They don't make money. And you look at the money that some of these women have made. $150 million that was just thrown away.
But does it disturb
Linda
you at all?
McMahon.
Can I just ask, does it disturb, this is to both of you, at all the attacks we've seen on a lot of these women? Forget the partisan stripes for a minute. But, Christine O'Donnell brutally attacked. Nikki Haley brutally attacked. Meg Whitman brutally attacked. I mean, it just seems like there's been an effort to marginalize, and it's happened across the aisle. I actually interviewed this Democratic candidate for Congress. Crystal Ball is her name, for real, out of Virginia. And she had some moronic college photos that came out about her. She's a Democrat. And it was used against her to marginalize her, and she really thought it was sexist. And we've seen so many brutal attacks on women in this cycle. Is that just going to be par for the course?
Megan. It was I had the same thing happen to me in 1984. It's just been going on. One of the things that happened when Sarah ran, I never ever criticized her as a woman. Her policies, obviously, I don't agree with.
Fair game, right? That's fair game.
I don't agree with, and I would criticize her policies just as I would anybody else's. But I was so outraged by how Hillary had been treated during the primary that I turned around and I said, that's not what you do. The unfortunate thing is that's happening in both parties, and it's in Alaska, as a matter of fact.
Well, it started. I don't know about
McCuskey.
started, but Governor Palin was attacked grossly during the presidential election, and they came out later and admitted a lot of it was
had
lies.
also been grossly attacked back in '84, and I remember as a young college student watching what it was that you were going through.
Don't tell me how young you were
and
then.
And knowing that, and more power to you for busting that glass ceiling, and standing on the shoulders of Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony and others who had come before you, of course, so many years ago, and then you busting through, and then the opportunity that I and other women following you have been able to seize, that's just been wonderful. It's been great for our nation. It's been so good. But yeah, it kind of seems, Geraldine, like some things haven't changed. There are still the Neanderthals out there who pick on the petty little superficial meaningless things like looks, like whether you can or can't work outside of the home if you have small children, all those type of things where I would so hope that at some point those Neanderthals will evolve into something a bit more with it, a bit more modern and a bit more understanding that, women can accomplish much.
Last question for you both, real quickly. What about the possibility of a female president in our time?
Well, there might be some people running in 2012 or in 2016, in which event I really do hope that you'll invite me on the show to make comment.
Whoever could you mean?
Well, there are a couple
could you
in
mean?
both parties.
Well, I just have to ask, because you said something, Governor Palin, that I thought was so interesting. When you watched Geraldine Ferraro back in 1984, I mean, did you ever picture that it might be possible for you, too, to actually be a vice presidential contender?
I thought that I was going to be a sports commentator and maybe the first commissioner of the NBA or NFL back then. But I tell you, it's just such a privilege. It's an honor to not just speak to you on the telephone as we have in the past, but to be with you in person.
Thank you.
I admire all that you've accomplished.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Very nice. I have to say, I think it's great for little girls watching right now. Yeah. Women from both parties, strong, confident, smart. There is no glass ceiling, girls. Bust it wide open like the women before you.
Oh, by the way, Governor Palin, there was another vote count tonight.
The vote
oh, right. This is a big one.
Yes, okay.
This is a Fox News alert.
Yes. Bristol Palin is safe, so now I can concentrate on all these other votes.
On Dancing with the Stars.
Stars, she passed through. Yeah.
Different vote. That's one of the things. That's one of my goals. One of my goals is left. Dancing with the Stars.
All right.
Listen, I'm sure we have some beautiful graphic that they're working up right now to demonstrate exactly how she did it.
Ladies, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much. What a pleasure.
This is an election alert. We have a couple of races to call for you. First, Pennsylvania 7. This is a flip, a gain for the Republicans. Patrick Meehan taking this over Brian Lentz. Now we go to Pennsylvania 10, also a flip for the Republican. There you see Thomas Marino over Chris Carney. This is a big race. Carney won the Republican-leaning 10th district in 2006, but his vote for health care reform and the stimulus package, he voted against the bank bailouts and the energy bill, but he is going to lose tonight. Also, Louisiana 3. This is a flip as well. Jeff Landry picking up in the Bayou as the Republicans continue to add up. And in Maryland 1, also a Republican flip, Andy Harris beating incumbent Frank Cradaville. Now, this is a big race. In fact, I was just down in this area a couple couple of days ago, talking to the Republican National Campaign, the RNC chairman. He was campaigning with Andy Harris. They had a sense that it was moving their way, but Andy Harris is the winner in this race against Frank Cradaville, who's serving his first term in that race.
He voted yes on cap and trade, but voted no on health care.
That's right.
So a bit of a split, but you can see the results tonight. And here's the House turnover tracker for you. You can see the Democrats have picked up 1. The Republicans have picked up 21. Republicans now hold 143 seats. Democrats 92, according to our projections. Each needs 218 if they want the majority, but Fox News already has projected that the Republicans will obtain the majority in the House tonight. Our projections so far are we believe that will be by a 60-seat net gain.
The big question is the Senate now, and how many seats Republicans possibly could pick up and squeeze that majority that Democrats currently hold, and we're waiting on a lot of races that are too close to call at this hour.
And just as an update, so the Democrats have lost the Senate races in Florida and Kentucky, 2 of the big ones that we were watching. But they have won in Connecticut, Delaware. Not huge surprises there, but I would say West Virginia was the closest race of the night that people were really wondering what would happen. And the Democrats have prevailed there, too. So we wait to see what happens in the Senate. We don't know. We'll tell you when we find out.
That's right.
And we'll also go back to Greta Van Susteren, who will be live here with us again in 3 minutes as we monitor how the balance of power in the Senate is shaping up right here with you in America's election headquarters. Welcome back, everyone, to America's election headquarters, and we've got some race calls for you now, starting in Utah. Fox News is now projecting that the Republican, Mike Lee, has won for the Senate race there, prevailing over the Democrat, Sam Granado. The most notable thing about this race is actually the Republican primary that preceded it. Lee was able to knock off 3-term incumbent Senator Bob Bennett at the GOP convention, which was dominated by conservatives, and Bennett was really roundly condemned for his lead role in TARP and his co-authorship of the health care reform bill. Bennett lost his seat. Mike Lee tonight prevailing in the race for Senate in Utah. And now also in Utah, Fox News is projecting the Republican Gary Herbert has won the governor's race there by a margin of 51-46, prevailing over the Democrat Peter Caroon. This is one of the states, by the way, that is suing the federal government over the health care reform law. This is a big issue in that state.
Still early, but we're projecting.
Projecting at this point. And Fox News also projecting some House races for you, including in Michigan, where you can see projecting that the Republican, Dan Benishik, has prevailed over Gary McDowell in that state. Again, the margin so far looking at 52-41%. Also moving on to Mississippi. The first congressional district there, Fox is projecting another win for the Republicans. Alan Nunnally prevailing there over Travis Childers. You can see by the margin of, so far, pretty considerable. Moving on to Ohio 18, Fox News projecting another Republican win over the Democratic incumbent. The last one was a win over the incumbent as well. Bob Gibbs winning there, according to our projections, over the Democratic incumbent, Zach Space. So
now, this is a big one. This is a moderate Democrat who could have held on to this seat, and the Republican Bob Gibbs pushing him out. He's a 2-term moderate, Zach Space. He was really hoping that he could pull this out.
And the jobs are key in Ohio in particular, and that was something that was very much at issue in this race.
Our decision team watching all the races across the country as the results come in. Quickly to Carl Cameron, watching them as the balance of power is shaping up, Carl.
The decision team crunching the numbers, going through the data. There you see the Senate chase. Still unclear whether or not Republicans can get to that majority tonight. The House obviously looking for as many as 60. They are taking in the streams of data, looking at the numbers in all 500 races, 435 House, 30-plus senators and governors. This is our vice president and managing editor from Washington, Bill Salmon. It's a deliberative process. Folks always complain you don't go fast enough, Bill. How do you do it?
This is where the sausage is made. We start out early in the night with the exit polls. As we get further into the night, we get real vote counts, real precincts telling us how real human beings have voted, which is a lot more preferable. At that point, that we start funneling this through very sophisticated computer models, and then against all of that, we have some very smart people with a lot of institutional knowledge who keep us on the straight and narrow. We have a conversation. We try to find that sweet spot between being aggressive and being cautious, and we want to get it right.
Let's talk to one of those smart guys who tries to be aggressive but cautious, Chris Stirewalt, our politics editor on the .com. What is happening with the East Coast?
You know, Carl, we have to interrupt to make this call, and they may have just pushed return there, but Ron Johnson is the winner. Fox News can project in Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, the U.S. Senate winner over Russ Feingold, the incumbent. Now, he's a liberal. He fought hard. The White House really came out for Feingold, a three-term senator, took office in 1992. But Ron Johnson, a businessman who really took fire in the polls. Republicans thought this was going to happen, and now we can call it, even with just 30% in.
And another big race to call for you out of South Carolina. Fox News projecting that Nikki Haley, the Republican, has won that race over the Democrat Vince Shaheen. This was a hard-fought battle, and a lot of mud was slung. Two men coming out at the last minute, signing affidavits purporting to have had affairs with Nikki Haley, something she vehemently denied, and that was never actually proven. There were also some questions about tax problems that Shaheen made much of with respect to Nikki Haley's family clothing business, and on it went. Nonetheless, Nikki Haley prevailing, according to our projections, as the South Carolina governor tonight.
And we were so rude. The decisions were coming from the decision desk in that room with Carl Cameron. Sorry to interrupt, but those are two biggies, Carl.
Meanwhile, back at the Brain Trust, Chris, we were talking about this Republican sweep on the East Coast, or some serious gains. Give us a little bit of the background of how it's unfolded.
Well, it's been fascinating to watch in places like Virginia, Pennsylvania, these sort of blue-collar, working-class districts, places that you didn't expect to see Republicans some time ago. Now, boom, all of a sudden, this is a Republican year for them. So as you look at the models and you look at how things play out, it gives us some hints about some things maybe we can't tell you right now, but we're going to be telling you after a while.
We've seen some fiscally moderate blue dogs get knocked off, some Democrats in McCain districts where Obama wasn't able to win in 2008. There's the possibility of seeing some of the more senior House Democrats getting knocked off. No. But
we can't tell you
if it's that big, these are the types of things we can start looking for, though, isn't it?
Keep your eyes peeled. That's all we can tell you.
I'm not reading his cards, folks. I'm just saying. We'll send it back to you, Brett, Megan.
What a tease.
Well, why not? Try to read them.
I'm going back there.
Right? Well, what's to stop us? They can't. Well, yeah, they can.
Yeah, they can. Former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, joins us with his take on the balance of power in the House next.
Fox News Election Alert want to update you now on the two races that we just called. These two are big. First to Wisconsin and the Senate race there. The incumbent, Russ Feingold, for whom the president campaigned, the first lady campaigned. They did not want to lose this seat. Nonetheless, Fox is projecting that the Republican challenger, Ron Johnson, has picked up this Senate seat. That is a GOP gain in the U.S. Senate. Also want to bring you over to South Carolina.
The governor to South Carolina, we're projecting that Nikki Haley will beat Vincent Shaheen. And this is a big race as well. In fact, it's a race that we covered a lot and a lot of controversy down in South Carolina, but she will pull this out. Shaheen was going after Haley on a number of different issues. Haley, one of the Mama Grizzlies that Sarah Palin endorsed across the country.
Right, so there'll be that'll be a Tea Party celebration with respect to that particular race. And joining us now again, Greta Van Susteren, anchor of On the Record.
Thanks, Megan. And, of course, I'm joined by Senator Rick Santorum and Kirsten Powers. I got to go first, this big race in Wisconsin, my home state, and a big loss for Senator Russ Feingold, who I might add went to college with me.
Yeah, well, look, you want to talk about the consummate Tea Party person. Everyone wants to focus on Christine O'Donnell and Nikki Haley and others. It was Johnson. Johnson got involved in this because of a Tea Party that he went to. This is a guy who was never involved in politics. Just about all the other folks who were, quote, Tea Party candidates had run for office before. Not all of them, but almost all of them. Sharon Angle was a state senator. This was a guy from the grassroots. You don't hear the national media talk about this guy. They'd rather focus on Christine O'Donnell, more colorful. But Steve Johnson, beat an 18-year incumbent in a tough state in Wisconsin and won decisively.
Big news.
He's the star of the night, in my opinion.
Big news in Wisconsin. All right, now to South Carolina, Kirsten. Nikki Haley, endorsed by Governor Palin, and now she's a big winner in South Carolina. And of course, I should mention Pam Bondi, who's running for the attorney, who has now been elected the Attorney General of the state of Florida, also endorsed in a primary by Governor Palin. That's big for health care because Florida is leading the charge on health care. But the Tea Party movement, the impact tonight.
Well, I think we still don't really know because we were waiting to hear on some of the other races. But I mean, we already know Rand Paul, Rubio, now Johnson. I mean, that's 3 senators. That's not minor. And I think that when you think back at how the Tea Party was sort of treated as a joke, frankly, it's sort of interesting to see how they came in and were able to win races that a lot of people thought they couldn't win. I mean, like you said, Russ Feingold. I mean, come on. I mean, nobody saw this coming. And so I think that they're going to be very influential. I mean, it's going to make things very interesting.
All right, well, I didn't give you a chance to brag about your state of Alaska. I bragged about Wisconsin, but there'll be much more about that tonight. I'm going to toss it back to Megan and Brett.
All right. Now, before I let you go, Kirsten, about that new Black Panthers thing.
I'm in between the two of you here.
Hold on.
Okay, we'll separate these guys.
Well, coming up, folks, the smartest names in politics weighing in as we get results throughout the night.
This is a big election alert in the House. We are calling now South Carolina's 5th District a win for Mick Mulvaney against John Spratt. John Spratt is a 28-year congressional veteran. He is the chairman of the House Budget Committee. The DCC threw a lot of money at this race to try to save Spratt. Federal budget and spending were a big issue here, and it put the budget chairman in the crosshairs. This is the first major chairman to go down tonight, and this is a big call that shows just how powerful this wave, this Republican wave. We've predicted the House to the Republicans already, but this race was a big one. Now, another big race that we were watching, we can call the North Dakota race for Rick Berg, the Republican, over Earl Pomeroy. Another big race we're watching because Pomeroy ran away from the Obama administration very hard. In fact, one of his ads, he sided with President Bush in one of his commercials. But Earl Pomeroy losing this battle in North Dakota. And in Illinois 11, also going for the Republican, Adam Kinzinger against Debbie Halverson. She's a first-term congresswoman, served as a majority leader in the Illinois Senate with Barack Obama, actually. But this is a pickup, also a gain for Republicans. As you take a look at the House tracker now, these are all of the calls we've made so far. You can see Republicans 156, Democrats 108, trying to get to the 218 majority. We've already projected that Republicans will take control, likely going to be Speaker John Boehner. As you look at the net gain, that's the yellow number, Republicans 29, Democrats 2. And again, they needed 39 to take over the House officially. That's where we are at this hour.
And joining us now is Fox News contributor and former House Speaker Newt Gingrich. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for being with us. When the GOP wave swept in back in 1994 and you took control, it was a net gain of 54 seats. Now Fox News projecting it will likely be a 60-seat gain for the Republicans tonight. What do you make of it?
Well, the background noise is the 700 people here at American Solutions election night party. And let me say a couple quick things. One, if we have more than 55 Republican seats net tonight, it is the biggest repudiation of a White House since 1932. No party's gained more than 55 seats since 1932. Two, there's a big underlying story here. The North Carolina legislature has gone Republican for the first time since 1898. Governor Mitch Daniel has carried the legislature in Indiana, now has working control of the state to reform it. Everywhere you turn tonight, there is a continuing repudiation of the Obama administration and a very strong signal which says Washington is not listening to us and we're going to fire people until we get Washington's attention. I think it's a very profound shift.
What happens now in a House that is controlled by the Republicans, according to our projections? But so far, it looks like the Republicans will not be able to gain control of the Senate.
Well, the first thing to look at is how many Democrats are up in 2012 from states where they're going to be very shaken by tonight's results. And are those Democrats going to decide to vote with Mitch McConnell on practical policy matters? The first thing the Republicans in the House have to do is pass in the first week of January out of Ways and Means, the second week in January out of the House itself, a no tax increase on anyone during this recession, send it to the Senate, where I think enough public pressure can be generated back home that the Senate will pass it down to the President, and before the State of the Union, he's got to decide. Is he going to wage class warfare in a recession, or is he going to sign a no tax increase bill sent to him by a Democratic Senate and a Republican House? That's the first step of 2011.
Mr. Speaker, when you took over in 1994, you had a pickup of 52 seats. It looks like, and we've projected more, at least 60, possibly more. Just announced the House Budget Committee Chairman, John Spratt, losing his seat. You gave perspective earlier, but this is a huge wave.
Well, this is, as I said a while ago, if we're above 55 seats, this is an enormous wave, and notice it's a national wave. You're seeing Democrats in Pennsylvania fail. You're seeing Democrats in Ohio fall. You're seeing Democrats in Michigan, in Illinois. You're seeing Democrats in North Dakota. Pomeroy's a very popular guy. If he's going under, that's a warning sign to the Democratic Party that this may be their last notification from the public. And if Obama can't get back to the center, if he can't cooperate with the American people, 2012 could be an extraordinarily bad year for the Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, what do you expect now from Nancy Pelosi, now that she will not be the House Speaker anymore, but is expected to win re-election?
Look, she's got to decide, does she want to stay as minority leader, which is her right, or that's not something she'd be comfortable with. That's her prerogative. I assume she has a vote count that would tell her the Democratic Party in the House, ironically, will actually be more liberal because it's the moderate Democrats who are getting beaten in most places. So she could, I'm guessing that she could win re-election as leader, as a minority leader, if that's something she's willing to do.
Okay, Mr.
She's
Speaker,
got to make that decision.
Thank you very much for joining us on a big night here on election night.
Coming up, Chris Wallace, Charles Krauthammer, and Governor Mike Huckabee, all in our next hour. Stay tuned. Fox News Alert, you are looking live at Times Square, Midtown Manhattan. It is the crossroads of the world, and we are in the heart of it, folks.
As polls close out west, in California's Senate race, Fox News now projects that Democratic Senator Barbara Boxer will hold on to win another term, her fourth. A Republican opponent, of course, businesswoman Carly Fiorina, had been close, but the state's strong Democratic leanings have saved Boxer. We can call that race at this hour.
Also in California, another big race. Fox News is projecting that Democrat Jerry Brown will return to the governor's mansion. Brown will defeat tech CEO Meg Whitman in their hugely expensive and often ugly contest. Brown was governor of California from 1975 to 1983. Meg Whitman is the former CEO of eBay. This race got ugly toward the end with allegations coming out from Gloria Allred's client, Nikki Diaz, who claimed that she was an illegal alien who had been working for Meg Whitman and didn't get the help she wanted from Whitman to become legal or pursue a path to citizenship. That hurt Whitman in the polls, and the race really never recovered for her. Jerry Brown winning as California's next Democratic governor.
Meg Whitman spending more than $150 million of her own money on that race.
That's a big number.
In Idaho, Fox News can project, not a surprise, Republican Senator Mike Crapo will go back for a third term in the Senate. He faced nominal challenge from Democrat Tom Sullivan. Also another, not a surprise, Fox News projecting that Republican Governor Butch Otter will be reelected. Democrat Keith Allred, little challenge there, as you can see the early call. Let's look at the balance of power right now in the Senate. As we take a look at the Senate tracker, you can look at all of the numbers. Let's see, we're still in Times Square there.
Yeah, we could also just look at the Idaho governor's
that's a nice building,
which is fascinating.
We
have taken over this entire building in Times Square. Viewers may not know. We're not in that building, but we've taken it over. And our thanks to the good folks there. In the meantime, here you go. Senate turnover. Democrats net gain of 0, Republicans net gain of 4 in the Senate. So the Republicans have picked up 4 seats thus far. Keep in mind the projections for the Republicans ranged anywhere from 3 to 10 or 11, depending on who you believed. So far tonight, Fox News projecting that they have won 4.
And it's important to point out that with California, it's now impossible or almost impossible for Republicans to run the table. I think they had to win 2 out of the West Coast Senate to take control of the Senate, and they're not going to do it.
We're looking at California, Washington, and West Virginia, possibly. They've lost West Virginia. They've now lost California. So we'll wait to see on the others as we continue bringing you the results. In the meantime, welcome back, folks, to America's election headquarters. I'm Megyn Kelly.
And I'm Brett Baer. It's been a long night, and we have a long night to go. Our team of experts keeping a close eye on all the night's big races.
Joining us now, former governor and presidential candidate Mike Huckabee. He is the host of Huckabee right here on the Fox News Channel. Governor, your perspective on what we've seen.
Well, I think it's like the sequel to Twilight. 2 years ago, the Democrats pronounced all the Republicans being dead. They've come up out of the grave, and tonight we've seen a historic election. I'm thinking back, 1811, 1812, there were 2 big earthquakes in New Madrid, Missouri. It was so massive that it caused the Mississippi River to reverse its course and run backwards. In a way, what we've seen is this is a river reversing course. 2 years of hope and change has been utterly rejected. And even in some of these races where the Republicans aren't winning, they're scaring the daylights out of the Democrats and taking them, in many cases, right up onto the finish line before they're able to break away.
How do you explain the dichotomy between the House races and what we're seeing with that wave and some of these Senate races, including California, that we're able to call right when the polls close?
Well, in California, let's face it, that's not exactly the bastion of conservatism, and it hasn't been in a long time. And it's always been an uphill climb. First of all, Carly Fiorina going against a very entrenched incumbent. But she made a race of it, and I thought she really had a chance. I honestly was one of the few people predicting that the Republicans would take the Senate. I was wrong about that. But we're going to take the House at an even larger level than most of the people had projected. And what's most interesting, a lot of the leadership of the Democratic House are packing boxes. I only wish I had the U-Haul franchise, because in D.C., a lot of cardboard boxes are going to be sold. A lot of U-Haul trailers are going to have to be rented, because there's some folks making moves after tonight.
But you raise an interesting point, in particular about what we're seeing in the Senate. Will the senators who are elected tonight go back to the Senate with some sort of wariness about how they need to govern? In other words, what we talked about in particular, West Virginia Senator-elect Joe Manchin, who's a Democrat, but really ran as opposing some of President Obama's key policies, including cap and trade. Does that dynamic carry beyond the West Virginia Senator-elect?
Well, it has to, because remember, the number one thing that a politician wants to do is be reelected. And a lot of politicians felt buoyed by the success of Barack Obama and were willing to go with him on some things that deep down they knew their people didn't like, but they thought, the president is popular. He's won a major election. He has a mandate. So I'm going to go ahead and vote for the stimulus package, the bailouts. I'm going to vote for things even like cap and trade, and I'm going to vote for the thing that I think brought many of them down, Obamacare. As a result, now they go back in light of these elections, and they have to be hearing the footsteps behind them every step of their journey.
Governor, there's a lot of talk about what Republicans might do, what they should do now that they're likely going to take control of the House tonight. But the onus is still on President Obama and the administration, and he's holding a news conference tomorrow. What do you think he does?
Well, if he really wants to bring some level of leadership back and get control of his own agenda again, he's going to have to show some level of humility. He'll have to approach this with a sense of, the people spoke, I listened. If he says anything less than that, if he talks about the Republicans being the enemies, or they're in the back of the bus, and I'm not going to let them have the keys, if he goes through all of that nonsense that he's been throwing at them, then the sooner he gets on that plane to Mumbai and takes those 3,000 people with him to India tomorrow, the better. The less he says, the better.
He has an overseas trip to India.
He does. It's going to cost about $200 million a day for this entourage to go and rent the Hotel Taj. However, most of us recognize that's a lot less than this government's been spending while they're here, so it's probably going to be a bargain.
But, Governor, realistically, right, the president's not expected to come out and do that. He's not going to come out and start calling people enemies. He's probably going to come out, at least according to the reports we've had, and call for less partisanship and more working together, reaching across the aisle. And that all sounds good. And even Governor Palin was here leader tonight saying, yes, on some issues there should be cooperation. As a practical matter, for the folks out there watching tonight, what could there possibly be real cooperation on?
Well, first of all, I think there can be cooperation on extending the Bush tax cuts. He can extend all of them indefinitely, and the ones for the wealthy, which is a real sore spot for Democrats. He can do what the White House has hinted at doing, and that's give a 2-year extension. That puts a real opportunity to bring jobs back, because a lot of business owners who are sitting on capital aren't going to move it because they don't know if it's going to be eaten up in taxes. They need to immediately act on extending the patch for the AMT, the alternative minimum tax. It goes into effect in January. A family of $40,000 is going to pay $225 a month starting in January. I don't know too many American families at that income level for whom $225 isn't a pretty good amount of money. So those are the kind of things that he can do very quickly. Then he can do something he hasn't done yet. That's invite John Boehner to come in and have a real heart-to-heart talk. If nothing else but for the symbolism of it, he needs to show that the only time that he talks to Republicans is not through the camera lens and a teleprompter at a rally, that he's actually going to sit down at the table. And the Republicans, they've got to do the same. They've got to show up at the White House. They've got to recognize that they may not like it, but he's still the president for 2 more years.
Interesting.
Governor, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
We have some race calls now. Fox News can project that the governor's race in Connecticut will go to the Democrat, Dan Malloy. This was a hard-fought battle in Connecticut. Chief political correspondent Carl Cameron actually moderated this debate that got very feisty. There was a chance that Tom Foley could pull it out. As you see these numbers here, it's early, but the projection we can make is that the Democrat, Dan Malloy, will in fact win. Next, we go to Oregon, where this is not a surprise. Ron Wyden will keep his seat in the Oregon Senate. Now to some House races. In Illinois 14, Randy Holgren will take this. This is a flip, defeating Bill Foster. This is a pickup for the Republicans. Now to Kansas 3, Kevin Yoder, the Republican, will win this race. This, again, a conservative district. Yoder, this is a hold. Then we go to, Pennsylvania 8, Mike Fitzpatrick. This is an interesting race. Democrats had hoped that Patrick Murphy would be able to hold on to this seat. He's a 2-term incumbent, a lawyer and a Iraq veteran. He won in 2006, but he did vote for health care. The health care vote may have cost him in this election. Now we go to Ohio 15, Steve Stivers. This is a pickup against Mary Jo Kilroy. She was seen very vulnerable Democrat, and this is a pickup in Ohio. We obviously have a lot of races in Ohio we are tracking, namely the governor's race there. We've already called the Senate race in Ohio, the House tracker. As you look at the House races, you can see the stack as we have now, 173 for the Republicans, 117 for the Democrats. Again, 218 is the majority. And you'll see the yellow numbers pop up. Those are the net gains. And the Republicans at this hour have a 34 net gain. Need officially 39 to take control of the House of Representatives. We've already projected that Republicans will control. We just don't know the number. It continues to add up throughout the night, and it could be very big.
Yeah, we'll wait to see. In the meantime, we're going to check in with our chief political correspondent, Carl Cameron. He has more on how tonight's races will affect the balance of power in D.C. Hey, Carl.
Megan, what I want to do is I want to show you really what the atlas looks like now in the House, broken down by the districts. That is an immense amount of red and still races to come. We talked about how New England had been completely devoid of Republicans for the last 2, really 4 years. You now have New Hampshire, at least 1, possibly 2, and questions about what may or may not happen in Connecticut. Along the eastern seaboard, as you go down here now, major changes in Pennsylvania. And when we look at the heartland, Ohio, West Virginia, Indiana, all of them now increasingly red. The Old South, where Republicans had always had a stronghold, increasingly red. And as you move now into the Rocky West and the far West, it has been an area where Democrats had been hoping to turn things purple and blue in recent years. It is the battleground, and now you can begin to see that wave that started on the Atlantic coast several hours ago is beginning to move itself across the heartland of the country out west. Whether or not that projected 60-seat level could actually go above that for the Republicans, still very much an open question. But tonight, in Washington, The Republican leadership is looking at John Boehner as the Speaker of the House, as Eric Cantor as the Majority Leader. The top 3 seats, we're told, will not see opposition as they seek re-election as the new House majority. Those types of discussions not yet underway in the U.S. Senate on the Republican side.
Carl, we talked before the election even began, that tonight even began, and I asked you, what do you think the White House is most hoping for? What is the best result for them? What is the worst result for them? And you said you thought the thing they might most be fearing is that the Republicans gain control of the House, but not the Senate. Why?
It sets up an opportunity for Republicans. First of all, let's be realistic. Republicans would rather govern than have a political advantage because of something less than that. What they are likely to have now is the Republican majority in the House and the minority in the Senate. In the House, Republicans will immediately look to extending the Bush tax cuts. You know, if Congress does not act in this lame duck session, American taxes will go up 60 days from tonight. It's a serious issue. In the House, it could pass now, the full extension. But in the Senate, they would expect with a Democratic majority that sort of thing to get bollocksed up, putting the president in the position of defending the Democrats in the U.S. Senate, siding against a Republican pro-growth agenda in the House, ultimately jeopardizing potentially his own re-election in 2012. Early on in the Obama administration, I had conversations with some top staffers who suggested that their agenda, healthcare reform, cap and trade, stimulus spending to right the economy, etc., could cost them House seats. They were aware of that. They went into it. They're seeing this tonight. And they were warned by a lot of the blue dog conservative Democrats or fiscally moderate Democrats who thought they'd be casualties because of his agenda.
Okay, Carl, a lot of red on that board. And is that some of the secret info you talked back in the decision desk area?
It's still developing, and you see that there's a lot of seats that are undecided yet, and many of these purplish ones could still flip. They could go later, particularly hearing in my old home state of New Hampshire in the 2nd Congressional District there, where there's a real battle with Charlie Bass, who was a congressman who's trying to get back in there. A very tough race, emblematic of how Republicans are trying to reassert themselves in New England.
And very quickly, as we look at that map, are we seeing a shifting back to a pre-2004 kind of dynamic, where blue is in the major cities and red is in the heartland?
And to take that a step further, the short answer is yes. We are also beginning to see the redevelopment of what was the 2000 and 2004 Electoral College map, giving Republicans a much, much better playing field on which to compete.
Okay, Carl, thank you.
And we've got a bit of an alert for you coming out of Nevada, where we understand that that there may now be a delay in certifying the results from that state. First of all, a couple of problems. They say that there has been a power outage at one of the polling stations near Las Vegas. It's now been resolved, but it caused a significant delay. Long lines in Elko, Nevada, are delaying the reporting of the statewide voting results, and now the Secretary of State, Ross Miller, through his spokesperson, has come out saying no results of any statewide race may be reported in any county until all polls across the state are closed. These polls are not yet closed, but now it sounds like they may be resolving it, and we may be getting results momentarily. So a bit of conflicting information there. They've had this problem. It's been resolved. There was a delay, and now we're awaiting a call one way or the other.
Okay, former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani on the midterm elections coming up.
Plus, we'll speak with Republican National Committee Chairman Michael Steele. And we are still tracking the balance of power in the Senate, watching the results for Pennsylvania and Ohio, the governor's race that's still too close to call there.
Look at that race.
Look at that is right. Stay tuned. Welcome back, folks. 11:18 here in the East, and we're going to check in now with Martha McCallum, who has been breaking down all the exit polls and has some interesting insights from them. Martha?
Yeah, thank you, Megan. I thought it would be a good time to take a look at some of the national exit poll data. This is sort of the big themes that are coming through tonight. Let's take a look at this one first, okay? Nationwide, 54% of voters say that they disapprove of the job that President Obama is doing. Clearly, this is a factor tonight. 45% is his approval number this evening. Not a good sign for a sitting president during a midterm election. But Here's the good news for him. He's doing a lot better than Congress, which can only get the support of 1 in 4 Americans. This is what we're seeing in the numbers tonight. Everybody else thinks that Congress is doing a lousy job. 75%, look at how big this column is, 75% disapprove of the job that Congress is doing, and we are surely seeing that bear out tonight in a big way. Now, 4 in 10, everybody wondered tonight, how strong is the Tea Party really? 4 in 10 say they are a Tea Party supporter. 31%, you can see the middle number here, oppose the Tea Party movement. 25% say they're neutral. But here's where the Tea Party idea kind of bears out. Let's take a look at this next one. 56% of Americans in this poll say that the government needs to do less. Meanwhile, we have seen a government that is trying to do more in many ways with this administration. 38% say they want the government to do more. Another really interesting trend that we're seeing this evening, take a look at women and how they are voting tonight. Now, typically, this is an amazing number that you're looking at right here. Usually, women back the Democratic candidate in their district by a spread of anywhere from 5 points to as many as 16 points ahead for the Democrats for women. That was back in 1982. But look at what is happening in the country tonight. Basically half and half, Democrat and Republican, 48%. Picking Republicans tonight. So the women's vote is a big change that we're seeing this evening. An even bigger issue, though, is the independent vote, because clearly this was the vote that put President Obama in office. And while they make up the same amount of the electorate that they were likely to back, they're more likely to back the Republican candidate this time around by 15 points. In 2008, independents went for the Democrat in their district by more than 8 points. So that is one of the huge swings that we are seeing tonight. Still pouring over all these numbers. There's a lot of them there. We're learning a lot about the meaning and the significance of this election tonight. We'll be back with more later. Back to you, Megan.
All right, Martha McCallum, thanks so much.
Okay, let's bring in our panel. Former Deputy Chief of Staff to President George W. Bush, Karl Rove, Fox News political analyst Juan Williams, former Howard Dean campaign manager Joe Trippi, and Fox News senior political analyst Britt Hume. Karl, where are we on the races too close to call?
Well, it looks like, in my personal opinion, Pennsylvania and Illinois the Senate races will end up in the Republican column. In Pennsylvania, Philadelphia is all in. As the outstate has come in, the more conservative and rural areas of the state, Pat Toomey has now moved into a lead, and what appears to be out in the state are smaller rural counties where he'll do well. Similarly, in the case of Illinois, Alexei Giannoulias was ahead when the city of Chicago was in, but as the collar counties and the downstate counties have come in, Mark Kirk is moving into lead. What looks to be out in the state is mostly rural Republican counties, and my opinion is both of those will end up in the Republican column. We have a similar situation in Colorado. City of Denver mostly in. Jefferson and Arapahoe counties, suburban counties that are trending Democrat, about a 9,000 vote lead for the Democrats. But El Paso County, Colorado Springs, so many people standing in line that at the time that the polls closed, they had to let every person who was standing in line vote. That delayed the count. There's not one single ballot from this overwhelmingly and large Republican county yet counted in the Colorado totals. I think this race where Buck, the Republican, is trailing at this very moment, I wouldn't be surprised if when that county comes in, he doesn't jump into a spot.
The 7th congressional district in Colorado, that was a really right down the line Democrat-Republican district. Any word from those?
Well, it's mostly in Perlmutter. The Democrat incumbent is going to hold on. Ryan Frazier, the African American Republican City Council member from Aurora, is trailing in it. But nonetheless, despite what appears to be his likely loss, there's going to be a lot of Republican diversity after this election. There'll be two African American Republicans in the House of Representatives, a Latina governor of New Mexico, a Latino governor of Nevada, an Indian American governor of South Carolina, and even at the state legislative level, even more. In my home state of Texas, we're going to elect 2 African American Republicans from majority, not just majority, but overwhelmingly white districts to the Texas House of Representatives tonight.
Juan, what do you make of what we've seen in California in particular? I mean, Barbara Boxer was one person who did not run away from the president's agenda, nor could she, as she was campaigning, and yet she came in with a decisive victory tonight.
Well, she had a terrific advantage, I think, obviously, in terms of name ID and the like over Carly Fiorina. But when I'm looking at a lot of these races, actually, it's not a surprise to me that Boxer was favored in the race. But when I'm looking at some of these races that Carl's just been talking about, what surprised to me is how close they've been. Obviously, in politics, winning is everything. It doesn't matter how close it was. But you look at that Pennsylvania race, I never would have guessed that Sestak would be as close as he is in this race right now. I never would have guessed.
Why have you been talking about that
in Colorado
for a week? About
I'm just surprised by it. I'm telling you the truth. I'm surprised by it, Brett.
Well, think of what really is the real story in Pennsylvania tonight. I mean, I guess we haven't called that race for the Senate. It's a big story. Governor and all those House pickups. Now, this has been it's at least 5. That's
total change.
Yeah, total change.
And huge Republican gains in the state House, so they take control of the entire redistricting process for next year.
Well, that's
they needed 4. They got, it looks like, maybe a dozen members of the
The one thing we haven't talked at all about tonight is how this does affect 2012. I mean, Pennsylvania is going to look very different to an Obama campaign for president than it did in 2008. If there's, as we project, a Republican governor now instead of the Democratic Ed Rendell, with all these new Republican members of the House, it's also the reason he went back to Ohio so many times, because Ohio is going to be critical, and if that governorship falls to the GOP again tonight, some of these states are starting to look very, very different, not just in terms of what they're going to change the complexion of the House and the Senate, but how it's going to change the dynamics of the 2012 presidential race. And that's got to really be stinging the White House right now, because that's going to be a big change.
This will be the first time since 1952 that the arc of states from Wisconsin to Pennsylvania Great Lakes states have all had a Republican governor.
Hey, Britt, the last time a political party netted more than 60 House seats was 1948. We heard Newt Gingrich talk about the historical significance of what potentially we could see tonight. Put it in your words.
Well, obviously it's an amazing sweep in the House, a big win in the Senate, not as big as perhaps Republicans had come to hope when they were looking at those polls yesterday that showed this enormous bulge in the generic ballot nationwide. It raises an intriguing issue question. We all know now that President Obama can defend his health care bill with a veto, and he should presumably have enough votes to do that. But if he does, and as attempts come in pieces to dismantle it, and they surely will come from the House of Representatives to do that, how many of those Democrats are really going to want to stand with him on that and take that into the 2012 election after what's happened tonight? I wonder. And I also wonder, for the president's sake, is that going to seem to him in the end to be the wise course to take?
But, you know, it's been interesting to look at the numbers, obviously, in the House and the Senate in particular, in terms of how many the Republicans are going to pick up. But it was never assumed that they were going to pick up enough to prevent a filibuster, that they were ever going to get to a filibuster-proof Senate. So,
well, or let alone something.
Most people thought it wouldn't even be a majority.
Let alone enough votes to override a veto.
Right, of course. But my question to you is, so as a practical matter, what happens now? The Republicans pick up a few more seats. We don't know how many, but they'll go back. They won't be the party in control. But what will happen in terms of how the Senate will work now?
Well, the Senate will be very narrowly divided between Democrats and Republicans. Nobody will be able to move anything very much because the filibuster will be alive. So the Senate is likely, the outlook for the Senate is gridlock.
So does it matter, is my point? Does it
matter.
Matter if they have 54 Republicans or 44 or 49?
Well, it matters a lot in this sense, that if you control both houses of the Congress, you're likely to get a level of scrutiny that you won't have if you're a Republican Party and you only control one house. So the Democrats are still in charge of 2/3 of the branches of government in Washington. I mean, they've got half the Congress. They've got the White House. The president is still the big duke. It's still the Obama administration. This is still the Obama era. And so the idea that the responsibility now shifts to the Republicans, that's only ever really happened once in terms of the level of scrutiny, and that was when Newt Gingrich became Speaker of the House in 1994. And it was such a novel development. We hadn't seen anything like that since, God knows, 1952. And it was such an historic development. It was such a big surprise that he became kind of prime minister in terms of the news coverage he got and the way he was treated by the opposition. He got presidential level scrutiny. And he, may I say, did not like it one bit. I don't think that's going to happen now.
You're trying to say Republicans will be held accountable for what they do. John Boehner is going to be subject to a higher level of scrutiny in this political environment. And if you think that somehow Democrats are going to turn tail and run because they have gone through this defeat tonight in the House, you're wrong.
Would you make a recommendation to them to defend Obamacare to the death?
I'm telling you that they right now are more convicted of the idea that they should defend what they have done, Britt, with the absence of conservative Democrats who were the ones who took the majority of the losses tonight.
No, Juan, with all due respect, there are 24 Democrats who faced the ballot in 2012, and they're from red states like Montana, North Dakota, Missouri, Nebraska, the industrial Midwest, Virginia, and Florida. And they are not going to want to go out there and continue to follow the president down that line after seeing what happened tonight in the Senate races.
Do you think that the liberal base of the Democratic Party and the changing demographics of this country are somehow going to say, you know what, we were wrong. We were wrong in electing Obama, and we were wrong.
It's not the base of the Democratic Party that's going to decide the election in Missouri and Nebraska and North Dakota and Montana and Virginia and Florida and these other industrial Midwestern states. It's going to be the American people who have risen up tonight in an unbelievable way and said, stop it, Mr. President, stop it now.
And you had more turnout from older people, younger people turning away from the polls in this election, in this volatile cycle-to-cycle change. And next time, in 2012, you're going to see more of those young people, more of those minorities.
You just counted. I hope the president's listening to you right now, Juan, and takes that train, pulls that throttle full open, and runs it straight off the cliff.
Well,
and Joe, how much
you may be surprised.
How much pressure in the Senate will there be on Senator Ben Nelson, Senator Joe Lieberman, some of these moderates, now incoming Senator-elect Joe Manchin, to possibly switch sides or at least vote with Republicans?
Yeah, well, they won't switch sides.
I don't think they'll switch sides. I don't think it's close enough to. I think if
they got to 9,
close, yeah, maybe that's something. One of them would be under that kind of pressure, but I don't see that. And I do think that we may see again a more moderate caucus in the Senate of some folks on both sides of the aisle who kind of try to build a consensus.
But what do you make of this claim that the Republicans are going to be able to maybe shirk a little bit of the blame if they don't control the Senate and only the House?
I think it would be easier to put a lot of blame on them had they won if they were.
So you're kind of wishing they win the Senate.
I'm just saying. I agree with Britt. There's a moment here where it's not helpful to have both the Senate and the presidency because it's a little bit murkier about who's running things.
And think about this.
From just sort of a crass political point.
Think about 06. The Democrats, after 12 years of Republican rule in Congress, got control of the House of Representatives. And between 2006 and 2008, they had full control of the Congress. How much responsibility did the public give them for the worsening situation in the nation between 2006 and 2008, particularly in terms of the economy? The answer is practically none. They increased their numbers in both houses in the 2008 election, which is the latest example we have of congressional accountability.
Best in the business. Panel, thank you.
That was great.
That was good.
Well, House Minority Leader John Boehner is going to speak any moment now. We're watching. We're going to take you there. It'll be interesting to hear what he has to say, the presumptive incoming House Speaker. You are watching America's Election Headquarters. Stay with us.
Lots of fun things to look at. Live at America's Election Headquarters, we have another call for you, this time out in New Mexico. Fox News can project that the New Mexico governor's race will go to Republican Susana Martinez. Martinez is not only the state's first female chief executive, but the nation's first Latina woman governor. She is an up-and-coming star. We could be seeing a lot of her in years to come.
Joining us now is Michael Steele, chairman of the Republican National Committee. Michael, thanks so much for being here with us. You know, the word from the Democrats right now is it's not that great for the Republicans because they're not doing as well in the Senate as they had hoped. And you say what?
Well, I'd say that everyone in town and outside of town knew that the Senate was going to be a tough road for us to climb and try to take the 10 seats necessary to gain control there. There's no magic or no mystery to that. I mean, you know, there were some races that we thought probably coming into the fall that would break our way, and certainly even as recently as a couple of weeks ago, we thought, that there may be some momentum there to grab some of those seats. But I think at the end of the day, certainly our focus at the Republican National Committee has been on the House. I got on a bus to prove the point, to fire Pelosi. If we were going to fundamentally change the direction of the country, then we had to go to the People's House, the House of Representatives, to get that process started. We began that tonight with the firing of Nancy Pelosi. And I think it's important for folks to understand, both in Washington and in the halls of power, wherever they are, that the people tonight send a very resounding message that they're the ones who will control the outcome in elections. They're the ones who are going to set the course for this country. And folks coming to town had better pay attention.
What kind of an agenda can the Republicans try to set now? What will be the legislative initiatives coming out of the GOP now that you've succeeded in getting Nancy Pelosi fired?
Well, I think that's a very good question. I think we've already got some benchmarks for that. Certainly the Pledge to America, which lays out sort of a legislative effort going into a new Congress, the work of individuals like Paul Ryan from Wisconsin on the economic front. I think that those kind of initiatives that have been laid out in the past, even on health care, a lot of the doctors, the 14 or so Republican doctors in the House laid out a very clear agenda of how we can begin to address in totality the nation's concerns about the health care system. Those things now come back to the table, and they come back to the table with the hope that the president will meet them at that table and sit down and work towards a consensus on how we move forward to address some of the concerns that people have.
Mr. Chairman, this is no doubt an historic evening, a big night for Republicans, taking the House of Representatives as projected. You've come under some criticism for RNC fundraising, for some things you said on the campaign trail, from a lot of different folks within the GOP. Do you see this night as a vindication?
Well, I don't look at it in those terms, Brett, and I appreciate the question. I know some folks may look at it that way. I look at this as been a team effort from the very beginning. Look, I remember what the cover of Time, and I wanted to show this with everyone, what the cover of Time said a year ago. We were an endangered species. When I became chairman, this was the headline on Time in May of 2009. We've come a long way since then, and it's been building from our grassroots, from our bottom up, working with our state parties. Tonight, I want to congratulate our state chairman and our national committee men and women all across the country for an incredible effort to move this party, to turn the elephant, as I like to say. So this is not about one chairman or one individual in the party. This is how we pulled ourselves out of the ash heaps of 06 and 08. And we look to the future with some bright stars, some of whom you've already talked about, like a Kelly Ayotte and certainly Susana Martinez and Tim Scott. We've got a great story to tell. It's about time we start sharing that story with the American people, and I think you saw that tonight, and they responded with these votes.
Will you run for chairman again?
Haven't made up my mind yet.
All right.
Well,
there you go.
While you still are, let me ask you this question before we let you go. There was a big disparity in the polls.
Okay.
There was a big disparity in the polls before we got to tonight between what the registered voters were saying and what the likely voters were saying. And the likely voters, the Republicans had been doing very well with the likely voters, projecting some of the results that we're now seeing tonight, in particular in the House. Not as well with the registered voters. And the thinking was, well, Barack Obama, he got all these new voters registered back in 2008. There was a lot of enthusiasm, and those folks aren't necessarily going to get out to the polls. I need a quick answer on this because we're going to go to Boehner. But how do you shore that up before the next election?
Well, clearly, we got to continue what I just said, reaching out and with the candidates who won tonight and with those who are coming along to make sure that we have that conversation to get those registered voters as likely voters to vote Republican.
Thank you, Michael Steele. We're going to go to the incoming presumptive House Speaker, John Boehner.
Over at the NRCC, along with his sidekick, Greg Walden. They have done a marvelous job on behalf of our team. And I want to thank all of our candidates, our supporters, our volunteers who've worked so hard to make this moment possible. Let me just say this. It's clear tonight who the winners really are, and that's the American people. It was the American people's voice that was heard at the ballot box, the American people's voice. And listen, I'm going to be brief because we've got real work to do, and frankly, this is not a time for celebration. Not when 1 out of 10 of our fellow citizens is out of work, not when we've buried our children under a mountain of debt, and not when our Congress is held in such low esteem. This is a time to roll up our sleeves, a time to look forward with determination, and to take the first steps toward building a better future for our kids and our grandkids. Across the country right now, we're witnessing a repudiation of Washington, a repudiation of big government, and a repudiation of politicians who refuse to listen to the American people. Of course, this campaign's not over yet. To the folks out west where the polls may still be open, this is the time to seize that moment and make sure your voice is heard, to reject the spending sprees, the bailouts, the backroom deals, the takeovers, and all the nonsense, and to join your fellow Americans in putting Washington on notice. Because for far too long, Washington's been doing what's best for Washington, not what's best for the American people. And tonight, that begins to change. With their voices, the American people are demanding a new way forward in Washington. I'm here to tell you tonight that our new majority will be prepared to do things differently, to take a new approach that hasn't been tried in Washington before by either party. It starts with cutting spending instead of increasing it. Reducing the size of government instead of increasing it. And reforming the way Congress works and giving the government back to the American people. And for all those families who were asking, where are the jobs? It means ending the uncertainty in our economy and helping small businesses get back to work. The people's priorities will be our priorities. And the people's agenda will be our agenda. This is our pledge to America, and this is our pledge to you. While our new majority will serve as your voice in the people's house, we must remember it's the president who sets the agenda for our government. The American people have sent an unmistakable message to him tonight, and that message is change course. We hope President Obama will now respect the will of the people, change course, and to commit to making changes that they are demanding. And to the extent that he's willing to do that, we're ready to work with him. But make no mistake, the president will find in our new majority the voice of the American people as they've expressed it tonight, standing on principle, checking Washington's power, and leading the drive to a smaller, less costly, and more accountable government here in Washington, D.C. These are the principles our new majority will stand for. And we hope that, Mr. President, you'll stand with us in the hard work that lies ahead. Because we are humbled by the trust that the American people have placed in us, and we recognize that with this trust comes the responsibility to listen, and listen we will. Let's start right now by recognizing that this is not a time for celebration. It's a time to roll up our sleeves and go to work. We can celebrate when small businesses begin hiring again. We can celebrate when the spending binge here in Washington has stopped. And we can celebrate when we have a government that has earned the trust of the people that it serves. When we have a government that honors the Constitution and stands up for the values that have made America, America. Things like economic freedom, individual liberty, and personal responsibility. Listen, I hold these values dear because I've lived them. I've spent my whole life chasing the American dream. Listen, I let a lot of you know I started out mopping floors, waiting tables, and tending bar at my dad's tavern. I put myself through school, working every rotten job there was, and in every night shift I could find. And I poured my heart and soul into running a small business. And when I saw how out of touch Washington had become with the core values of this great nation, I put my name forward and ran for office. So I want to thank my wife, Debbie, my girls, Lindsay and Tricia, my 11 brothers and sisters, and all my friends and neighbors in Ohio for giving me the chance to serve and the opportunity to stand before you ready to lead. Thank all of you. God bless you, and God bless our great country. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, a very emotional House Minority Leader John Boehner, which is, obviously in a celebratory mood, but also an emotional one. And we were sitting here on the set wondering how far that was going to go. He's a bit overcome tonight, but you can see the people in the room are as well. He's obviously feeling the joy of this victory, which the Republicans are certainly enjoying in the chamber of Congress from which he hails, and that is the House of Representatives. He is not yet the Speaker of the House, but many believe that he will be elected Speaker if, in fact, the Republicans take control as they are now projected to do. So we will have more on that, as well as Larry Sabato on how the balance of power is shaping up, coming up on this broadcast. But right up after this break, Rudy Giuliani, America's mayor, is here, folks, on America's election headquarters.
Big call now, Ohio governor. Fox News can project that John Kasich will be the governor of Ohio, beating Democrat Ted Strickland. It's hard to overestimate the importance of this win. When you look at 2012, the president visited Ohio. President Obama visited Ohio 12 times. Vice President Biden visited 7 times. And they tried to rally the base for Ted Strickland. But Fox News can now project that John Kasich, former congressman, former Fox News contributor, will win in the state of Ohio, and that is a huge, huge development. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Also in Pennsylvania, we are still watching this race very closely, the Senate race. It looks like Pat Toomey is picking up some votes there, 51 to 49%. We're still saying it's too close to call. Republicans in Washington are already calling him Senator-elect Toomey. We're not calling this race yet. Too close to call, but you can see 99% of the vote in Nevada. Also, another race too close to call at this hour. Of course, the Senate Majority Leader, Harry Reid, trying to hold off a challenge from Republican Sharon Angle. This is a race that may go a while. And in Colorado, also a Senate race too close to call, one of the most expensive in the country. And there you see the early total with Michael Bennet, the incumbent, 49% to Ken Buck, 45%.
Well, joining us now with his thoughts is former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, and former presidential contender as well. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for being here. Your thoughts, first of all, on that breaking news that now John Kasich will be the governor-elect of Ohio. The Democrats also, I'm sorry, the Republicans also winning the state house in Pennsylvania. We're still waiting to see what happened in Florida.
Well, I think Republicans won almost across the board in Ohio, and the president spent more time in Ohio than any place else. So if you want to kind of vote on the president, that's about as good a vote as you're going to get. Ohio voted for him last time. Now they rejected him. And I hope the president understands what people are saying to him.
President Obama clearly wanted John Kasich to lose that race and Ted Strickland to win it. The visits to Ohio, we presume, were more about this race than any other race because it was pretty clear that the Republican was outpolling his opponent in the Senate race.
Right. Somehow they think that having the governorship will help them win the presidential election.
How could that be?
Well, they don't have it. But I think the really big message tonight is a historic win in the House of Representatives. I mean, you're looking at numbers that you rarely see. Maybe you got to go back to the 40s or the 30s,
48,
to see a victory like this. And remember, the House race is every part of the country. The Senate was only a third of the country. Governorship maybe a little more than a third of the country. This is the entire United States of America votes in House races, and this is about as clear a statement from the American people as we've ever gotten in a House race. And I think it's wonderful that these Republicans are going to go to the House with a very clear message. This is not an unclear election. They're going to the House to reduce spending, to reduce taxes, to change health care. If anything was rejected overwhelmingly, it was Obamacare.
Mayor, what about the change in the Northeast? It's historic in and of itself. In New York alone.
5 seats, 6 seats in Pennsylvania, 4 to 6 seats in New York. Picked up a seat in Maine, New Hampshire, maybe 2 in New Hampshire. I mean, this is unbelievable, given where we were 2 years ago. And I campaigned in probably 2/3 of those districts, those congressional districts, within the last, that's why my voice is going, within the last week or so, 2 weeks.
I mean, there you see the map of all the red and the blue.
And there were 2 big issues, really. One was Nancy Pelosi, and the other was Obamacare. These people have rejected Obamacare, and it's only going to get worse for the president. Obamacare is going to only get more expensive. It's going to be 3 times more than they projected. It's not going to help anyone except drive up the cost of their health insurance. And the president's got to make a shift on this before he goes into his re-election campaign.
It was clearly motivating voters today, in particular those voters who were in sort of the blue dog districts where they had moderate Democrats who voted for the health care bill and were made to answer for that today at the polls. President Obama said when the health care bill was discussed, we're going to do what we have to do, and that's what elections are for.
Right,
but can he take anything away from this, notwithstanding what we're seeing in the House, from what we're seeing in the Senate? Is there any way he can sort of triangulate that message tomorrow and say, actually, it's not as bad as we thought, and I'm going to stick to the agenda I thought worked for us yesterday?
I don't see how he can. I mean, he also said that as we got to learn more about Obamacare, we were going to like it more. As we've gotten to learn more about it, we dislike it more.
The polls today confirm that Americans are still against it.
As we go out a year or 2 years, it is only going to get worse because all the projections of cost were phony. It's going to be, you cannot cover people with pre-existing conditions, which I agree with, but you can't cover them without other people having to spend more money in order to cover them. So the projections were totally phony, and they're just going to continue to hurt them. We'll find out tomorrow if the president is an ideologue or a pragmatist.
Mayor Giuliani?
I've never known which Barack Obama is. Over the next couple of weeks, we will find out. If he's an ideologue, he's finished. If he's a pragmatist, he can resurrect himself.
Mayor, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
We'll do a shameless plug for our show tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. That's when the president speaks. Set your TiVos. Here we are, folks. 2 minutes and 35 seconds away from the next poll closings. We expect to have some new calls for you. We're still waiting on several key states, as Brett mentioned moments ago. The Pennsylvania Senate race, the Nevada Senate race, the Colorado Senate race, all still too close to call. Stay with us as we break it down here on America's election headquarters. Fox News election alert for you now. It is now midnight on the East Coast as voters across America make their voices heard. And Fox News can now project that Democratic incumbent Senator Daniel Inouye, the 86-year-old chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, will defeat Republican Sam Canvaso in Hawaii. There you can see the results. And just to update you, we just got the call on a very important race out of Ohio. Fox News now projecting that the Republican John Kasich has beaten the incumbent, the Democrat Ted Strickland. John Kasich, now the governor-elect of the state of Ohio.
Now to Nevada, where it is too early to call this race. Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid fighting to keep his seat. This is one Democrats are watching very closely. We'll obviously watch it as well. It's a big race, and Democrats are hoping that Reid can pull this out in Colorado. It is also too early to call in Colorado. If we go to the Senate race there, Michael Bennet is the incumbent. Ken Buck hoping to take this seat, and it had been very close all along. Some $30 million has been dumped into this race from all kinds of folks, and Ken Buck is counting on some of those outside districts and some of the moderate districts to come in for him.
And we're checking the balance of power now in the Senate. You can see the Democrats with 48 seats, the Republicans with 44, the independents still have 2. Republicans need 7 to take control. The Democrats need 3. The Republicans have picked up 4 seats so far, and the Democrats 0. So we'll see as we continue to await some key Senate races here tonight how that number changes.
Time now to bring in Fox News contributor and syndicated columnist Charles Krauthammer for his thoughts on the night. Charles, you talked about it earlier in Special Report. This is an historic night. What are your thoughts?
I think the message is unmistakable that the Obama agenda is dead. The only question is how much of it is going to be repealed and how much Obama will be willing to concede. It's clear, as you've projected, the House is going to be Republican. I think what's going to happen is the Republicans are not going to win the Senate, but I think they're going to have de facto control of the Senate in the sense that there are going to be several Democratic senators who are going to be up for re-election in 2 years. I'm thinking of a Jim Webb in Virginia. I'm thinking of some of the others. There are more Democrats up for re-election than Republicans in 2 years in the Senate who are looking at the fate of those Democrats who went with the president with his agenda and walked the plank and are now gone. And they are not going to go. And I think there's going to be great resistance in the Senate to any advance of the Obama agenda. And I think there'll be a lot of sympathy among these Democrats, the ones who are now up for re-election in 2 years, for example, for an extension of the Bush tax cuts and for even a nibbling away at some of the edges of Obamacare. So I think what's happened is you've had a real shift of power to the Republicans, de jure in the House, de facto in the Senate. But if you're a Republican, I think it works rather well in terms of strategy for 12. You really didn't want control of the 2 houses because then Obama could do a Truman where he ran against the do-nothing Congress and won re-election. If you put too much of the actual official power in the hands of Republicans, it makes them responsible. Right now, I think they're in the perfect position tactically, control the House, object, propose stuff that Obama may veto, and run on that against him in 2012.
Charles, what about the electorate overall, the Americans? This is now the 3rd change election in a row. 2006, Democrats take control of Congress. 2008, they take control of the White House. And now in 2010, a major shift to Republicans. What about that 3-year span where we've seen so much change?
Well, I think people are saying, it's the internet, it's the speeding up of the news, it's the fickleness of the electorate. I'm not sure I accept that. I think it's historical events. There was a war that went to bad in Iraq, which destroyed the Republicans. There was a financial collapse, very unusual, the first time in 70 years, which again undid the Republicans, but has also left the Democrats in a position where they have no easy answers on the American economy and thus are suffering today. I think these are extraordinary historical events. I think what we're seeing now is a return to the norm. We are roughly where we were in the early part of this decade. If you look at the map, that's the map the way that we've had it roughly for the last 30 years. 06 and 08 were somewhat of an aberration, a response to historical events that were unusual, and now we've got a return. So I think we are now near the norm. I'm not sure this is, a sign of an electorate that's completely unreliable. This is where we are, and now it'll depend on how Obama proceeds. He has now tried a 2-year experiment in hyperliberalism, and the country has said no. I think he's got a choice ahead of him. And I think even though he's inclined ideologically, intrinsically, to go left, I think he's going to try to go to the center. And the question is, can a man of the left pretend at least, or try pragmatically to go to the center? I'm not sure anyone knows the answer.
Megan, Charles likes the map.
I don't see why.
I love that map. I love that. I love that sea of red. I know half of it is empty.
Well, it makes more sense if you just look at the color coding. But trust me, when you try to tell them what percentages we're trying to represent here, it becomes a disaster. Charles, let me ask you this. So the question is, what will the president listen? Because the exit polls that we saw today showed that 27% of those voting said that they were angry about these policies, compared to, and 46% said that they were dissatisfied. So you've got 3/4 of the electorate saying they're either angry or dissatisfied. The voters have sent a message to President Obama before. They told him they didn't like the health care bill, but he proceeded with it. They told him that they didn't like cap and trade, but he proceeded. They told him they didn't like the immigration challenge that he was mounting out in Arizona, but he proceeded with it. So thus far, he really hasn't shown a willingness to listen to the people so much as to govern the way he thinks is best for Americans.
That's because I think he's a man who believes in certain ideas, and he's enacted some. I think health care reform, if not repealed, is historic. It will change the substance and the structure of American society. He knows that, and I think he thinks that's a great achievement. He will not flinch on that. He will not accept any resistance or any real change in that. I think what he'll try to do for the next 2 years is to do his liberalism through regulation. You're going to have the EPA is going to try to regulate the carbon. He can't get that through Congress. And this regulation is going to happen really under a lot of the radar. We're not going to see a lot of it. You know, half of what's going to happen in healthcare is yet to be actually written in the regulations. So that's where I think he will be able to exercise his liberalism through the agencies in the regulations. But in the major legislation, which all of us will see and that he'll run on in 2012, I think that's where he'll play the moderate. That's where he'll make the agreement on taxes, and I think that's where he and the Republicans will maneuver to try to get themselves in place for the upcoming election. So I don't see him proposing anything of importance, anything ideological or major in the Congress in the next year or two. I think all that stuff is going to happen in the agencies where you're not going to see a lot of it. I think what you're going to get over the next year or two is small ball skirmishing and maneuvers and a setup to the 2012 election.
All right, Charles, as always, thank you. We'll see you on the panel tomorrow. And by the way, it's a single sponsor special report.
Great.
So you can expound. Don't tell the producers.
Do I give the closing benediction now? Is this the time?
No, but we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Don't bring the map. Well, let's bring in our panel now. Former Deputy Chief of Staff to President George W. Bush, Karl Rove. Fox News political analyst Juan Williams. Former Howard Dean campaign manager Joe Trippi, and Fox News senior political analyst Brit Hume. I want to start now with the biggest news we've had in the past half hour, which is John Kasich winning the governor's race in Ohio. So now, Karl, you have Democrats taking over the state house in...
Republicans.
Yeah, sorry, Republicans taking over the state house in both Ohio and Pennsylvania. We're still waiting on Florida.
In Michigan and in Wisconsin.
South Carolina.
In South Carolina. It looks like Illinois as well. What's left out in the state are mostly small rural counties where Brady, the Republican, is ahead, and looks like he'll pile up enough votes to win. New Mexico, Nevada, where they'll keep it. They're losing California, but it looks like they'll hold on narrowly to Florida.
California doesn't play as much in the presidential elections as those other states in terms of the control of the vote.
That's right. It's been reliably reliably Democrat for since 1988. But the other thing is these Republican governors are coming in with big majorities in the legislature as well. Governor-elect Corbett of Pennsylvania is going to come in with a very strong Senate, which he's always had, but then a very strong number in the House. They may pick up as many as 15 people and 15 members in the House. Same in Ohio, picking up a big number. And in Michigan, they need 13 members they need to pick up 13 seats to take control of the House of Representatives. It looks like they have 18 or 19.
Hey, Joe, on these governors, 46 out of 50 governors have a role in redistricting, redrawing these congressional districts. And in an election, that could sway 30, 40 House seats, depending on how the districts are drawn.
And the other thing that's happening is a lot of these legislative districts Republicans are being voted in this year as well. So all this redistricting, that's going to make it even tougher to get the House back, over the next decade as these lines are redrawn. But more importantly, again, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, these are all big electoral vote states. And they had Democratic governors. They've now got Republican governors. And as Carl can tell you, governors matter a lot. They can actually help in a presidential year in terms of which way the state goes. So there are a lot of real ramifications about tonight. Just redistricting for Congress, president in 2012, very different night as we move forward.
We do want to make a call here.
Yeah, we've got a couple of big ones coming in right now. Beginning with this one, out front in Nevada. We are starting in Nevada, where Rory Reid, the son of Senator Harry Reid, has lost his bid for the State House. He will not be the next governor. Brian Sandoval wins that race. But I want to get on to the next one, which we've been waiting on all night, and that is the Pennsylvania Senate race. Fox News is ready to project now that the Republican, Pat Toomey, has won this seat. This is Arlen Specter's old seat. Arlen Specter, who was once a Republican, then switched parties, became a Democrat, thinking he was going to lose in the primary. He wound up losing to Joe Sestak. Joe Sestak running a very competitive race against Pat Toomey. And now the Republicans picked this seat back up in Pennsylvania, another seat that the president did not want Joe Sestak to lose, but it looks like it has gone that way tonight. This thing has been very tight. Joe Sestak managed to close the gap as of late. Normally, Sestak would probably win a race like this. Toomey's economic conservatism is not that great a match for this economically populous state, but Sestak has portrayed him as cozy with Wall Street and so on, yet the message not resonating with Pennsylvania voters in a year like this. I want to bring back in our panel for reaction to this.
Well, just a few minutes ago, that margin in that race was about 60 to 61,000 votes. And people watching would have seen that 99% precincts reporting. That's 99% of precincts, but there was still something on the order of 11% of the estimated vote was still out. So we were a little cautious about making the call. It jumped up to 74,000 vote margin, which is obviously what made the difference, made us able to make the call for Toomey. Although some other news agencies that made it, we were being extra careful.
Right. By the way, the Toomey camp is obviously. They're watching Fox. They see the live shot as we're waiting for Pat Toomey there. Also, on the top of your screen, we have had the Senate tracker, and you can see that as it switches over from the House to the Senate, the pickup for Republicans now 45 to 48. Juan, it is closing in, and while we talk about Democrats doing well in certain areas, the difference, the spread in the Senate will change the entire dynamic in Washington.
Well, I think it will change the dynamic to this extent. How do you get business done? And the answer is you're not going to get a lot of business done. So if the point is that there is not going to be an aggressive, proactive agenda coming from the White House, that's right. It's going to be about really holding on to what they've done in the first 2 years and potentially looking for areas of compromise. But the whole notion of taking the initiative of the Obama experiment that he had coming into office and saying, here's what this nation needs to do, here's how we become historic, initiatives like healthcare, for example, Wall Street reform, that's done. That's done for the moment. Now we see how he defends it and how he moves forward.
You know, Joe, we were talking about possible flips in the Senate. There's been some buzz about senators who are more moderate, like Ben Nelson of Nebraska, who's a Democrat, but pro-life and more moderate on certain issues, possibly flipping parties, switching parties in the wake of this election. How is there any chance of that when you've got results like this? We saw what happened to Arlen Specter. We saw what happened to Charlie Crist tonight, who's a party flipper. Any chance of that remaining?
I just don't see that happening. I think if the Senate it depends how close this thing gets. If it gets to a 49-49 thing and you can make a move for one, that could happen. But it'd have to be that close. Other than that, I just don't see that happening right now. I think it's too early in the night still to figure out where this is going to go, but I think Democrats are going to hold enough of the Senate that's not going to be in play.
All right, I just want to go down to South Carolina, where the governor-elect Nikki Haley is speaking. We want to check in to hear what the governor-elect has to say. This was a rough race too, folks. They took some serious shots at her. We were not sure whether she was going to win this race at the beginning of the evening. It was too close to call in the end. Fox News projecting she has won. Let's listen in.
There's going to be a lot of news and a lot of observers that say that we made history. And in some ways, you can look at me and say, yes, we did. But what I want this to be is that we're turning a page. We're turning a page on where we've been, but the history is going to be on where we go. 18 months ago, I saw a state and a federal government losing control, arrogant in its spending, arrogant in its responsibility, and a need to step up and say we've got to take our state and our country back. My goal was always to get you to care. If I could get the people to care, we could make history by changing the way government runs. Our message was simple. We wanted a stronger economy. We wanted better schools. We wanted it to be about jobs. And we wanted government to remember that every dollar was not government's money, it was the taxpayers' dollars, and how we spent it mattered. Today, the people of South Carolina embrace that message. And now it's time for us to get to work for you, and that's what we're going to do. You know, I received
Nikki Haley, the governor-elect in the state of South Carolina, but a big call right now. Fox News now projects that Mark Kirk, the Republican, will win the Senate race in Illinois. That is a gain for Republicans. In addition to that, Mark Kirk, this is the president's old Senate seat. This is the Senate seat he left to run to accept the presidency. This win now means that Kirk will be installed immediately. You remember that Roland Burris used to hold this seat as a placeholder. He is not in the seat anymore. Mark Kirk will be installed immediately, and that could have an effect on the lame duck session of Congress, where you have a number of different items that potentially could be brought up. Mark Kirk is the winner in Illinois. Now, if you look at the Senate tracker, we just showed you this a moment ago, but it is changing by the moment, 48 to 46. This is the number as of now, and as you look at the yellow numbers, it's the gain that each side has. Democrats 0 net gain, Republicans 6. We'll bring back our panel for this important race. Carl, Illinois, Mark Kirk pulling this out.
What a rebuke to the president. And it was a needless loss for the Democrats. If they had held a special election, as the legislators in the Illinois legislature said they were going to hold, the election would have been held when the president was very popular in the early days of 2009. A Democrat would have won and then had nearly 2 years to ingratiate themselves with the voters of the state. Instead, they let Blagojevich appoint a place setter, and then the president sort of maneuvered his good friend Alexei Giannoulias into the race, threw his support behind him, got him through the primary. Think about this. The president spent the last week in Illinois, in Virginia, in Charlottesville, Virginia, in Ohio, and in Pennsylvania, and all of those candidates for whom he took the prestige of his office and laid it on the line, virtually every one of them is lost.
Yeah. Perriello in the Virginia 5.
Perriello in Virginia 5 in Charlottesville, Strickland in Ohio, Sestak in Pennsylvania, and Giannoulias in Illinois, who not only got the president, but also got Michelle Obama to campaign in the final week for him.
Yeah, the president, the vice president, and the first lady. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, this seat, Giannoulias and Kirk, I got to tell you, both of them were really flawed candidates. And this just goes to prove you that in a democracy, one of them still gets to win. And
it was the guy who apologized for his mistake.
Yeah, no, I'm saying it's, but it is a rebuke. I mean, it's a really tough one, I think, for the White House. I mean, is the president's old seat, and as Carl points out, I mean, everywhere we went, we're losing. That's got to. I mean, I hope there's a conciliatory tone tomorrow in terms of how to move forward.
This night, I think, has been a lot about an overread mandate. I mean, it was a striking victory, an historic victory for Barack Obama 2 years ago, a decisive victory. He got more votes than any Democratic presidential nominee in quite a long time. But it was taken as a major ideological shift in the American body politic that I think was not there. And it was interesting to watch John Boehner tonight, clearly recognizing that Republicans had been rebuked and taken out of power in 2006, that their presence in the House had been diminished further in 2008, and he came out tonight and said this is not a time for celebration. That was interesting because, you wonder whether the Republicans were going to be triumphant and triumphal in what they're saying. Well, at least as far as John Boehner is concerned, they are not being that tonight. Now, some of the other individual candidates are hailing their victory and saying they're going to take the country back and so forth. Boehner was different, and it was an interesting speech, apart from the fact that he was so emotional. He was talking about we'll celebrate when people are going back to work and when businesses are growing again and so forth. It struck me as an interesting tone and one that may tell us something about how the Republicans are going to react to this night.
When I see these candidates tonight, I see passion. I see passion on the parts of John Boehner. I saw passion on the part of the Tea Party folks who got out to the polls, and I've seen passion on the part of this administration in passing these big agenda items that they are fully committed to, despite, as we talked about earlier, the polls that tell them the vast majority of Americans on certain of these don't want them. So when you see, like healthcare, so when you see that clash of passions tomorrow, when the president takes to these microphones, it just seems like it's going to be so hard for them to actually reach some sort of a compromise and govern in any sort of a way that doesn't produce gridlock. Am I wrong?
I was telling you all night. I think this is a recipe for paralysis in terms of government. But your point,
some people like that, right?
That's what a lot of people want.
Some people want a divided government. Some people want to check.
You could say some people want to check, Brett, right? Some people want to check on absolute power, and the Democrats had control of the House, the Senate, and the White House. But I do not think that the American people want paralysis. They want their business taken care of.
Well, look, the business will be taken care of. You got to pass a budget. With a Democrat majority in the House and Senate, they couldn't pass a budget this year. Not a single one of the 13 appropriations bills has been passed, and we're nearly 6 weeks into the fiscal year. So maybe we will have a Republican House say, let's tend to the people's business, Mr. President, and get the budget passed.
Well, I think a lot of that was, given the election was approaching, they didn't want to take votes. They were trying to save seats for these conservative
They had 10 months to pass the budget.
No, they were realistically
10 months to pass the budget.
But
this is the first Congress since 1974 not to pass a budget resolution.
Vaughn's making, I think, a different point, though, so that in 2006, 2008, we saw a lot of moderate Republicans go out the window, like Chris Shays in Connecticut, people like that. This year, you're seeing half the blue dogs on the Democratic side are probably wiped out tonight. So you're seeing the middle of both parties being sort of pushed out.
Yeah.
Tea Party's coming in, which is not exactly the middle.
I disagree.
And we're going to have and how are those two, what's left, gonna come to compromise? I mean, that's going to be a very difficult thing for the president.
I think we're also seeing people who stood up and voted liberal and got defeated. And we just talked about him, Perillo in Congressional District 5. He's not a moderate. I mean, what's happening? Alan Grayson. I mean, we're talking about people who've towed the line for the Obama administration.
You lose 60 seats, you lose in the middle and not. But I'm saying, but a lot of the middle.
But one of the problems, Joe, is that a lot of the blue dogs, Democrats, some of whom are losing tonight, and more may lose yet, were supposedly fiscal conservatives. The truth is, at best, they were fiscal moderates, looking at it from a conservative perspective, and they voted for a lot of these big spending packages. They were not true to what they purported to be, and that's why they got turned out. Because they weren't centrists.
So that's why the Tea Party came up, because of the same problem on the Republican side. Yeah. So
remember, we were battling a recession. I mean, somebody had to do
behavior?
No, not bad behavior, but you had to do something. I mean, some people want to say, I was impressed with Boehner's speech because Boehner is saying clearly, we are going to be accountable. We're going to try to do the people's business. And I don't think, therefore, it was a repudiation of ideology.
All right,
let's get it done.
We are going to
the right way.
do the people's business and get to a break. Panel, as always.
We're going to do some business, and we're going to pay some bills here.
Yeah, sure.
The economy, speaking of bills, is playing a very big part in this election. Fox Business anchor Liz Klayman joins us live next to break down that piece of the story. Stay with us. Fox News alert, and this is a big one, folks. We are ready to make a call now in the state of Nevada, where Fox News is projecting that the incumbent, Harry Reid, will retain his position, that he has defeated his Republican and Tea Party-backed challenger, Sharon Angle. And there you can see the results as we have them so far, with 51% and 44%. This is a major victory for Harry Reid. And you could argue for President Obama, Sharon Angle was one of the faces, if not the face, of the Tea Party. And this was a hard-fought contest. The early results had suggested that the votes were coming in fast and furiously for Harry Reid in the early voting, and that he had done a good job motivating the voters to get out vote early for him. We were waiting to see what today's results brought, and Fox News is now projecting that it has brought good news for the Senate Majority Leader, who at this point, it looks like he will retain not just his job in the Senate, but his role as the Majority Leader. That's
this is an amazing ability by the Senate Majority Leader to keep this seat. He just squeaked by. He has a history of winning in close races, the turnout machine in Nevada. He always touted it coming into Election Day. This is a scenario where he was very vulnerable. Nevada has an unemployment rate of 14.4%. Of course, Sharon Angle, the Tea Party candidate, she was elected in the primary. Some people said it was the wrong choice back then because they thought some establishment candidate could beat Reid more directly. But Sharon Angle put up a fight throughout this race. The negative ads in this race were unbelievable. Yeah. Harry Reid, the Senate Majority Leader, heading back, and he is still going to be Senate Majority Leader. Yeah. We also want to make a call right now in the House, a big call. And this is for Missouri 4. Ike Skelton, longtime Democrat, the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, has lost to Vicky Hartzler. And there you see, that is a Republican pickup. He is a longtime Democrat, and he's the second chairman tonight to lose. There's John Spratt in South Carolina, who is the House Budget Chairman, and now the House Chairman of the Armed Services Committee going down. Here's the balance of power in the House as it stands right now. 212 Republicans, 145 Democrats, and the gain you see in the yellow, the pickup, the net gain, 51-2. That's where it stands right now, and we're not finished counting.
Yeah, indeed. And we're going to check in with our panel in just 1 second on this breaking news. But first, we want to touch base with our chief political correspondent, Carl Cameron, who's got more on a big win for Harry Reid in Nevada.
It is. It's a very big win for Harry Reid in Nevada, and a huge win for Democrats in general to protect their Senate Majority Leader. The risk here was that Harry Reid would become the first Majority Leader in the last half century to get defeated. Tom Daschle, the Democrat, was defeated when he was the Minority Leader. This is a race wherein there's going to be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking regarding the Tea Party, as Brett was talking about. Sharon Angle defeated the Republican Party chairman Sue Loudon for the nomination. She also defeated the very popular son of the famed basketball coach from UNLV, Jerry Darkanian. And that created all of this angst over whether or not Sharon Angle was best suited to go up against Harry Reid. Throughout this day, Democratic operatives have been saying our turnout operations are being undervalued, underemphasized. This is an example of it. Now, the other thing is, you just talked about a very important turnover in Missouri. This bears repeating. I spent a couple of days out in Missouri, and I went out to this district. Ike Skelton did not campaign particularly aggressively. He's an elderly guy, of course, a ranking senior chairman in the House of Representatives, soon to be former, and Vicky Hartzler campaigned like crazy. There was an awful lot of skepticism about whether somebody as senior and as influential as Ike Skelton could get knocked off. This is an indication of the wave, some would even say repudiation, of the Obama agenda in the House. It has cost some blue dog, fiscally moderate Democrats their seats. It's cost some other Democrats their seats, particularly in districts where John McCain won. Now it's beginning to cut down chairmen like wood in the forest of the 2010 election.
Hey, quickly, Carl, just can you imagine what Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, how he will change as the Majority Leader now that he's, number one, had this scare, number two, will have a much different Senate to work with?
Harry Reid likes to say, I'm a boxer, but I prefer not to fight. I'd rather dance. He was an amateur boxer when he was a kid. He's got a reputation for a quiet toughness behind closed doors and a soft-spoken smoothness in public. Don't look for a heck of a lot of negotiation from Harry Reid at this point. All the signals will have to come from the president first. The Senate will be responsible, in all likelihood from the Democrats' perspective, from stopping the Republican agenda that gets pushed over from the House. Brett, Megan.
All right, Carl, thank you.
Rejoining us now, Juan Williams and Britt Hume. Gentlemen, what do you make of it? Britt?
Well, this is an interesting commentary on the Tea Party candidates. It's been kind of a mixed result tonight.
It has.
Two conspicuously weak candidates, it seems to me. Sharon Angle and Christine O'Donnell have both lost tonight. Sharon Angle was, I think she ran a decent race. She held up pretty well in the debate. But in the state in a nation where the economy is the big issue, according to nearly everybody, and where the unemployment rate is basically the highest in the land.
And the foreclosure rate and the bankruptcy rate.
The foreclosure rate was enormous. I mean, Nevada is really, there's real distress out there. One would have thought that this particular man, the leader of the Obama forces in the Congress, on a night that was very bad for the president and his agenda, would have been easy pickings. But he proved not to be, in this case, against this particular candidate. So I would say you have to write it off to the weakness to some extent of the candidate. Two other candidates, though, backed by the Tea Party, and I'm thinking in particular about Marco Rubio, who I think is one of the emerging stars of the night. He ended up, a big winner, and
Rand Paul.
And Rand Paul as well.
Ron
Rand
Johnson.
Paul was a guy who, his father has been around for a long time. He's quirky. He's a libertarian. He has a lot of views that are outside the mainstream, and I think a lot of people thought Rand Paul was going to be something of a carbon copy of his father. He turned out to be a quite reasonable and appealing candidate. And he ended up winning handily, as Marco Rubio certainly did. So mixed results in the Senate races from the Tea Party. Now, I would say on balance, because of the energy they provided, which was tremendously important to the Republicans, that the Tea Party has been a tremendous net asset, but not in every single race.
There, according to at least one article that was cited by our Brain Room, Juan, they said that the Tea Party leaders acknowledged that if Engel does not defeat Reid, the damage to their cause will be, quote, catastrophic. Is that how it feels to you tonight?
No, not catastrophic, but I think it's telling. There was a lot of money put into Engel's campaign, records amount of money that came from around the country, not just in the state of Nevada. It became really proxy for a fight between Republicans and Democrats, but also I think between Tea Party and Democrats. And I think that's why a lot of people are going to be very disappointed. I mean, they saw Harry Reid in the way that Republicans painted Nancy Pelosi as a demon. A lot of people said it was time to get rid of Harry Reid, too. Harry Reid now outlast some of that opposition and all that money that went into defeating him. In some ways, he may feel strengthened by this.
Let me make a point about this as well on the subject of the Tea Party. Let's suppose that the Tea Party, this somewhat inchoate movement, had decided in its different groupings to go third party, disillusioned with both parties, as surely members of the Tea Party are. Think of the electoral map we'd be looking at.
It would have devastated the Republicans.
It would have been devastating to the Republicans. So if you're looking for a turning point this year, that's not a bad one to pick. The decision by the Tea Party in its sort of unorganized way.
How does this play, though?
The Republicans.
It's interesting to me because for so long now, we've been watching the Republicans bash Nancy Pelosi, bash Harry Reid. They've been the favorite punching bags, even more so in some cases than President Obama. And now Pelosi's gone, right, as the House Speaker, but Reid's still there. And it goes back to this theme we were talking about earlier. Is it in some way beneficial to the Republicans to still have him there?
Well, yeah, they can demonize Harry Reid, but I just want to pick up on something Britt said. The energy of this entire cycle has come from the Tea Party. So even though the Tea Party candidates and some of the highest profile in terms of Sharon Engel is gone, I think that the Republican Party, the establishment party that's had its differences with the Tea Party, can still say, we're glad they're there and we will now work to integrate them in. But one other quick thing. There's been a tremendous impact here, Brett, on the Democratic Party. The Democrats in the House, we talked about Ike Skelton losing. Party chairman, committee chairman. You look at the number of committee chairmen who are 80 years old and plus that are Democrats that will now be losing their chairmanship because Republicans are coming into control. It is significant, and you can expect that it's not only likely that Nancy Pelosi is going to retire, but you are going to see a wave of Democratic retirements. It's going to change the composition of the Democratic Party for years to come. These people are not going to hang around.
Do you think, Britt, the two Democrats have mixed feelings about this, Chuck Schumer and Dick Durbin?
Well, those would have been the likely rivals for Harry Reid's job as the floor leader had he lost. The question I have is, all right, he's the floor leader. This is a bad night for the Republicans, the Democrats, even though they've held on to control of the Senate, but barely. They've lost a bunch of seats. The agenda, which Harry Reid led them in supporting, has been damaged tonight and has been a big political burden for them. Do they want him as their leader again?
Well,
Will there be a fight?
I'm not sure.
I don't think they're going to fight him. I think, in fact, he's going to be welcomed as a fighter who has made his way back. But
although the big question is about messaging and getting the message out, and that's what every Democrat said in criticizing that they didn't sell health care, they didn't sell all these things. No. Harry Reid was the guy selling it.
And he said some remarkable things.
And he's known for his gas, or his verbal gas. But remember this, Harry Reid is also their guy. They feel that Harry Reid can protect them, that he can work with them, and that he has been, in some sense, the father figure for Democrats in the House. They are not going to challenge him. Now, if he had lost, then you have a different scenario. but he didn't lose. That's why it's a huge headline tonight that Harry Reid survives.
He certainly had the backing of the White House. The First Lady went out there. Who could forget the yoga pictures of Michelle Obama and Harry Reid? And the President went out there repeatedly. And, the Vice President, everybody was rallying behind Harry Reid. Interesting, too, that his son, Rory Reid, lost his bid for the governor's mansion, but they let Harry Reid stay.
Britt, Juan, thank you.
You're welcome.
Big announcement now.
Want to update you now. Fox News is officially projecting that Republicans have gained control of the House, and that means they've reached officially, according to our projections, the magic number of 218. Where it will go beyond that, the night will tell us. But earlier, our decision team was projecting they thought it would be about a net gain of around 60 seats.
So now we are reporting that they have 218 seats, and that is the majority taking control officially. There you see the House tracker, and the gain needed was the 39 seats. That's where they are now. We don't know where exactly they'll go. We've projected 60. It could go higher as we see all of these races come in. Right now, Republicans, who we've called, plus 53, Democrats, plus 2.
And we're coming up in just moments. Pat Caddell will join us. He's got some thoughts on the results tonight, former Democratic pollster. He's up next, right here on America's Election Headquarters. Don't go away.
An election alert now. Officially, the Republicans have gained control of the House of Representatives. And we've just gotten word that President Obama called Leader Boehner at midnight, according to the staff, to congratulate him. They had a brief, pleasant conversation. As you look at the tracker there of the board, Leader Boehner said he's always been straightforward and honest with the president in the past, and said that's the way he'll continue to be with the president in the future. They discussed working together to focus on the top priorities of the American people, which Boehner has identified as creating jobs and cutting spending. That's what they expect, Boehner said. He thanked the president for the call. That from Chad Pergram, our producer up on Capitol Hill.
And we have another race to call for you. Fox News is now able to project who has won the race for governor of Rhode Island, and it is Link Chafee, who is running as an independent. We don't even have him on the board because he has the independent label on him. This is the so-called shove-it race, where the Democrat, Frank Caprio, was not endorsed by President Obama because Link Chafee had endorsed President Obama when he was running, and so as a sign of respect, the president chose not to pick a favorite in this race, in response to which the Democrat said the president could shove his endorsement, a remark he later dialed back after he was heavily criticized for it. And you can see that Lincoln Chafee pulling out a victory there tonight. The former Republican U.S. Senator who lost his re-election back in 2006 and now will head to the State House in Rhode Island.
The economy. It's a big issue, one of the top issues shaping tonight's results. Let's go now to Fox Business anchor Liz Clayman with a look at how this all plays in. Hi, Liz.
Well, how it all plays in is it is the #1 issue that matters to voters out there. 80% of people in most of the polls indicate that they are extraordinarily worried about the economy. So the question is, as the ability of what happens in the House shifts over to the Republicans, what changes with the economy, Brett? I mean, you talk about just exactly what the biggest worries are. It is the economy, although in those same polls, only about 25% of people blamed President Obama for the economic troubles that this country is enduring. Nonetheless, there were so many people who felt that, you know what, the current status quo was not doing what it took to change the unemployment races and change the unemployment numbers. And you look at some of those states, Nevada, California, Michigan, horrible double-digit unemployment numbers that were way worse than the national average.
60 days from now, taxes increase on all Americans if these tax cuts and the Bush-era tax cuts are not extended. How does that factor in?
It factors in because Republicans have said, and John Boehner in his speech said, we're going to cut spending, we're going to cut big government involvement. Well, these tax cuts actually do cost money. So the question is, will they do something that then fills that up and says, here's how we will pay to completely continue all of the Bush tax cuts, which is what the Republicans have wanted to do. And of course, that's very popular with a lot of voters right now. Just the price tag alone on that, to cover the interest on the debt, if you were to project project 10 years out, I don't want to get too wonky here, but if you were to project 10 years out, keeping all the Bush tax cuts in place, just the payments on the interest alone, $594 billion. That's not a rounding error. That's a lot of money there. And it goes into the trillions if you project 10 years out. How are they going to pay for it? Will they come up with solutions? And that is the question for a lot of viewers.
Yeah, the Republicans say that they'll save jobs by not taxing the rich, and that'll more than cover it. Speaker Boehner says, or I shouldn't call him Speaker Boehner yet, Leader Boehner says that during the call with the president, he identified creating jobs and cutting spending as the two areas of potential compromise. According to our panelists tonight, Liz, they seem to believe that the economy may be one area where there could be bipartisanship.
Wouldn't that be nice?
I mean, there's not going to be big social initiatives that there's going to be a lot of cooperation on from the sound of it. But cutting spending and creating jobs. There is, however, an ideological divide on how to do that as well.
Well, yes, exactly. And there were people who ran for Republican seats, big business people. For example, Carly Fiorina, the former head of Hewlett-Packard, running for Senate. She lost. You had Linda McMahon for the Connecticut Senate. She, of course, was a CEO for World Wrestling Entertainment, Republican. She lost, and Meg Whitman losing in the gubernatorial race in California as the CEO of eBay. Perhaps voters did not hear what they needed to hear about job creation, which is stunning considering the dismal job creation stats for the states of, for example, California and Nevada.
Yeah. Liz, thank you very much. And if you don't get Fox Business Network,
demand it.
I know. I just love that. It's everywhere.
We're there for you, Brett.
Liz, thank you.
Well, joining us now is the man who we've all been looking to for predictions leading up to tonight, and that is Larry Sabato. He's director of the Center for Politics at the University of Virginia. And Larry, you say what in response to what you've seen tonight?
It's a really historic evening. Look, let me put the big context into action here on the table. Since World War II, you have had two really great Republican midterms. 1946, when Republicans gained 56 seats in the House, and 1994, the Clinton midterm, the Newt Gingrich midterm, when Republicans gained 52 seats in the House. I think when all the votes are counted in the House, from what I'm seeing, Republicans will gain, as you suggested earlier, approximately 60 seats. They will be in the upper 230s. 218 needed to control. They'll have a comfortable majority in the upper 230s. But it actually is better than that for Republicans. They're going to gain in the Senate 6 or 7 seats, reducing the Democratic majority down to really a minimum. In the governorships, they have really cleaned up. They're going to get 7, 8, 9 additional net governorships out of the 37 on the ballot. They're going to have either 31, 32, or 33 governorships out of the 50 come January. And we haven't finished counting, haven't come close to finish counting the state legislative seats, but I've already seen several hundred switch to the Republican Party. I've already seen at least 7 or 8 state legislative chambers switch to the Republicans. I think it will go over 10 before the counting is done this week. Think about that. From top to bottom, from the Senate, the House, governorships, state legislative chambers, and individual legislators, Republicans have gained substantially in every category.
Larry, it seems like an easy question, but I think it's actually more complicated. Why?
Why? Look, 75% of it's the rotten economy. An incumbent party simply cannot get reelected with 9.6% unemployment. And people will say, well, what about Harry Reid? Look, a party that wins never wins them all. You know, Democrats had a fantastic midterm the last time around in 2006, and they still lost a key Senate seat in Tennessee that they were highly competitive for. You never win them all. You have to look at the big picture, the big mosaic, and it's obvious that this is the best year Republicans have had in a midterm since World War II.
Hey, Larry, 51 House Democrats came from districts that were carried by President Obama. They voted for health care and cap and trade. 49 came from districts that were carried by John McCain, but they were incumbent Democrats. They're being obliterated as we look at the map across the country. We're focusing a lot on what the Republican Party will look like. What will the Democratic Party look like going forward? How much more liberal will it be? And are there such things as moderate Democrats anymore?
Brett, that is one of the most important and least commented upon trends from tonight. The Democratic caucus in the House is going to be much more liberal because the moderates, the blue dogs, were slaughtered, including many who weren't expected to lose or were right on the margin and thought likely to be able to pull it out by 1,000 or 2,000 votes. So, you're going to have very polarized parties, no question about it. But let's remember, the polarization is on two sides. The Republicans are more conservative because of the Tea Party elected senators and House members. The Democratic caucuses in both the House and Senate are more liberal because of who's lost or retired or been replaced.
Larry Sabato, as always, thank you so much. It's been fun watching all your stuff throughout this election.
We've had a good time. Thanks, Brett.
The crystal ball strikes again. Just want to tell you folks, we're just getting this from the White House. The president tonight called and spoke with Speaker Pelosi, with John Boehner, with Steny Hoyer, and with Senator Mitch McConnell, who is the ranking member in the Senate. The president said he was looking forward to working with Senator McConnell and the Republicans to find some common ground, move the country forward, and get things done for the American people. We'll be right back. Plenty more to come. Keep it right here. Several key races we're still waiting on. Welcome back, folks. It is almost 1 o'clock a.m. here in the East, and we just called here at Fox News the Senate race in Nevada for the Democratic Majority Leader, Harry Reid, beating his Tea Party-backed competitor, Sharon Angle. This was a squeaker, folks. Basically, everybody who could campaign for Harry Reid on the Democratic side did. President Obama, the First Lady, going out there repeatedly, and it paid dividends for him tonight. Harry Reid will retain his post, as it appears right now, as the Senate Majority Leader. And a look at Colorado. Too early to call this race, according to our decision desk. They're looking for a closer look at what's happening tonight in all of those different districts inside Colorado. Right now, as you can see, Ken Buck, the Republican Tea Party favorite there in Colorado, up by 3 percentage points. 49% of the vote in, waiting on some different aspects of this race to see if we can make a call at some point, but watching it closely. Let's bring in former pollster to President Carter, Pat Caddell, and former Deputy Chief of Staff to President George W. Bush, Karl Rove. Pat, first to you, your thoughts on the night, the big picture.
Well, first of all, it's a huge night in the House for the Republicans. You know, they're going to take 60 or more seats. This is the first time in my lifetime, and now I can count some years, unfortunately, where there will be less than 200 Democrats in the House of Representatives. At the same time, actually, I think in losing the Senate, which the Republicans did, they made big gains. They'll have 7 or 8 seats tonight. I think it's the worst outcome the White House could have wanted, because if they're going to lose a House this big, it would have been better for them to go ahead and lose the Senate and be able to run against a Republican Congress. Now they get to own it, plus they get Harry Reid back, which is going to be, you know, helpful for that. And yet the Republicans will have functional control of the Senate. But I do say this, I think the Republicans failed to have a national narrative, and I think they left about a dozen to 15 House seats, and it's hard to do, very close on the table. But in the end, it's going to help them.
Carl, what do you make of Colorado? Still too close to call.
Well, El Paso County, Colorado Springs had so many people standing in line, they had to keep the polls open to accommodate all those people, and they began their count later. And, Buck has been behind most of the evening, and just as El Paso County started to come in, he's moved ahead. The state has about half the vote out. A lot of it is in the more rural part of the state and in the more Republican parts of the state. I suspect at the end of the evening we'll have a very close number either way, but I think Buck is likely to win it. Incidentally, our picture is reversed there. We have.
Oh, that's true.
We have.
No. Ken Buck's on the bottom.
Oh, I'm sorry. The name was right above him. I'm sorry.
I mean, now you're producing?
Of course. No. What I am is I'm exhausted. It's the middle of the night, for God's sake.
I want to make another point that's really important about health care tonight. We will know more tomorrow as we look in the exit polls. We already see the Democrats who felt negatively against health care, who defected. Democrats who defected to Republicans tonight, it appears that issue they were overwhelmed by. and it really hurt them as much or equally to the economy.
But does President Obama do anything about it? Does it make him govern differently? Does he now listen to the polls that tell him the American people don't want this particular piece of legislation and they really mean it?
I'm going to borrow Glenn Beck's red phone away for the president to call me, because I've been saying since March that Doug Schoen and I had been saying this was going to be a disaster. People felt that this was a crime against democracy, and this really hurt.
All right, gentlemen, we'll talk to you in a bit. We'll watch that Colorado race. A big shift tonight in the balance of power in Washington and the House. Now we're waiting to hear about the Senate. We'll see more from America's election headquarters in a minute.
Welcome back, folks. It is now 1 a.m. on the East Coast, 10 p.m. on the West Coast, as America witnesses a shift in the balance of power in the nation's capital. Polls just closing in Alaska, where there is a three-way race for the seat. The Senate seat, Democrat Scott McAdams, Republican Joe Miller, he's the Tea Party-backed candidate, and write-in candidate Lisa Murkowski, who is the Republican incumbent, who was ousted in the primary but insisted on running as an independent. They are all battling it out now for that Alaska seat.
And still too early to call in Colorado, or we just told you about that race. Also Washington State, there you see Colorado, watching that one closely. Washington State, Patty Murray with a slight lead, but this one could go down to the wire. We could be watching this one for a while. As you look at the Senate balance of power, it's getting closer for Republicans picking up seats. They're not going to take the majority in the Senate, but they could pick off another race in Washington, potentially. We'll watch that one.
And joining us now for an interview we've been waiting for is the governor-elect of the state of Ohio, John Kasich. Sir, thank you so much for being back with us. It's got to be a good feeling for you and your campaign tonight.
Look, we had the president out here 12 times. We've had the former president, the vice president, and they threw the kitchen sink at me, Megan, and yet we still won. We ran a positive campaign, and we're going to make Ohio work again. We're going to get people working out here, and it's going to be very, very exciting.
What message do you think this sends, your victory, to President Obama in the White House?
You know, I think I'll let you judge it, but I think it's pretty strong. You know, they threw, like I say, they were here so many times, 12 times, including Sunday. Bill Clinton was out here on Saturday. They just did everything they possibly could, and by and large ran a very negative campaign. So I hope it not only says something about our vision, what we want to do, but I hope it will also make a statement that we need to end these kind of vicious negative campaigns that we see in this country, because it's driving the best and the brightest out. We need to get it fixed. But that's for another day. Tonight we are all celebrating. It is a tremendous win.
John, Brett here. I wanted to ask you about what you think the message was tonight. Whether you think Republicans are emboldened by this vote, this historic vote in the House and the pickups in the governor's races, or whether this was a message against the Obama administration agenda.
No, I think, Brett, there were two things going on here. One, people were dissatisfied, but the energy that I saw generated in my state was about ideas. You know, if you're just negative, you can't get the energy. But if you're negative and then you can, if people are dissatisfied and you can give them a better way and you can articulate it and you have credibility. You know, I was the chairman of the budget committee and led a great team to balance the budget and create jobs. So I had credibility and business experience. Giving them positive ideas is, I think, what really created the momentum and the energy in the state.
Do you have aspirations beyond the governor's seat?
Brett, I do not. My only interest is in, look, the people of Ohio, when I saw them and looked in their eyes, they really want to believe that we can be great again. And all of my focus starting tomorrow will be on rebuilding our state and making it great again. And Brett, it's just such a great time, and I enjoyed my time working with you and getting to know Megan. But you know, this is it's just beyond my wildest dreams. And I will tell you this: we had a great team, and we're going to keep the team together. Because if the people that have their snouts in the trough try to block us, I'm coming to see you. We're going to go see them.
You know, John, and it's interesting to call you sir now, since we used to argue across each other when you would sub for Bill on the O'Reilly factor, and I think that's what Brett was going for when he asked you if you had bigger aspirations.
Yeah,
you know,
O'Reilly.
beyond the governorship.
My goal someday is to host O'Reilly again and to get better numbers and better demo than Megan. If I can beat you,
dream big.
I can conquer the world.
Well, listen, it's great to see you so happy. You know, I know you wrote a book a couple years ago, Stand for Something. And that's sort of coming back full circle for you. I'll give you the last word on that.
Well, and I also, wrote a book this year about faith, and I'm very grounded. I'm prepared to do this job and to build a team. Nothing gets done alone. But, as Ohio goes, that's the way the country goes. So you keep an eye on Ohio, and you see what we do.
You know we will. Now, Governor-elect of the state of Ohio, John Kasich. John, thanks so much for being with us. All the best.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
We want to take you now out to Alaska and a look at that state's big Senate race. Dan Springer is out at Anchorage tonight with a live update. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Brett, we got some breaking news here. You know, we have this three-way Senate race going on here. We had the polls closing just over an hour ago, and moments ago we got our first batch of numbers. 68,822 votes have been counted. That's about 27% of what they expect will be the total vote count. And right now, with about a quarter of the vote in, write-in is leading at 39.4%. Joe Miller has 34.1%. Scott McAdams, the Democrat, at 25.3%. They're expecting about 250,000 votes cast total in this election. Again, we're just about a quarter way there. We're going to get results throughout the night. But if this stays very close, then the absentee ballots will not be counted. That's going to be roughly 20,000, 25,000 ballots. Those wouldn't be added to the count until next Tuesday. So if it stays real close, they will have to have the absentees decide this thing. And if it stays the way it is right now, and again, it's very early, if write-in is the biggest vote getter, then they have to send all the ballots to Juneau. And on the 18th of November, they will go through each and every one of the ballots to count them all, to see who that write-in is. Of course, it's expected to be Lisa Murkowski. If she were to win this race, it would be the first time ever that an Alaskan has won a statewide race. 8 people have tried, 8 people have failed. The highest percentage before this has been 26%. That was back by former Governor Wally Hickel did that in the 60s. And only one time before in the U.S. has this happened. Of course, that 1954, that was Strom Thurmond in South Carolina. So it's early, but right now, write-in has the lead in Alaska.
All right, Dan
Brett,
Springer
Megan?
live in Anchorage tonight. And just another story wrapping up, that controversy about the audio tape that the Joe Miller campaign said came from a CBS affiliate, an affiliate that runs CBS programming, KTVA, I think it was. They fired 2 employees today over that whole controversy. We just got word about that tonight.
That's interesting because they said that the tape had been sliced and diced and misrepresented, and they stood by their reporters, although they said they'd look into it, and now we find out 2 have been fired. Well, joining us now is a man we've heard from throughout this campaign season who taps into the pulse of the American people, and that is pollster Frank Luntz. And Frank, your reaction to what you're seeing tonight?
Well, we saw it all over the country over the last 6 months, and this was just a manifestation of it. A lot of anxiety, sometimes anger, sometimes it boiled over. And in the end, the American people decided enough was enough. And they threw out some incumbents that had been in Washington not just for years, but in some cases for decades. They threw out committee chairmen. They threw out people who had won with 60 or 65% of the vote. And I want to emphasize that today is not the end. This is not just the end of the election, that this is only the beginning. This is day number 1. The Republicans who are coming into town are more conservative, are more outspoken. But the people who put them into office are demanding from them a level of change that is quick, immediate, measurable. And I think that they're going to have some challenges moving ahead.
Frank, you mentioned anger, and the exit polls showed that a good number of Americans said that they felt angry when they pulled the lever today, that was one of the motivating factors for them. What are they angry about?
They're angry that Washington doesn't listen to them. And Ken Buck from Colorado had one of the best ads of the election cycle when he said that Washington didn't listen when they took a government takeover of health care. Washington didn't listen when they passed the $800 billion stimulus or the $1 trillion bailouts. Well, on Election Day, we're going to make Washington listen. And that's what this vote was about. When those candidates, particularly the House Democrats, decided not to do town hall meetings, during the entire health care debate because they didn't want to get yelled at. They made a big mistake because all that pressure, all that anger and frustration couldn't be let out at the town hall meetings, so they finally let out that pressure today at the ballot box.
Is this the catharsis? Like they've made their voices heard, they've exacted a penalty for that anger over that vote, and then that's it? Or do you actually think there will be a continuing push by these folks to see a repeal, to see something more done about it, Frank?
It's not only that I think it, I know it. We did a survey for FreedomWorks that was completed last night. And the Tea Party supporters and those that aren't even identified with the Tea Party, that they think that this is only the beginning. They expect Washington to spend less, to tax less, to regulate less. These are people that definitely believe in the concept of repeal and replace health care. I think that the greatest challenge in Washington is Barack Obama, what he's going to face, because it wasn't a rejection just of Nancy Pelosi in Congress. It's a rejection of policies. This was not a Democratic communication failure. This was a policy failure, and that's why so many Americans came out to vote today.
Frank, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here as always. Frank Luntz, everybody.
We want to bring in the executive editor of the Weekly Standard, Fred Barnes, and New York Post columnist, Kirsten Powers. Fred, your thoughts on the night overall? You've been back in the decision desk, I should say, looking at that secret stuff back there.
I learned things before you did. They do a great job there. You know, I've been struck by a lot of things. I mean, Republicans obviously did extremely well, better than average for a midterm election. I think for the House, the average gain in a midterm since World War II is about 24 seats that are picked up by that the party that controls the White House loses. And Republicans are going to get 60 plus, and it's 3.5 Senate seats, and they're going to get 6 or 7, well, 6 anyway, and maybe 7 or maybe 8, depending on what happens in Colorado and Washington. So they did that anyway, which is important. But a couple other things. One is they recovered somewhat in the Northeast. I mean, they picked up 5 seats in the House in New York, 5 in Pennsylvania, 2 in New Hampshire. They may yet win that governorship in Maine. I'm not sure what the. Yeah, I think it's sort of a dead heat. They're nowhere near parity with Democrats in the Northeast, but they are on the road to recovery there. And the flip side of that, sort of, is what happened to Democrats in the South. Another wipeout in the South. And to me, the most amazing thing is who lost. And I think it's the liberal policies that caused the most conservative members, the most conservative Democrats in the House to lose. You had Jim Marshall in Georgia, Bobby Bright in Alabama, Gene Taylor and Travis Childers
Earl Pomeroy
in
North
Dakota, but particularly those 4 in the South who voted, almost all of them, they voted against the stimulus, they voted against the health care bill, they voted against cap and trade, and the Democratic label had become so harmful that they lost anyway.
Kirsten, what do you think is the takeaway for the Democrats from tonight?
Well, if it's just going to address that a point, though, I don't know that it was in those situations that it was necessarily the Democratic label. I think these were very conservative districts, and they're sort of referred to as snapbacks. They came in the last 1 or 2 waves, very conservative districts. Democrats are always saying they had no business really even being there, and they voted against almost everything, and they still lost. So, I think that it's hard to get a handle on exactly what to take away from this, but to me what it seems like is we've seen now this is our 3rd wave election. Things are swinging back very widely. If you look at what's going on with independents, they're very unhappy with what's going on in Washington, and I think the Republicans just should not do what Democrats did, which is they said, oh, look, they love us and they think we're great, and now we're going to push through all of our policies and they're going to be really happy, when in fact they weren't saying we want a liberal agenda any more than they're saying we want a conservative agenda now. They're just saying we want mainly the deficit to go down, and we want you to get spending under control and get the economy under control.
Fred, you traveled the country this electoral cycle. What do you think the message is? Was it really a pushback of the Obama agenda, strictly on health care, stimulus? Should Republicans be emboldened when they head to Washington and take over the House?
Well, I think they should be bold at the least. And mainly, I mean, Kirsten's right. I mean, mainly this was a rejection of Democrats and not voters saying that we are thrilled to have Republicans come back. Republicans were the other party. If you weren't going to vote for the Democrats, if you want to vote them out, there was only one place to go, and that was Republicans. But the truth is that Republican leaders, and I think you probably heard them say it, I have, Boehner and Eric Cantor and Kevin McCarthy and all the other Republicans in the House have said over and over again, they know that the last time they held the House of Representatives, and indeed all of Congress, that they screwed up, that they spent too much money, that the earmarks were, flowing like crazy and so on, and there were some scandals. They know what they did wrong, and I don't think they're going to repeat it. And I think they'll start slowly, but they're going to be very aggressive on cutting spending, on reducing the deficit, on doing something about the national debt. They know they will have a vote on repealing the Obama health care bill, but they know that it would have trouble getting through the Senate. And at the very least, Obama himself would probably veto it, but they're going to have a vote on that and then have hearings, a lot of hearings on the health care bill.
They're already saying that they're going to do that.
They're going to do that. Have Sebelius come up. They'd like to hear Donald Berwick, the guy who is now the head of Medicare and Medicaid, who loves the British socialist health care system so much, as he said repeatedly. And there are going to be hearings on energy. They'll be on many, many subjects. They realize that the agenda in Washington is still set by the president. They're not going to make the mistake that Republicans did after they won in '94, thinking that, gee, we can govern from Capitol Hill. They know you can't do that.
Kirsten, how does President Obama adjust now? Because for him now it's going to be about 2012.
Yeah. That is the million-dollar question. I think that everyone's sort of waiting to see how he's going to respond because he temperamentally isn't really made for this. He's not a Bill Clinton. He's not this moderate Democrat from the South who...
And he's not going to be hiring Dick Morris.com.
Yeah, and he has very insulated. He's very insular. They're in a bunker mentality. They do not have outsiders. You notice whenever he replaces somebody, he replaces them with somebody else who's already in his inner circle. They need a staff shakeup. They need some fresh blood. He needs to be reaching out to Republicans. The idea that he hadn't met with Mitch McConnell is just crazy, and people can say, oh, well, Mitch McConnell didn't really want to work with him. Well, Newt Gingrich didn't really want to work with Bill Clinton either, but they managed to create a relationship. They were able to do things, and really Bill Clinton got reelected because of it. So I think people are waiting to see whether or not Obama's going to be able to make that that turn. Some people think he is, some people think he won't do it, and he'll just take the attitude of like, okay, let's try and work together here, but I'm not really feeling it. Yeah, he's not gonna eat crow. Doesn't seem to be at least in the offing at this point.
Kirsten, Fred, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming up, we'll go to our panel of experts, including Karl Rove and Joe Trippi. Also, we're just getting word that Fox News is projecting that Republicans will win the House of Representatives by possibly 65 seats. As we take a look at Patty Murray in the Senate in Washington, that's where it stands right now. That's too early to call. But how about the House? 65 could be the number?
That's significant. We'll be right back. We're watching Washington State. Senate race there. Also, too close to call.
Building 7 stories high. This is Alaska. We are just starting to get hard numbers in Alaska, and right now, write-in is winning with 39%. Write-in, of course, is the incumbent senator, Republican Lisa Murkowski, who lost in the primary. At least we think that's who's winning. There are about 160 names that were filed for write-in, but we assume that the 39% is likely Murkowski. But there you see Republican Joe Miller, the nominee, at 34%. This could take days, folks, to find out who wins in Alaska.
Well, you know what happened in Alaska is there was a radio show host out there who decided to encourage people to go down and register as write-in candidates days before the election. They had to do it by last Thursday, and they got over 150 names on the write-in list. So if you go in and you're allowed to ask for the list of write-ins so you can base your vote thereupon. And now there are all these names. Presumably, Murkowski has a huge name recognition in Alaska, and we do presume that most of those votes are likely for her.
As long as there's not a Len Murkowski.
Well, that is what the radio host was hoping. He was offering bonuses to anybody who had a name that was very much like Murkowski. He got yanked off the air, and then I understand was just recently put back on. In any event, we're going to bring in our panel now. Former Deputy Chief of Staff to President George W. Bush, Karl Rove. Fox News political analyst Juan Williams, former Howard Dean campaign manager Joe Trippi, and Fox News senior political analyst Brit Hume. I want to start, panel, with this news that Fox News is now, our projection model is now suggesting that the Republicans are going to have a net gain in the House of about 65 seats. Juan, you're shaking your head.
Well, it's way beyond what I thought was possible. People talked of it in historic terms, 50, 55, and I thought, well, okay, it's possible, but even so, a stretch. But I think it's an indication. It has been a wave election, has been a tremendous change, and indication, I think, of the economy and the specific independent voters who have swung heavily to the Republican Party in this election.
As we see this number tick up, Carl, how does it change the narrative we're going to see tomorrow from the Democrats in the White House?
Well, the president has got to recognize this is a direct result of his policies. This is a rejection. Ike Skelton lost tonight. I saw a poll last week. His personal favorability in the 4th District of Missouri, this longtime member, chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, was in the 60s. He lost for one reason only. He had been a loyal member of the supporting the Obama agenda. This is a big result that is a direct result of the president's agenda and the leadership of the Congress in Harry Reid and Nancy Pelosi. There's no way around it. And what the president does tomorrow is, it's going to be unusual because he's going to be here for one day. He's not going to answer all the questions, and then he's going to get on an airplane and leave for 10 days. And as we all try and sort out the ramifications of this and how the new Republican House is going to deal with the Democratic Senate and the Democratic White House.
Brett?
I think this is a reminder of basic political truth. This is a center-right country. If you look at the number of people who self-identify as conservatives, it's in the neighborhood of 40%. You look at the number of people who self-identify as liberals, it's about 20%. This has been consistent all through this past couple of years. There's nothing new about this. It was an election day poll. You've heard me speak of it often, taken back in 2008 on the day Obama was elected. Of 1,000 actual voters, they asked to put themselves somewhere on the ideological spectrum between 1 far left, 9 far right. They came out at about 6. This is the way this country is. This is a country, the results of Obama's policies would have had to have been so sensationally good, the economy would have to be so booming, and life would have to be so excellent in the United States for his party not to be punished in this election for the policies that he tried to put across, that it was unlikely ever to happen.
Juan, will there be a feeling on the left that they didn't lean forward enough, that they didn't do enough on the liberal side of things when it comes to the agenda? Will there be that we didn't do it well enough on the liberal side? Will there be a left push?
Yeah, that's in play right now. I mean, the idea is that the president did not sufficiently communicate what he had done, and the Democrats, especially many of those who were washed away tonight, out of a self-protective instinct, did not feel that they could stand up and say, this is what we've done for America. That people say stimulus spending, the president has said this recently, kept us out of a depression.
But wait a second. You say that the polls don't show that voters support Republicans, that they're backing Republicans, but yet they threw Democratic incumbents out in such large numbers. Isn't that almost double the repudiation because they're not signing up to the Republicans saying, we like you?
Correct. They're saying they don't like the people in power. They don't like the way things are going.
No, if they didn't like the people in power, they'd be tossing out Republicans and Democrats. And we have a large turnout. These are not people who are saying, you know what, I hate both of these bums, I'm not turning out. We will have the largest turnout in the history of a midterm election, significantly higher than last term. It looks like it is 6 or 7 million
votes. Yeah, but Carl,
who
turned out? There were people, Tea Party people, overwhelming our Republican peoples. There was the Republican
and it was large numbers of independents, particularly college-educated independents who voted Democrat in 08 and Democrat in 06. And
who didn't turn out? Who didn't turn out were young people. Who didn't turn out were minorities. Okay, so
the people disappointed by Barack Obama.
Could be.
All right, Joe is dying to get in here. Go ahead, Joe.
To answer the question, though, on the left, there was a feeling almost from the get-go that, wait a minute, corporations got us into this, all the stuff on Wall Street, cutting loose with what was going on, and this administration didn't take them on, actually help bail them out of the mess. And so I think there's a big, sort of a lot of angst on the left for what's happened. But in the end, look, 6 U.S. senators, members of the United States Senate went down tonight. 65 members of the House of Representatives, at least at this point. At some point, the president's got to understand that happened because of him, because of what he asked these members to do. Many of them risked and put their careers on the line, and they were ended tonight. And does he believe he did something wrong or not? Because there are going to be plenty of people in the Democratic Party who are now going to think...
Well, I got to tell you, I'm talking to people in the White House just yesterday who say, you know what? He doesn't think short term. He thinks long term. He thinks in historic, transformative mode. And he feels that he has done the right thing. He may pay a political price short term, but that ultimately history will vindicate.
Well, and look, he also thinks...
I think the president and his team are entitled to a little time here. Steve Hayes showed me earlier tonight a transcript of an ABC News broadcast that I was on about 5 days after the election in 1994. And I read the comments that I made at the time in which I was talking about the White House, what the White House aides were saying.
Right.
And what the White House aides were saying then was that the voters in 1994 who had just thrown the Democrats out of power in the House of Representatives for the first time in 50 years or more, or 44 years anyway, had done so because of the same desire for change that they had when they elected Bill Clinton, that it was the same impulse. Well, obviously it wasn't the same impulse, as President Clinton himself came quickly to realize. So let's give the president a little time to think this over and to let the effect of it sink in a little bit.
Till 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow.
Yeah, 1
p.m. Set your TV on DVR.
Too early. I don't know. I don't think you can read too much into what he says at 1 p.m.
You know what's interesting, though, is the theme of the last couple of weeks, including 3 interviews involving the president himself, is this is all a communications problem.
Right.
Which is, if we'd only, wait a minute, doesn't he have the biggest bully pulpit in the world, and isn't he known to be an effective communicator? I mean, the corollary of this is, we've been communicating and they haven't been listening, the people are stupid, which he came pretty close to saying last week when he said, they're acting out of anger, and when you act out of anger,
fear.
you don't, out of fear, you don't
think clearly.
You don't think clearly. So, look, the American people were thinking clearly. They said, let's go to the polls and let's toss out as many of these Democrats.
Here's why I think you're wrong. If you ask the American people about Congress, they have an even lower estimation of Congress than they do of the president.
Yeah, generally
and in specific, they have a lower estimation of Republicans in Congress than they do Democrats.
Tonight,
got a funny way of showing it.
You know what this is?
Tell me,
the number of incumbent Republicans who lost, or Republican seats that were lost tonight in the House. One incumbent in New Orleans who won his seat because a Democrat had $90,000 in cash from federal agents stuck in his refrigerator, and the Delaware open seat.
Unorganized.
Bingo, done, over.
Yeah.
If this was anti-Republican one, they're doing a lousy job of voting out the Republican
the people who turned out were Republicans, and strongly so.
And independents who voted for the Republicans.
And independents who were upset about the economy.
And you know what, I repeat, this is the largest number of people ever to turn out in an election. You ought to be heralding on this great expression
We're
of
all
democracy.
for it, but I'm just saying, don't think that this is an expression of what's to come in 2012.
Hey, you guys know it's 1:30 in the morning, right?
Yeah. We're just getting started, by God. Let's go out of wood.
I just thank California.
Thank California.
I just want to thank California.
You
We
feel
know
good
why
about
he's
that?
thanking California.
This man brought
good
Jerry
man.
Brown to victory tonight, right here.
Yeah, he did that.
Those are your people.
Well, me and a lot of other people, but
Jerry Brown.
it was a good team that put the ads together. So anyway,
and
thank you, California.
And it has been interesting to listen to him tonight, call everybody in California, and do exactly what he just said now, which is thank them for their effort as part of a team. You are a gentleman, man.
Well, thank you.
Well, you can start touting that as opposed to the Howard Dean thing, which didn't work out quite as well in the end.
She had to bring that up.
Sorry, Joe.
Still trying to redeem myself.
Thank you, panel.
Done. Well, a few Senate races are still too close to call here at 1:30 a.m. in the East as we watch the balance of power shape up. Next, some of the best speeches from the night right here on America's election headquarters. Don't go away.
The Republican Party will never be the same. And that's a good thing. Our voices were heard, and we're not going to be quiet now.
Welcome back, folks. 1:33 here in the East, and we've got a few races we are just not able to call for you yet, but an interesting development in the Alaska Senate race, where you can see right now just 34% of the vote is in, but according to that, the write-in candidate, or just write-in candidates, are winning. It's 40% for that candidate or candidates. We don't know who it is. We presume it's Lisa Murkowski, who is the incumbent, the Republican, who lost in the primary, the GOP primary, to Joe Miller, but refused to drop out. According to what we have so far, Miller is in second place with 34% of the vote. And the Democrat, Scott McAdams, who some of the Republicans started to worry about late in this race, has got about 25% of the vote thus far. The race still too close to call. Same situation in Colorado. It's too close to call out there, where Michael Bennet, the incumbent, is running neck and neck with his challenger, Ken Buck. He's a DA. Ken Buck is out there, and Michael Bennet is the incumbent. There has been more money poured into this race from outside groups than any other race. $23 million poured into this race by both sides. One of the divisive issues among many is the health care reform bill. Buck has called for repealing it. His opponent, Michael Bennet, feels quite differently. And he, Ken Buck, has got the support of the Tea Party. Too close to call. Up to Washington State, where the incumbent Patty Murray is leading right now, according to our projections, with 61% of the vote in. But Dino Rossi not far behind. He was the Republicans' best hope to take down this long-standing incumbent in the U.S. Senate. She is, I think, the fourth most powerful Democrat on the Senate side, and it was an important seat for the Republicans. We just don't know how this race is going to come out yet. So there are 3 Senate races, important ones, not yet able to call. As soon as we know more, you will too. In the meantime, are we checking in with William LaJeunesse? Indeed we are. He's live in Seattle, Washington with an update. Hey, William.
Well, Megan, you know, this race kind of flew under the radar, partly because it's up here in Seattle, but as you said, because it did not appear for many months that 18-year incumbent Patty Murray was really vulnerable until the last week, when Dino Rossi basically closed the gap and, according to some polls, was up 2 points as of this weekend. However, as you said, with about 60% of the vote in, Patty Murray leads 51 to 49%, but they are only separated by 16,000 votes, with more than 500,000 left to be counted. That will be tomorrow. However, Rossi should be ahead at this point because Eastern Washington was already counted in the areas that Murray runs strong here in King County and Seattle, as well as the bedroom communities of Snohomish and Pierce County. He's just not pulling the percentages that the experts say he needs. So at this point in time, if these numbers hold, Megan, it appears that Patty Murray will hold the seat. However, as you know, this can be very close. Dino Rossi basically won the governorship in 2004, but then on a hand recount, he lost the race. Nobody has conceded, and no one has claimed victory as of yet. Back to you.
William, we saw her out, Patty Murray out moments ago when we were going away to a break, speaking to the crowd. What was she saying to them?
Well, she said basically, hang in there. Thanks very much. This is about you. It's not about me. You got out the vote. She said, I have to carry the fight. And yet, as you know, she's a very strong supporter of the president. She's proud of health care. And she says we need to continue to keep health care and stop the Republicans from actually repealing it or changing it. And this race, I will say, in terms of that independent money, after Colorado and in Pennsylvania, $19 million in independent expenditures were dumped in here into Washington State. So the groups did know this was a real race, and it is, again, still close to call. Yeah. We'll find out tomorrow.
That money could help explain why these races are so close to call, because people on both sides have been persuaded. William LaJeunesse, thank you. We're going to check in now with Brett, who has gotten up from the anchor desk and moved over to, I really think that's the billboard, technically.
I had to stretch.
I know.
Because Carl wasn't here and Bill left.
My legs are crippled under this desk right now.
I was just stretching out. I do want to show you some cool things here. In the balance of power, we've been talking a lot about the Senate race. And obviously, as it stands right now, 49 Democrats, 46 Republicans. That's how it stands right now. Let's do this. Let's go to what if. These are the Republicans. These are the incumbents right here. This is what has changed as of now. Now, you see in the gray here, Colorado, Washington, Alaska. Now, we know for a fact if Lisa Murkowski or Joe Miller win, this will be a Republican seat, essentially, even though Lisa Murkowski would be independent, a write-in candidate, essentially. She would caucus with the Republicans, so that becomes a red seat eventually, if you say that the Democrats not going to pull that out. Then you're up to 47. Let's say Ken Buck pulls out the win in Colorado. Then you're up to 48. Now you've got Washington. You just had William Lajeunesse there. Dino Rossi could close the gap in some of these counties that are still coming in. It's still possible that he pulls out this win. Then you hit Washington, and look at that. You've got 49, 49, and 2 independents that caucus with the Democrats. That's a split in the Senate. It is a huge, huge deal. Now, when you take a look at the races that we've been watching, the Senate races. Now, William Lajeunesse is right up here in Washington talking about Patty Murray and Dino Rossi. Here's the split right now. You see about 17,000 votes between the two of them. Here's the history of this. Back in the presidential race, this was a huge Democratic state. Washington went to Barack Obama by 18 points. The last time Patty Murray ran for, oops, there's 2 nether cuts.
What are they doing there?
I don't know what they're doing there. There they go. The last time Patty Murray ran, that's back in 2004. She was a big winner by 12 points. So that's just some of the history as you look at this vote total coming in. Her big support comes obviously from Seattle, as you can see the blue, and I really like the blue and the red. It helps me tell the story, Megan.
It's working for me here,
yes,
I got to admit.
One more thing. I want to go back to the big picture here and some of the races in the House races as we look at races to watch. Here is Pennsylvania, and you can see how this has changed. This has changed. These are all red. Some of these races are still blue seats. You can see Jason Oldmeyer picking up this district in District 4. But the perspective about the Northeast and throughout this country is changing because of what happened in the House races. We still have yet to see how the Senate races come out, but it could be a very close U.S. Senate split, Republican and Democrat.
So interesting.
I did pretty well.
You did very well, Brett. I got to say, nicely done. And what is it? 140.
Yeah.
Tip of the hat to you, brother.
Coffee.
Hey, well, some of the best parts of the candidates' speeches are coming up next. Plus, as we just said, we are still waiting on some key races. Don't go away. Fox News has taken over that building, and it's still not old for me. As in any major election, this one had its fair share of high-profile victory speeches. We've put together some of the top announcements for you tonight. Take a look.
I intend to go back to Washington, and I intend to get to work. And I intend to work as hard as we can to get this economy back, stop the spending, and stop mortgaging our children and grandchildren's futures.
My campaign has really been pretty simple because I think the priority is pretty straightforward. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard. But we know what we need to do. We need to restore fiscal sanity to this nation.
You know, tomorrow morning, there's going to be a lot of news and a lot of observers that say that we made history. And in some ways, you can look at me and say, yes, we did. But what I want this to be is that we're turning a page. We're turning a page on where we've been, but the history is going to be on where we go.
Thanks for sending a guy to Washington that will fight for us. Thanks for sending a guy to Washington that says the same thing to everybody all the time, no matter where he is. This has been a campaign about the issues. And I've said for months, any politician who thinks this year is about anything but the issues is going to get a message on Election Day. I think that message was sent pretty loud and pretty clear.
We acknowledge that Washington has broken. And when you look, and I've said this on the campaign trail so much, when you look and you see putting the party first or putting your personal agenda or political agenda second and the country last, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not how we do things in West Virginia. It's not how we've repaired things and made them better. We put West Virginia first, and it's time to put America first.
Tomorrow or even now, the stories are being written about what this election is about.
What does it mean? And we still don't know all the results from around this country. But we know that tonight the power in the United States House of Representatives will change hands. We know tonight that a growing number of Republicans will now serve in the Senate as well. And we make a grave mistake if we believe that tonight these results are somehow an embrace of the Republican Party. What they are is a second chance. A second chance for Republicans to be what they said they were going to be not so long ago.
I have a message. A message from the people of Kentucky. A message that is loud and clear and does not mince words. We've come to take our government back.
Just some of the speeches throughout the night. There have been many of them, and it's been a fantastic night to watch all of the different reactions from all sides to these speeches. You know, the biggest speech probably was the House Minority Leader John Boehner, who is expected to be the next Speaker of the United States.
Yeah, it was
House of Representatives.
It was surprising to see him get so emotional. I've never seen Speaker, or I should keep calling him Speaker, Leader Boehner in tears like that, so sustained. But he was obviously overcome with emotion, which on a night that is very big for the Republicans by any measure.
But it wasn't a cheerleading speech. It was a speech of moving forward. He even said we should try to reach across the aisle, which I found pretty surprising.
Yeah, well, and it sounds like he and the president had a good call tonight. You know, it seems like on the night of the election and maybe for the next day after, there's a spirit perhaps of working together.